Honorable delegates, before we proceed on the program for the day, I am told that we have some birthday children in the house today. So I take this opportunity on behalf of all of you to wish the Honorable Pala a very happy birthday, and our acting chief whip today, Honorable Sitole, very happy birthday to you also. May you be blessed with many, many more years. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, I'd like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply. And I would also like to welcome the Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, all permanent delegates, MECs, and special delegates, as well as SALGA representatives that are in the House and on the virtual platform. I thank you all for joining us today. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice. We shall now proceed to the first order of the day, and that is the policy debate on Budget Vote 33, Human Settlements, Appropriation Bill B4 of 2026, which is a Section 77 bill. And I have the pleasure to call upon Honorable Minister Similane, the Minister of Human Settlements, to open the debate. Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy House Chair, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mxolisi Kaunda, our Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Methandi Mahambehlala, honorable members, fellow MECs who have joined here and some online. Ngiyabonga Mthombeni for coming all the way from KZN to support the department in person. DG, DDGs, chairperson of our boards and our entities, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before this August House to present Budget Vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlement. I deliver this budget vote speech under the theme, Restoring Dignity Through Sustainable Human Settlements. The restoration of the people's dignity is central to the implementation as mandated by our Constitution as a department. We do this mindful of the fact that this year, the country is commemorating 30 years anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of the people of South Africa. Section 26 of the Constitution enjoins us as the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources to achieve the progressive realization of the rights of the citizens of adequate housing. The Constitution teaches us human beings of equal worth. We have carried this mandate for years as a democratic state founded on the will of the people in ensuring that we achieve the progressive realization of the rights of citizens for adequate housing amidst the conflicts and multi-layered challenges of human settlement sector, which is characterized by rapid urbanization and housing backlog. We remain steadfast, of course, in our task to restoring the dignity of our people through the delivery of sustainable and integrated human settlement. And I would like to overemphasize integrated. The recent release of our 2025 General Household Survey by Statistics South Africa indicate that the proportion of households living in formal dwellings increased from 73% in 2002 to 84% in 2025, demonstrating the improvement in living conditions and living standards of people of South Africa. That's a giant leap of over 10% increase, meaning 84% of our population today in South Africa lives in formalized dwellings, leaving us with 11% in informal settlements. We're mindful of the fact that there's still a lot to be done to fundamentally address the challenges of human settlement sector in our quest to house the nation adequately and restore the people's dignity. Notwithstanding the challenges we have faced, such as availability of land, natural disasters, and a lack of resources, we remain resolute in achieving our MTDP targets as enshrined in our plan of 2024 to 2029. And key to this plan and the application of the Constitution is that we must heal the divisions of the past. We must lay the foundation for a democratic and open society. We must improve the quality of life. We must build a united and a prosperous South Africa that enables every South African to take its rightful place as part of a family of nations. We pursue these objectives looking into our responsibility and constitutional mandate, delivering no less than 2,878 social housing units and make sure that 2,000 of them are fully tenanted. We registered the registration of 21,918 title deeds, the delivery of around 39,000, close to 40,000 housing units, completion of 25,186 service sites across the programs and provinces, and blocking 195 projects within a budget availability, but also ensuring that 11,358 first home finance subsidies applications are approved, with 9,231 subsidies dispersed to the qualifying beneficiaries. This is a program that deals with the gap market. We eradicate intentionally 6,950 mud houses across the rural and communal land of our provinces, particularly in the rural edges of our cities and towns. Delivery of 744 military housing units. We bow and take pride of those who fought and brought this freedom for us, that we have to bring them dignity for their sacrifice back. 11,215 solar installations to advance resilience and sustainability of poor households. So despite these challenges which we have encountered in the previous financial year, we are comforted by the significant strides that we have made in some of these programs, as I've articulated above. These include reaching 48% of the NTDT targets in the delivery of title deeds. It is not a small feat to arrive at 48%. It brings back the dignity and controls ownership to the custodians of the people who have received social housing from government. We also want to eradicate 8,176 uninhabitable mud houses, which is closely to a target of what we had set. And out of the 212 blocked projects which I spoke about earlier in the year in the House, 85 of those stalled projects have been unblocked. We know the budget constraints is another contributing factor to us not meeting our targets. However, we send a strong message to some in our communities who often cause unnecessary delays to our projects, who receive houses and sell them and move them without following government processes as enshrined in our policies. It still remains our concerted effort to expand our first home housing ownership, where we have managed to deliver 10,856 for our gap market. In addition, we have dispersed 5,195 of the 8,183 subsidies approved applications to enable rural households to have access to formal housing. We appreciate the assistance we got, particularly from the province, through MEC Mtombeni, on the traditional leaders who have availed land for us to be able to build houses in a very viable way that we usually do in towns and cities, but this time around in rural areas. It is equally encouraging that the program has primarily benefited women and young people, who we believe are the backbone of our society and the future for our nation. In line with our priorities, our inclusive growth target and job creation of more than 4,000 jobs have been created through the construction of houses and administration of the program. If you look actually into the overall target of what we have achieved, as we wrapped up what Stats SA did, we've created over 12,200 jobs interimly in the programs that we are running, focusing on women and young people. Through the HDA, which is our Housing Development Agency, we exceeded our land-related target by acquiring 2,447 hectares in well-located areas for human settlement development against the target of 1,000 hectares. We have surpassed this target. Our intention is to bring our people closer to where convenience and livelihoods in cities is. We also would want to complete the 5 integrated implementation plan for priority PDAs which were running with provinces through enhanced collaboration with municipalities. For service sites, provinces delivered combinedly 24,251 against a combined target of 13,000 for 2025-2026, achieving almost 163% of the planned budget, indicating a significant aggregate performance in service site delivery. This is a target for housing of people, particularly young. They may be unemployed, they may not be qualifying as part, but we give land that is service, that have got roads, that have got electricity, that has got sewer, for them to be able to build for themselves. Key of the stumbling block to availability of housing is land. So we have ensured that almost 14,000 people have received land for free from government to be able to build for themselves. I don't know if you don't clap for this. It's another story. These achievements are critical in advancing spatial transformation, improving access to strategically located land, and strengthening the pipeline for sustainable human settlement. The demand for affordable rental housing, particularly in big cities, remains very high. But I'm happy to report to this August House that just yesterday, we handed over as a department 1,200 units to Summer Life Social Housing here in the city of Cape Town. The project is housing 1,200. But what we still have to push for, out of the 1,000 who are housed, 15,000 applications were received, which means we have rejected a whopping 13,000 people. Comforting is that already we've got 2 pipeline projects under Shara in the Western Cape, in the city of Cape Town, to house even more. A month ago, Deputy Minister handed over units also in Mitchell's Plain in the River Plants area to make sure that we allocate also closer to the needy and not only the usually known and comfortable. This session will be attended. We are hosting tomorrow. Of course, it's an open invitation. Investment networking session to showcase the strategic land parcels and the hectares that I have indicated earlier above in relation to the 2,444 hectares, where we want to partner and collaborate with business so that we could be able to be in partnership even financially to build this. And HDA is relating these commercially viable and socially transformative projects or possibilities open into the market so we could accelerate. We are saying we're doing that because we do not want to wait for the fiscus to increase. Possibilities of an increase of a fiscus are minimal, but we carry a responsibility and a mandate to utilize what we have in our hands to deliver more, even what the fiscus gives us. We are hoping that it will deliver no less than 3,031 social housing, which will allow us to even exceed our annual targets. Furthermore, nearly 2,800 were successfully tenanted, reflecting the sustained demand for well-located rental accommodation. The implementation of social housing projects across the country resulted, as I indicated, in 12,022 jobs. Honorable House Chair, working with provinces, we continue to make significant progress in advancing transformation, skills development, and participation of the previously disadvantaged through one of our entities, PPRA, for the property sector. In line with our budget vote of 2025-2026, where we're leveraging technologies for resilient, sustainable human settlement, we hosted a successful summit in innovative building technologies in February this year. Importantly, this was not merely a summit as a discussion platform, but we have already consolidated an IPT plan with set aside of 2% of our SDG to make sure roll out agile housing, particularly to assist and take out families that have been affected by disaster in a more faster approach. And MECs for human settlements across the country are championing this program. So the 2% of the human settlement development grant may be allocated to IBT-related housing projects in all the provinces. We're saying jointly with National Treasury, we'll assist the provinces in the implementation, but also ensuring that it prioritizes local manufacturers, emerging contractors, youth, and women. To show our commitment to IBTs, we have ensured that the 2024 White Paper of Human Settlements provides for the policy foundation for innovation and alternative building typologies. You walk around the world, you see the advancement in relation to innovative building technologies. Our housing code, norms and standards and implementation guidelines have already been developed and have been funneled through into a implementation framework in relation to what National Treasury demands. So the summit marked the end of experimentation, but a beginning of implementation. Honorable Chair, during the 2025-26 financial year, the department identified 212 black housing projects which were blocked for one reason or the other. Of these, I committed to the House that we will undertake no less than 50, but I'm here today to report that 85 of those projects were successfully unblocked. With Northwest and Free State taking a lead, followed by Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. We are sharpening our accountability ecosystem, such where contractors and officials of government fail to deliver. Honorable members reported through the NCOP week a stalled project on an N12 which they visited. The report about the contractor is already on our table with the province, and we're moving forward to make sure that we unblock that project. That is what is oversight accountability. We are proud to announce that all our rental housing tribunals are now active and functional in all our provinces. We came at the beginning of the financial year yesterday, we had all our housing tribunals having challenges. We have brought staff from the department to support them in municipalities, and we have ignited their facility for all of them. We hope that this will unblock quite a number of land availability to ensure that privately people could be able to build in sustainable and well-assessed areas of land, but it could also be that the tribunals themselves can provide free and efficient dispute resolution mechanisms to ensure that people don't lose the land, and ushering tenants and landlords operating both in the public and the private housing market. We are ramping up our efforts to address the challenges of illegal and land invasion and occupation, embedded, of course, with what the tribunals will help us. Honourable members are aware that the department has drafted and published the PI Amendment Bill Act, and it was gazetted. We are currently rounding up the country in relations to public comments over a period of 60 days. It started in May and it is closing on the 16th of June 2026. And our target as the department is to tabulate the bill in front of the August House during August this year, 2026. What will this be saying? It will be saying a land that does not belong to yours, you need to follow processes to acquire that land. But it will also be protecting a landowner, be it private or public, that you have a right that you can protect your land. Our baseline has been reduced by 20.6 billion over the MTD medium-term expenditure framework. This has resulted in the reduction of our urban settlement grant, what we called USDG, by 19.7 billion over the MTF period, with 5.7 billion in 2026-2027, with 6.4 billion in 2027-2028, and a further 7.1 billion in 2028-29 to fund metro trading services. We're not cancelling the grant as it is and wiping it away. We're saying we're doing with dedicated urban support grant into direct metros and urbanization, follow urbanization where it goes. So there shouldn't be a distortion that it is depleting and government cares less about the poor people. The informal settlement grant has also been reduced by 490 million in 2026. We have also reallocated 2.9 billion over MTF from our humans SDG grant to ISUP to support non-metro provinces and small medium provinces to upgrade their informal settlements. The allocation of 2026 MTF period will support the implementation of the sector medium-term development plan targets, including conditional grants amounting to 81 billion, with 26.9 billion allocated for this financial year. Conditional grants funding for the current financial year therefore totals to 23 billion, representing 87% of the annual allocation. And these funds are distributed as follows. Provincial departments will receive 15 billion, which constitutes 64% of the total allocation. Metros will receive 8 billion, which constitute about 36%. Honorable House Chair, as I table this budget before this August House, let me remember that this budget is not merely about allocation. It is about delivery, it is about dignity, and it is about transformation. Through these investments, we must ensure that they translate into real change into the lives of South Africans. This can only be true to the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, which is a significant milestone that we must also continue to double our collective efforts in making sure that we meet the housing expectation of the people through the delivery of adequate, safe, durable, climate resilient, and sustainable typologies of houses. I present to the people of South Africa, Vote 33, the budget of the Department of Human Settlements. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your presentation of your budget. Before we call on the first speaker, I'd like to welcome all those in the public gallery and say to you, you are most welcome, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay with us and join us whenever you can. Thank you very much for being here with us. Honorable delegates, I now call upon the chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, my homeboy, the Honorable Kaunda, to present his report for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, the House Chairs, the Minister of Human Settlement in our Republic of South Africa, Honorable Simelane, also the Deputy Minister, on Mahambe Hlala, whom I always have a debate with her about her name, about invasion and all of that. But anyway, greetings to my leader. The Honorable MECs, my MEC from KZN, Sebong Mtumbeni, and all other MECs, the Programming Whip, Chief Whip, permanent and special delegates of this House, SALGA delegation, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, it gives me great pleasure to participate in this important debate today. I would like to formally table the report of the Select Committee of COPTA, Public Service and Administration, Human Settlement and Water and Sanitation before this House. I will use this time allocated to me for the benefit of the African National Congress. The People's Movement that delegated me to represent them in this House calls for dedicated time for committee chairpersons to be recognized in the budget debates in our plenaries. Honorable Chair, allow me to dedicate this debate to one of our greatest revolutionary icons who devoted his life to the liberation struggle until his eternal rest. I speak of the former KZN Housing MEC, Honorable Dumsani Magagula Makhaya, who was a true servant to our people. I've been so fortunate to work closely with him in the movement and in government. A particularly memorable occasion was his visit in Ward 57 in Bambai, Inanda, eThekwini municipality during the early 2000s, where I was still a ward councillor. He was responsible and he was also there to officially launch and hand over the project the first housing project of Pambai area, which became the turning point for the development of this area, which is the heart of Mahatma Gandhi settlement, and the next located next to the house of the first president of the ANC, Dr. J.L. Dube, uMafukuzela Onjengelanga. Prior to the democratic breakthrough of 1994, Pambai was one of the most severely underdeveloped informal settlements in the region, characterized by extreme poverty and deprivation. Today, however, the area has been transformed beyond recognition, boasting well-constructed access roads, traffic signals. Kuna marobot lapha ehlalo. Kuna madolobha amanye angakabi nethuba lokuthola amarobot, but ePambai kuna amarobot, the Dube Village Shopping Center, and the two new schools established built by the ANC-led government, namely Kastupa Gandhi Primary School and Inanda Comprehensive High School, the latter of which ranks among the best performing schools in KwaZulu-Natal. Indeed, the lives of the people of Pambai have changed considerably. Though much remains to be done to meaningfully improve the material conditions of our people, particularly on the economic front, it is this reality that necessitates the urgent pursuit of radical socio-economic transformation. In paying his final tribute, President Mbeki recalled Honorable Makhaya's early involvement in the liberation struggle and his unwavering commitment to realizing the African National Congress's vision of a better life for all in the post-apartheid era. The president described him as a man of both thought and action, one who dedicatedly fought for a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. President Mbeki further noted that Honorable Makhaya has discharged his obligations with exceptional determination, skill, courage, boldness, discipline, and also enthusiasm. It is precisely this spirit of determination, skill, discipline, and enthusiasm that underscores the great need for outstanding patriots such as Magagula. We need not one, not two, not 10, but 1,000 of Dumsan Makhayas. MEC Makhaya traveled the length and breadth of our province, tirelessly building houses in informal settlements and deep rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal. And sikubona Mthombeni uyibambe khona lapho kulelo khondolo. We are grateful of the work that you are also doing. Leaving an indelible mark on the lives of the people. His immense contribution to bringing about a transformative social order in the country, as is in the case of the African National Congress, at least African National Congress, at least in Angola, Mozambique, Vietnam, Cuba, and Chile. The counter-revolutionary was exported from outside. The historical task in South Africa is not to further constrain the forces of the national liberation, peace, and social progress, but to unshackle them. The problem is not too little, but too much opposition. I close quote. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government has since democratic breakthrough been always guided by the Freedom Charter, the foundational document that continues to inform the policy direction pursued and implemented in the Republic of South Africa in the advancement of the national democratic revolution. The clause that guides the execution of the constitutional obligation to provide decent shelter to deserving South Africans is, and I quote in the Freedom Charter, "There shall be houses, security, and comfort," close quote. It asserts that all people have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, bring up families in comfort, and that slums shall be demolished. We are very grateful with the work that the Honorable Minister is doing in her department to deal with the slums clearance, especially in the provinces where there are major challenges. The ANC-led government has therefore decided to shift its mandate from housing to human settlement in order to move beyond merely building detached houses, but the holistic human settlement approach that prioritizes spatial integration, economic inclusion, and reliable access to social amenities like schools, roads, clinics, and transport nodes. This policy shift was further inspired by the wise and visionary words of President Nelson Mandela, who proclaimed, and I quote, "We owe it to all the peoples of the subcontinent to ensure that they see in us not merely good leaders waxing lyrical about development, but as the front commanders in the blast furnaces of labor, productive investment, and visible change." I close quote. Honorable Chair, the social wage that the ANC-led government has presented to the people of South Africa can never be matched even by the developed countries in the world. Notwithstanding the challenges that still persist, including poverty and the emergence of corruption as a scourge that intends to reverse our gains, which we are not going to allow it, that is in the Republic of South Africa. The provision of the free basic services like water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse collection for the poor communities is a testimony of the pockets of intervention that have been put in motion to achieve better human settlements. The ANC policies have ensured that we live in a democratic country. Prior to 1994, state-sponsored economic and spatial exclusion kept the African middle class artificially suppressed and exceptionally small. And after 1994, after we've ascended to the positions of power, South Africa saw a dramatic explosion of the African middle strata. Upward mobility driven by progressive legislations, affirmative action, and broad-based Black economic empowerment transformed the middle class from the white domination to the Black African domination. The big elephant in the room remains, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, we can't agree more with you on your analysis and policy posture that requires reforms. In each corner of our country, we are now observing building of new mansions, I call them, even in rural areas. Migration of people who used to own properties in suburbs are now coming back to both semi-rural and deep rural areas. These present economic opportunities, but if not guided, it will reverse the work done in transforming our spatial setup. Municipalities should be engaged by Cogta and Human Settlement to fast-track the process of fully integrating traditional authority areas of Amakosi into the spatial development framework for land use management purposes. The most pressing challenge that remains is the deracialization of the economy, whereby fundamentally altering the patterns of wealth ownership and the means of production by dismantling the untransformed economic structure that continues to exclude the majority of our people, particularly Africans and Blacks in general. Without these fundamental changes, our total liberation cannot be fully realized. It is encouraging to note, however, that through the implementation of free education and early childhood development towards university education, significant strides have been made in turning the tide in favor of our people. Honorable Minister, we are in full agreement that with your analysis and the policy reforms that you have outlined before us as the committee. As we proceed, we therefore call upon the minister to look at the issue of these land use management interventions to ascertain that in areas of Amakosi, at least there is land, and the land audit must be conducted to reserve the land for schools, clinics, malls, parks, and recreational facilities, worship sites, and other social amenities that need to be implemented to ensure that we have fully fledged human settlement. We may be running a risk of building houses of people who do not need such interventions, who just need to be allocated a service sites to build a top structure. So we welcome your intervention to emphasize to municipalities the allocation of service sites instead of building houses for communities who may not be in dire need. But we also urge the department to continue to intervene to the poor communities to give the full package of the settlements. We have been observing the emergence of new developments in our communities. Konopia in Durban, as an example, is the real testimony of human settlement development, which embraces spatial changes which have presented a new city in Durban, which is a mixed-use development where houses are being provided, new school, new clinic, sporting facilities, parks, industrial zone, a new mall, the state-of-the-art infrastructure bridge, roads, which is also complemented by both the provincial department and SANRAL on N2 Mount Eskom interchange. I therefore commit that will bring members of the Select Committee to conduct oversight in the development, Honorable Minister, to see the good work your department is executing. In KZN and in the country, there are catalytic projects that have been implemented, and some of the planning stages are planned in bigger numbers. Honorable Chair, the journey we've traversed in bringing about material changes to the people's lives is undisputable. Since we ascended the position of power after 1994, the ANC continues to take pride to its service delivery record, which we have delivered more than 4.3 houses in the country. Also reserved 1.3 million service sites, as well as 13 million South Africans who became beneficiaries today. They own houses and also being provided with title deeds to ensure the security of tenure. There are challenges on the implementation of this noble program in different municipalities. Among factors that influence delays include availability of land, as you have mentioned them. I would like to encourage all South Africans, especially the youth, to seize the opportunity to get registered on the 20th and 21st of June on the open
Thank you very much,
registration by
Honorable
IEC.
Kaunda. Your time
I thank
has
you,
expired.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I submit.
Honorable delegates, it now gives me pleasure to call upon another one of my homeboys, and that is the MEC for Human Settlements and Transport from KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Duma. Ntombeni, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, there we go.
I'm always automatically getting antagonistic. Thank you for that. On a lighter note, let me greet your good self, Honorable House Chair. You're not delivering, you are being offensive. Let me also greet the Minister, Makucho, Mpembeka Lokotwayo, the DM Mambe Shala, Honorable Member Kaunda, and we are very honored. I think I must just highlight this first, that this department is led by two colossus women. They complement each other. They know the new dimension of how we lead. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Indeed, when you give them a chance, it's always strategic. Thank you so much, Minister, for gracing our shows and presenting this authentic and stronger, restoring dignity. In case I sound like Honorable Kaunda, in case I sound like Honorable Minister, we are singing from the same hymn book. We are deducing this from Freedom Charter, 1955. So it's something that is encapsulating that theorem. So we are not monolithic. It's the reality that we started dreaming about this thing during oppression and during the bad time of our country. Minister Smelane has already discovered a very strategic intervention in fighting against the global warming. This year, on the February the 3rd and 4th, there was an innovative summit, technologies dealing with the issue of building a new intervention. It's something that I thought also deserves a serious round of applause. On behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we thank you, Minister, for all the supporters on executive authority responsible for ensuring that we house the nation. Through your support, we constructed more than 8,835 houses in the last financial year. With this year's allocation, we're aiming at accelerating the construction of houses that we put on hold as a result of the shortage of funds. In addition, the Minister has demonstrated a clear understanding of the fact that many major cities are facing challenges caused by urbanization. In this regard, Minister welcomed 9 billion allocated to metros from Urban Settlements Development Grant. This will undoubtedly strengthen effort aimed at speeding up the provision of bulk infrastructure and service sites. In particular, the victims of flood in eThekwini municipality benefited immensely from the Urban Settlements Development Grant. I don't think the Minister is able to blow her own horn on the role of what has happened at Konopia. This is the only square kilometer area where you are able to find in term of the structure, you are able to find those who are oriented or discovered or identify as capitalist class. You are able to find the middle class. You are also able to find those who are vulnerable, who couldn't afford ordinarily. Honorable Kaunda has already elaborated the semantic understanding of that era. Also, the minister also contributed. It was in the year 2024, Minister, you came into the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you visited that area, and you said we are going to make it happen. Indeed, you've already delivered. Already 113 families are already there, and we are pleading the indulgence that you must come and open that big project that has been identified, coming with the president in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I've already highlighted that those families were affected by the devastating flood of April 2022 are now living in that area. And already on top of that, you went extra mile by identifying and giving us the grant on taking the new project called Montclair, the procurement of that, so where we're able to custom and house our people. We started last week that the relocation of these families to this upmarket area is a display of an efficient integrated approach involving all spheres of government. The Konopia Integrated Human Settlement is being developed on a strategically located land parcel and is 14 years into development cycle. It was also decided to establish the Dube Trade Port, which incorporates the King Shaka International Airport. Importantly, one of the key strategic reasons for the relocation was to establish an integrated multimodal logistic platform that will link the national road and rail systems and to support the seaport of Durban and Richards Bay, with the added value of air infrastructure to accommodate intercontinental widespread. Critical, the basis of the decision to relocate the airport was research that revealed that airports had the potential to shape business location and urban development in the 21st century. We're able to highlight this thing today, Minister, as a result of that. Honorable Mbimbi, Honorable Kaunda has already mentioned that the late ANC spokesperson, who was then at MEC, may his soul rest in peace, Ushombela Dumsan Makai, together with former Mayor of eThekwini, champion efforts to build decent houses in Konopia. Fast forward to 2026, we're accelerating the eradication of legacies of the Group Areas Act of the apartheid system. This act effectively prevented 9 whites from owning properties or even running their business within developed white-owned areas. To date, has been mailed. To date, is harvesting the result. Together with the Minister of Human Settlements, we are changing all of this. I do want to pass a special thank to His Excellency, the President Matamela, on the issue of Presidential eThekwini Working Group. Honorable Minister, in particular, co-chairs, Mr. Mike Mabuyakhulu and DDG, the presidents, Ms. Baleni, for ensuring this become a success story. Project of this special type, Konopia, is the only geographical landmine, as I've already highlighted, that is able just to give us the dream where President Mandela spoke about that it is possible that we could cohabit together as one nation. Phase 1 in Konopia is largely completed with 2,662 breaking new ground houses completed and occupied at 99% transferred. 232 affordable housing units are still to be built, and the balance of 9 residential sites is being developed as we speak. However, I must caution, Honorable House Chair, there is a new thing that is coming where the issue of beneficiaries are able to occupy these houses, but some of them are selling these houses. And some of them are also renting to drug lords, and some of them are even given to illegal immigrants that are doing a lot of things, including the criminal activities. We've already started, we've formulated a team of inspectors who will do covert operations in identifying all the culprits. And at eThekwini, as we speak already, there is one lady who's already been arrested, is in court as we speak, and there were 3 Mozambican who were arrested last week as part of these fraudulent activities in the department. In addition to provide much needed housing of scale consisting of various typologies that include full subsidized unit, particular subsidized gap, affordable housing, rental opportunities, and targeted open market, it is estimated that 43,000 permanent and 387,000 construction jobs will be created over the next 15 to 20 years, Honorable Minister. There were issues where you will find that there are projects who've been halted for different reasons. Amongst of those projects is the issue of Thubaletu. Minister also came there in that era, and she came with a proper solution, because you'll find that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, probably in the country of called South Africa, there are issues that are roles and functions of the municipalities. But we can't just fold our arms and say that the municipality failed when they fail to issue bulk infrastructure. We must do something in terms of the interventions. We've already done that at Tubale. To a certain portion has already been occupied. There is also the issue of Alfred Duma, the issue of Jozini, Nkosum Tuba, all those areas we have just intervened in ensuring that there is a project. Some of our projects for the 2026, as I draw for this thing in the financial year, we intervene where district municipality had failed dismal to provide funding for the provision of bulk infrastructure, which is why I was already highlighting the issue of Melmort and Mtonjane local municipality. We visited the area and the minister has already given us the grant. And in that process, 19 million for the construction of water infrastructure in the area. We've invested millions toward the provision of electricity. As a department, we've already spent 350 million to more than 1.1 billion providing bulk services, which is actually a municipal function. I've already highlighted the issue of Mbulwane, which is in the area Asian Alfred local municipality. We unlock bottleneck there by allocating 9 million for the upgrading of sewer pump. In conclusion, we commit to do work I've highlighted because we know that another requirement of a developmental state is to demonstrate capacity to implement the planned project in time and in an accurate form. The developmental state has a responsibility of ensuring a united focus in the achievement of the outcome for the success story. We understand, Honorable Minister, that the year where there are local government elections become very cumbersome. There will be serious rhetoric. There will be those who will be masquerading as revolutionaries and they are pseudo and they are correct. They won't be coming with any solution. They will be just be saying that they are going to do 1, 2, 3, which is a hogwash. Some have been given a platform and they've failed dismal because it's a financial year that encompasses local government. They will be trying their luck. A luta continue. This government is going to provide now and provide after. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Duma. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's Honorable Dr. Skrio Kokel, who has 7 minutes.
Medulla Sestulo, Honorable Minister, fellow members, and my fellow Suid-Afrikaners, goeiemiddag. Minister, about a year ago, many of us stood in this house calling for your resignation. Many of us were part of that crowd. Now we call on you for accountability, for those who failed to provide everyone with the opportunity to access to adequate housing. The DA, we entered into the government of national unity for one reason only, to help rescue South Africa. We are here to ensure South Africans receive the dignity promised to them in the Constitution adopted in 1996. That is why we are here. Members of this House can stand on this podium and grandstand to play to the crowd, but that will not put a roof over the head of a single South African family. The fact is, Chairperson, since 1994, billions have been lost due to corruption, no consequence management, and poor performance. Now, Chairperson, let me put that money into perspective. Close to 100,000 houses were not built because officials and politicians did not care. Minister, we can debate line items in this budget for hours. We can argue about percentages, allocations, expenditure patterns, but South Africans do not live inside spreadsheets. They ask simple questions. Do I have a roof over my head? Do I have water in my tap? Do I have electricity? Can I drive on safe roads? Can I find work? Can I raise my children with dignity? In Ibibo, in Nigeria, they say, one tree does not make a forest. So without services, you don't have dignity. But at the center of these questions is the Department of Human Settlements, township establishment, informal settlements upgrade, correcting apartheid spatial planning, They are imperative. But none of these progress indicators have value if we do not give South Africans dignity. Minister, regardless of constitutional competencies, spheres of government, you are the head of human settlements in South Africa, and leadership carries responsibility. And every South African understands this principle. If you're 18, if you're 8, if you're 100 years old, when the parents speak, you listen. Responsibility, leadership with accountability. You have the privilege and the authority of leadership. When a report lands on your desk that municipalities are failing, you have the privilege to pick up a phone and say, Executive Mayor, why is this not being fixed? You can call a mayor and ask, why is the family in Kuma still living in asbestos after 11 years without proper water and electricity? You can call the Premier of the Free State and ask, why is G Hostel still not completed after promises that it will be completed in 2024? Why are projects like Dark City and Silver City in Mangaung still incomplete while people continue waiting for dignity? That is your responsibility, Minister. Human settlements is not merely handing over RDP houses and holding ribbon cutting ceremonies. The real strength of human settlements is ownership. It is a title deed. It is a dignity of saying, this house belongs to me. I'm also working towards that dream of one day saying, my home fully belongs to me. That's dignity. That's security. That's ownership. That is what South Africans dream about. And millions of South Africans are still waiting for this opportunity. So this budget cannot be about how many houses were delivered. It must be about whether we're restoring dignity and creating ownership. Because a title deed changes a family's house, family forever, and impacts generations. Minister, we visited projects in the Northwest where over 1,600 housing opportunities were promised, yet barely over 200 were completed. It further proves that the district development model has failed because there was no cooperative government between departments, and who suffers? The people of Matlosana. But there's another reality that we must confront. Contractors continue failing projects, province after province, yet
Good afternoon, honorable members and special delegates. We seem to have lost connectivity to the chamber, but ICT and Sound and Vision are attending to it. We apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you.
opportunity, correcting the spatial injustice of apartheid, and ensuring that every South African has access to a decent standard of living. For many of our people, particularly those living in importance as well. Section 26 of the Constitution guarantees the right to adequate housing. The obligation requires government to progressively realize this right within available resources. Despite the fiscal pressures facing our country, the budget demonstrates government continued commitment to improving the lives of vulnerable communities through housing deliveries and infrastructure development. The department annual performance plan aligns with the medium-term development priorities aimed at reducing poverty, tackling the high cost of living, and building sustainable human settlement. One of the key priorities of the budget is accelerating housing delivery and informal settlement upgrading. The department has committed itself to supporting all 9 provinces and 8 metropolitan municipalities in the upgrading informal settlement through phases 1, 2, and 3 of the National Housing Code. This is critical because informal settlement continues to grow as a result of a rapid urbanization and increasing housing demand. Communities living in informal settlement deserve more than temporary solutions. They deserve dignity, safety, and access to services. Dignity begins with access to clean water, proper sanitation, electricity, roads, and refuse removal. The focus of this budget must therefore not only be the number of houses built, but on the quality and sustainability of human settlement housing development. Must include schools, clinics, transport networks, recreational spaces, and economic opportunities. A house without services is not dignity. A settlement without opportunity is not development. Another important issue addressed by this budget vote is the challenge of housing backlogs and delayed projects. Communities across the countries are frustrated by incomplete housing projects, poor workmanship, and long waiting periods. Some families have waited years for promised housing opportunities while projects remain stalled because of contractors' failures, poor planning, corruption, and administrative delays. The budget recognizes the needs to unblock stalled projects, strengthens oversight, and improve accountability in housing services, housing delivery. We must ensure that the public funds are used effectively and that contractors are held accountable for poor performance. Communities cannot continue waiting decades for promises that never materialize. Deputy Chairperson, the issue of title deeds also requires urgent attention. A title deed is more than just a legal document. It represents ownership, dignity, economic empowerment, and security for families. Without title deeds, beneficiaries cannot fully enjoy the economic value of their homes or transfer wealth to their future generations. The department's commitments to supporting provinces in accelerating title deed registration is therefore welcome. However, stronger coordination is needed between human settlement departments, municipalities, and deeds offices to eliminate administrative backlogs and ensure that qualifying beneficiaries receive legal ownership of their homes. A house without a title deed limits economic empowerment and generational wealth. We must also acknowledge the growing impact of climate change and disaster of human settlement and infrastructure. Floods and severe weather conditions continue to destroy homes, roads, bridges, and municipal infrastructure, particularly in vulnerable and poor communities. Climate change is no longer a future threat. It is already affecting communities today. This budget focuses on disaster response and emergency housing. Interventions is therefore important. However, government must move beyond reactive measures and invest in climate resilient infrastructure and better settlement planning. Infrastructure development remains central to sustainable human settlement. Housing delivery cannot succeed without supporting infrastructure such as roads, water system, sanitation networks, electricity, and public transport. Housing without infrastructure is incomplete development. For this reason, coordination between human settlement, public works, municipalities, and other sectors of government is essential. Too often projects are delayed because departments operate in silos. Approvals are delayed or infrastructure planning is poorly coordinated. Government must function as one integrated system of communities to see meaningful and lasting change. We also welcome the department commitment to strengthen monitoring system, data integrity, and accountability. We cannot manage what we cannot measure. Improved beneficiaries management system, stronger grant monitoring, and real-time project tracking will help eliminate duplication, corruption, and ghost beneficiaries while improving transparency in housing allocation and project implementation. At a time of budget reduction and fiscal pressure, every rent must be accounted for. Every rent lost to corruption is a house lost to a deserving family. There must be a zero tolerance for corruption, weak oversight, and wasteful expenditure. Despite the challenges facing the sector, the budget vote demonstrates a clear commitment to improving the lives of South Africans through housing delivery, infrastructure investment, and integrated development. However, success will not be measured by reports and targets alone. Success will be measured by families moving into safe homes, communities receiving reliable services, young people accessing opportunities closer to where they live, and vulnerable households finally experience dignity and security. This is not time for business as usual. We need urgency. We need accountability. We need capable institutions. And above all, we need delivery. Chairperson, the budget before us represents hope for millions of South Africans who are still waiting for decent housing and basic services. Let us therefore choose delivery over delays, accountability over excuses, and people over politics. For these reasons, we support the human settlement budget vote. Motse re feta wa balala, wa ba rua kgomo re tsena ka ona. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabebo. We now move on to the next presenter who is on the virtual platform, and that is the Honorable MEC for Human Settlements, Public Works and Infrastructure from the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Mani Lusisi, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Health Chair. Greetings to yourself, to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister, all the MECs on the platform, honorable members of the NCOP, representatives from provinces, all government and NCOP officials. Indeed, it is an honor and a privilege for us as the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, the home of legends, to participate in this important debate of the NCOP on the budget vote of the Department of Human Settlements as presented by the Honorable Minister. From the onset, allow me to indicate that the budget and the Minister was clear. It was honest, realistic, firmly anchored on the lived realities and the material conditions of our people. The budget vote tabled by the Minister reflected a deep appreciation of the daily struggles confronting workers and the poor of our country, while simultaneously presenting a practical path towards restoring dignity of our people through sustainable integrated human settlements. In many respects, it gave a true meaning to the long-standing progressive principle of from the people to the people, a principle that demands that governance must always emerge from the aspirations, challenges, and hopes of the masses we serve. We participate in this debate fully conscious of the historic and the transformative responsibility carried by human settlements portfolio in our country. This debate is not merely a procedural parliamentary exercise, but a strategic national platform through which we collectively reflect on the progress we are making in restoring the dignity of our people, in advancing the vision of a just, equal, and humane society. Honorable Deputy Chair, this year marks 30 years since the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, a constitution born out of struggle, sacrifice, and the collective aspirations of millions who longed for freedom, equality, justice, and human dignity. Our democratic constitution remains the supreme expression of our values, of our liberation struggle. It commits us as a nation to heal the division of the past and to build a society founded on the democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, a point correctly and firmly articulated by the Honorable Minister. When the first democratic president of the Republic of South Africa, Utatu Nelson Mandela, signed the Constitution into law 30 years ago, it was not merely an administrative or a ceremonial act. It was a profound political and historical moment that entrenched the obligation of the democratic state to progressively realize the basic rights and freedoms of our people, especially the poor, the marginalized, and the historically dispossessed. It affirmed that the dignity, equality, and freedom of South Africans will no longer remain abstract ideals confined to speeches and declarations, but would become enforceable constitutional commitments backed by the authority of a democratic state. Central to this constitutional commitment is the right of every citizen to have access to adequate housing and to live in conditions consistent with human dignity. The democratic government understood that the struggle for liberation could never be separated from the struggle for land, shelter, and decent living conditions. Housing, therefore, is not simply about brick and mortar. It's about restoring dignity, advancing social justice, and fundamentally transforming the spatial inequalities created by colonialism and apartheid. It is therefore fitting that 30 years later, we gather in this august house to reaffirm the centrality of human settlements in the broader project of social transformation, nation building, and inclusive development. Human settlements remain a strategic instrument through which we confront poverty, inequality, unemployment, and the apartheid spatial legacy that continues to reproduce exclusion and underdevelopment in many of our communities. The Human Settlements Budget Vote remains one of the most important instruments at the disposal of the democratic state in confronting the enduring legacy of colonialism and apartheid spatial justice. For decades, the apartheid regime relegated the Black majority to overcrowded townships, underdeveloped rural villages, and marginalized settlements located far away from the centers of economic opportunity. The democratic government inherited this painful spatial configuration characterized by inequality, underdevelopment, poverty, and social exclusion. It is therefore through this budget vote that we continue to give practical expression to the aspirations of our people as captured in the Freedom Charter, which declared that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The work of building sustainable integrated human settlements is fundamentally about restoring dignity, creating sustainable communities, and ensuring that our people live closer to economic opportunities, social amenities, healthcare facilities, schools, and transport networks. The delivery of integrated human settlements therefore becomes an important pillar of the transformative program led by the democratic government as it brings hope, dignity, social stability, and the tangible dividends of freedom to the millions of South Africans. Human settlements are not merely about construction of houses, they are about building communities, stimulating local economies, creating jobs, empowering women and young people, and fostering social cohesion. In the Eastern Cape, we continue to intensify our efforts towards accelerating the delivery of dignified housing opportunities to our people, particularly the poor, vulnerable, military veterans, persons living with disabilities, women-headed households, and victims of disasters and gender-based violence. Despite the prevailing fiscal constraints and economic pressures, we remain resolute in implementing catalytic and people-centered human settlements programs across the province. Amongst the work we continue to undertake are rural housing projects aimed at restoring dignity in historically neglected communities, the upgrading of informal settlements, the issuing of title deeds to rightful beneficiaries, rectification program, and the revitalization of blocked and stalled projects to ensure that communities finally receive houses that have been delayed for years. We are also prioritizing the provision of bulk infrastructure to unlock sustainable human settlements development, ensuring that housing projects are not delivered in isolation from critical services. Honorable Deputy Chair, one of the strategic interventions we are driving in the Eastern Cape is the strengthening of the collaboration between the Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure under the leadership of the Merge Ministry. This institutional arrangement has enabled us to unlock strategic areas of coordination and integration between infrastructure delivery and human settlements development. Through this collaboration, we are leveraging public infrastructure investment to support integrated spatial transformation, stimulate local economic development, and support Black contractors and emerging enterprises, and expand opportunities for artisanship and skills development amongst our young people. The alignment between the two departments is also assisting us to improve our planning, land identification, project implementation, and infrastructure coordination. In advancing this strategic alignment, the province has also established the Joint Human Settlements Property and Real Estate Forum, which serves as an important platform bringing together government, industry stakeholders, financial institutions, property practitioners, developers, and the built environment professionals. The objective of the forum is to strengthen collaboration in unlocking human settlements investment, addressing barriers to property ownership, expanding access to affordable housing opportunities, promoting inclusive participation within the property and real estate sector. This forum is becoming an important catalyst in driving conversations around spatial justice, investment mobilization, transformation within the property sector, and sustainable urban and rural development. It further assists in strengthening partnerships required to advance the mixed-use development, student accommodation, social housing, township revitalization, and integrated precinct development within the province. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the Eastern Cape, we support the budget vote tabled by the Honorable Minister because it continues to advance the historic mission of building a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and spatially just South Africa. We further welcome the continued support towards informal settlements upgrading, title deed restoration, and the strengthening of institutional capacity within provinces and municipalities. As we move forward, we must continue to strengthen accountability, improve project management capacity, fight corruption and construction mafias, accelerate beneficiary administration systems, and ensure that every cent allocated towards human settlement reaches the intended beneficiaries. The task before us remains enormous, but our collective commitment as a government must remain unwavering. Together, we must continue to build sustainable human settlements that restore dignity and deepen democracy and improve the quality of life of our people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for your inputs in this debate. We now move on to the next speaker, who is also on the virtual platform, and that is Honorable Kennedy, who has 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and honorable members on the virtual platform, fellow South African. Honorable Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed human settlement budget vote. The EFF rejects the budget vote of a department that is known only for its planning documents, while millions of South Africans continue to live in shacks, asbestos houses, and structures, overcrowded hostels, hijacked buildings, and unsafe informal settlement. This is from a department that is mandated to provide dignified human settlement, special justice, and secure tenure. And on that question, this department has failed. Chairperson, it has been 32 years after democracy, yet the housing crisis continues to deepen, leaving millions stranded in informal settlements and hazardous structures that continue to expand faster than the state can respond. Thousands of housing projects remain blocked, incomplete, abandoned, or structurally defective, and communities across all rural provinces continue to live under collapsing mud houses while government officials sit in air-conditioned boardrooms drafting yet another framework and review process. Honorable Chairperson, this department claims to want to build sustainable and integrated human settlement, yet apartheid spatial geography remains intact, and the poor are still pushed to the periphery, far from economic opportunities, transport networks, schools, clinics, and social amenities. And the so-called integration agenda has become nothing more than policy rhetoric, while land in urban centers remains captured by private interest, properties, speculators, and historical privilege. Chairperson, the EFF maintains that genuine human settlements transformation requires radical state intervention in land ownership, urban restructuring, and public housing development, for the market cannot resolve the housing crisis. Banks cannot become instruments of social justice. Private developers cannot be entrusted with the constitutional obligation of housing the people. Honorable members, this report correctly raises concern about blocked and incomplete housing projects, but it fails to appreciate the scale of the crisis. Across all provinces, communities are trapped inside unfinished developments with collapsing walls, leaking roofs, absent sanitation infrastructure, and unsafe electrical connections. We know this to be true, as in Mpumalanga, residents there continue to suffer from incomplete projects and poor workmanship. In Steve Tshwete local municipality, there are informal settlements and housing backlogs that remain unresolved while the department continue recycling promises. In Emakazeni Extension 11, incomplete housing projects stand as monuments of state failure. And in Limpopo, a province that is predominantly rural, a major ongoing crisis is the presence of unsafe mud houses, which are highly vulnerable to extreme weather. Limpopo keeps getting hit by heavy seasonal rains and terrible floods, which damage or completely wash away homes especially the ones built right near riverbanks. This, while the provincial government shifts its limited housing budget away from long-term projects to fund emergency shelters, temporary housing, and complicated relocation plans. Chairperson, recent legislative and oversight reports indicate that the Limpopo provincial housing backlog currently sits at over 96,000 units, a figure that continues to grow due to budget constraints and delays caused by non-performing contractors. The backlog is so bad that reports note that it will take nearly 2 decades for it to clear at the current rate of delivery. And our people are frustrated because of system loopholes and cheating on the housing waiting list. And across the country, communities wait years for the deeds while corruption syndicates manipulate beneficiary lists. Chairperson, Limpopo's backlog is part of a much wider issue, as reports from this department estimate that South Africa's overall housing backlog affects millions of households, with over 3.4 million registered on the National Housing Needs Database. The EFF, therefore, further raises serious concern regarding the continued death and injuries caused by unfinished and unsafe infrastructure. Children continue to die in sinkholes and hazardous construction sites because of state negligence and poor project management. These are not accidents. They are the consequence of corruption, poor oversight, and political incompetence. Chairperson, the report touches on construction mafias and extortion, but the response remains weak and cosmetic. The emergence of criminal syndicate in construction is directly linked to the collapse of state capacity, weak law enforcement, tender corruption, and political patronage networks. Communities are now trapped between corrupt contractors, criminal extortionists, and a paralyzed state. Honorable Chairperson, this department often also speaks about disaster management and emergency housing, yet community affected by floods and fires continue waiting years for intervention. The centralization of disaster funding has created bureaucratic paralysis. Provincial and local governments lack capacity, while affected families remain displaced indefinitely. The EFF, therefore, outrightly rejected the continued building of houses on floodplains, wetlands, and riverbanks without proper spatial planning and engineering assessment. And we reject the budget of a department which treats people as disposable population, relocating them to environmentally unsafe areas while affluent communities enjoy properly planned infrastructure. Climate change demands a new housing approach. South Africa requires climate resilient housing with proper drainage system, energy efficiency, durable materials, water harvesting infrastructure, and integrated public transport planning. Yet, this APP contains no bold and measurable climate adaptation program for vulnerable communities. Chairperson, the continued existence of asbestos roofs and mud houses in this 2026 is a national shame. It is an indictment against the democratic state. Asbestos continues to expose poor families to deadly health risks, while government delays eradication through endless pilot programs and fragmented intervention. To this effect, we demand fully funded national asbestos eradication program with annual provincial targets, emergency replacement of all mud schools and mud houses in a rural province. We demand direct labor-intensive state-led construction programs employing local communities and the establishment of state-owned construction entities to reduce dependency on private entrepreneurs. And on immediate blacklisting of contractors' response for defective and incomplete housing. We demand public release of all forensic investigation reports into housing corruption and criminal prosecution of all officials involved in maladministration and irregular expenditure. We call for mandatory post-project structural audits before houses are handed over to beneficiaries and value for money assessment on all catalytic projects. We demand a national contractor reliability index to prevent recycling failed contractors across provinces. Honorable members, the issue of title deeds cannot be separated from economic freedom. Without secure tenure, Black working class families remain excluded from meaningful economic participation. Yet government continues treating title deed restoration as a bureaucratic exercise rather than an urgent socio-economic intervention. But even title deeds alone are not enough. The EFF warns against reducing housing transformation into ownership transfer without ensuring economic infrastructure, jobs, transport connectivity, healthcare facilities, schools, recreation spaces, and industrial development around human settlement. Human settlement must not become warehouses for the poor. Chairperson, the review of the PI Act must also not become a reactionary mechanism to criminalize poverty and homelessness. The rise in land occupations reflects the failure of the state to provide adequate housing and urban land access. Poor people occupy land because they are desperate, excluded, and abandoned. The EFF support dignified and lawful urban management, but we reject any attempt to weaponize legislation against the poor while the state itself fails to meet constitutional obligation. Until the housing question is approached as a revolutionary instrument for economic emancipation rather than a narrow welfare function, South Africa will continue reproducing apartheid geography under democratic management. The EFF reject the budget vote and this whole performance plan. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. We now move on to the next participant in this debate, and that's the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs from Limpopo, the Honorable Makamu, for 10 minutes, also on the virtual platform.
Thanks very much, House Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Mete Mbisi Melani, to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Kaunda, my colleagues from executive councils from other sister provinces which are here virtually and physically at the NCOP House, honorable members of this august fellow South African. It is an immense privilege to stand before this plenary today to join the policy debate on budget vote number 33 of human settlement. I stand here to speak for the resilient people of Limpopo, a province that is no longer a sleeping giant, but fully awake, active and moving forward into a trajectory of growth and dignity. Our work on the built environment is guided by our historical convent. 32 years into our democracy, we carry the weight of promises made by the giants of our liberation struggle. We remain firmly anchored in the immortal words of the Freedom Charter, which declares there shall be housing, security, and comfort, as also said by MEC Duma in this platform. To understand the soul of our mission, we must look back at the vision of the very first Minister of Housing in our democratic dispensation, the late Comrade Joe Slovo. Minister Slovo famously reminded us that housing is not just about putting a bricks and mortar together. He insisted that our housing program must be an instrument to break back the poverty, create employment, restore human dignity. Today, as we debate this appropriation bill, we are here to declare that the spirit of Comrade Joe Slovo lives on in villages, townships, and towns in Limpopo. Honorable House Chair, I'm proud to report that the Limpopo legislature has turned the corner. Our country is no longer yet one of the recovery. It is a story of accent. It is in the previous year. I stood before the provincial legislature and committed that our department will deliver 2,923 housing units across rural and urban landscapes. Today, I bring a message of victory to this National House. We did not just meet the target, we shattered it. Through hard work, dedication, and strategic injection of additional funds from the provincial treasury and from the National Department of Human Settlement, we completed 4,532 quality housing units, surpassing our target by almost 1.6. These are not just numbers on the ledger or on paper. These numbers represent human lives transformed. They represent child-headed households that have now roof over their heads, the grandmothers who no longer sleep in fear. Our focus is strictly on quality. Earlier this year, heavy thunderstorms tore through Mbaula village, destroying privately built structures. Yet, our government-built houses stood tall and firm against the wind and rain. This proves that we do not compromise on the safety and dignity of our people. Furthermore, we delivered 1,162 sites, as the minister was talking, directly improving the access of basic water and services and providing land. This performance is backed by stellar fiscal discipline, as we spent almost 99.8% of the Human Settlement Development Grant and full 100% of our informal settlement upgrading partnership grant. We are the department that spends its budget on its people. Our Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, has consistently charged us with a clear directive. She reminds us that development is about people and that public office is an opportunity to look our citizens in the eye and deliver on the promises we have made. In line with her call for caring and response government, we have made great strides in restoring human dignity through major flagship projects. Look at the Also State project, Joe Slovo Integrated Residential Development in Lipalan. The massive catalytic project is designed to address diverse needs through the multi-phase strategic approach. We have successfully completed 200 housing units that now our people are occupying. We are busy working with the services. We're also moving with speed to address density and urbanization. The installation of service engineering services to our Chikota Community Residential Project in Makado has reached 95% complete and will yield 118 high-quality units. In Marapo, 514 community residential units are at the final completion stage. With street paving currently underway, we also registered and hand over 1,500 title deeds to our people through our Title Deeds Friday, as led by our capable minister. Honorable Speaker, our drive to build a better communities is also enriched by global insights through our participation in the 13th World Urban Forum held in Baku in Azerbaijan, focusing on the theme, Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities. South Africa, led by Minister Thembisa Milan, engaged in robust international knowledge sharing on sustainable urbanization. We have brought home global best practice, focus on smart infrastructure, resilient urban planning, and inclusive community formalization. We are actively integrating these lessons into daily operations in Limpopo to improve our provisions of human settlement. This is an international benchmark. Ensure that our housing solution are not immediate shelters, but forward-thinking, resilient communities capable of thriving in a rapidly growing world. In fact, of this tragedy, the people of Limpopo showed the true definition of spirit of Ubuntu. As President Ramaphosa accurately noted, that the response to the disaster requires everybody else. We cannot do this work in isolation with the Department of Corporate Governance, Human Settlement and Tradition. We knew that our local government is the front line of our democracy. We are working hand in glove with our municipalities to ensure that they have the capacity to build sustainable human settlement. Honorable Minister, the Limpopo Province government values your leadership, your presence, and your continued support. The budget have presented today provides the necessary resources. Limpopo completely and unequivocally support the budget vote 33 for human settlement. Let us match our words with action. Let us protect the dignity of our people, and let us continue to build a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Makamu. We then move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that is Honorable Nsimande for 8 minutes.
No, good afternoon, Minister and the Deputy Minister. Ngibingelela abahlezi phezulu, ngibingelele umphakathi olalele le debate. Namhlanje inkulumo empikiswane ingokuthi le budget vote 33 izoshintsha yini impilo zabantu. Usukuleleke ubucwembana mangabe wena usakhuluma ngebaseline information. Njenge-speaker nje siqeda ukukhuluma. Sisiza for as information for planning. I-debate yethu ke thina siwumkhonto izolala ekuthenini sikhombise ukuthi le budget vote ngempela ayizoyishintsha impilo zabantu. It presents fundamental weaknesses that attracts impossibility for continued performance improvement. Honorable Chairperson, the crisis of housing settlement in South Africa revolves around poor planning, inadequate budgeting and execution of the plans. The plan before this August House. In fact, it evades accountability. The obligation of the department is reduced through these plans to provide support, monitoring, and to reports, instead of measurable service delivery outcomes such as actual houses delivered, title deeds issued, and informal settlement upgraded. This occurs whilst millions of South Africans continue living in informal settlement, backyard shacks, and mud houses. Millions of rands were wastefully spent on abandoned incomplete projects. The APP confirms that the reduced targets are due to their own choice of tightening the belt. Uyabona mangabe ubona bebala bekuvumela okwazi minister ukuthi hayi konakele. Uyabona bavele baphuma bonke nje ngobala labo basebeshiya abantu abanebali efana nathi. Mangaqalaza nje angazi noma benza i-workout noma benzani. The NDP integrated sustainable human settlement close to economic opportunities is a dream deferred. Fully subsidized housing delivered drops to just 28,000 houses in 2025 from more than 41,000 previously. Service sites also declined sharply, and at the same time, when our people bezakhela nje izindlu, lo hulumeni wenu ohambisana nalabantu abamhlophe ngengisabasho uvele nje uyodilisa izindlu zabantu Siyakhala ngabantu sinani bantu baseTon ville, sinani bantu base Pretoria West, sinani bantu base Bhongweni le Eastern Cape. Angithi phela sebalala ngubo yenye nalabantu. The plan sets unrealistic targets. Oh, what a contradiction. Setting ambitious targets against 20.6 billion budget cuts. The sharp reduction affecting USDG signifies unrealistic planning. The department's own document reveals static expenditure growth over the MTF period, whereas construction costs continue rising. Urban migration increases, land and housing demand are rapidly growing. The budget does not match the scale of crisis. The department also continues to increase operational expenditure while the delivery slows down. Millions continue being spent on consultants, travel, and advisory services while communities continue living in unsafe conditions. When the minister responded to my question in March 2026 on a breakdown of mud houses per province, the minister provided a breakdown, but with the exception of KZN and KwaZulu-Natal. And the reason was that they had not conducted enumeration to determine the number of inhabited mud structures, meaning no approved plans for these provinces. Despite the absence of credible data, the minister herein affirmed that for Eastern Cape, 1.1 billion is set aside over MTF period to deal with mud houses. How will the financial accountability be done in the absence of plans? Costing plans without credible data is done for malicious compliance. Yabona le genuine agency and proper planning in dealing with disaster. Awubuke nje lapha KwaZulu-Natal from December 2022 to December 2025 kwasetshenziswa imali engaphezulu ku-1.3 billion for imindeni nje o-1062. Leyo mali ngabe yenza imizi eminingi kakhulu. The APP further lacks strong accountability measures, risk mitigation strategies, and clear explanation on how targets will be achieved under reduced cut budget. Several grammar formatting, I don't want you to get to it when you look at the plan. No professionalism. The document failed to provide sound outcome-based indicators, clearer implementation plan, and a more convincingly delivered narrative before being presented to Parliament. The informal settlement upgrading partnership grant declined drastically over the medium term while informal settlement continue expanding. Begele KwaZulu-Natal, Bege Mpumalanga nala Western Cape. There's a clear misalignment between output and output indicators throughout the APP, and consequently overall objectives of the department cannot be achieved in a situation like this. Owing to limited time, let me just raise few important points. Program one ubuke nje ngendlela bayicouche kabi ngakhona. This is an enabler program. If it's incorrectly couched, department cannot achieve its core objective. There is a clear misalignment between the output and output indicator. Annual finance statements free from errors and mismanagement cannot be an output of an output indicator for unqualified audit with no material findings. The latter talks to cooperative governance and promote financial accountability in the broader sense, unlike the annual statements free from errors and mismanagement and misstatement. Similarly, quarterly assessment conducted on performance of human settlement grant metros ISUPG, and so as its own output indicator, both incorrectly couched, and is intended to evade accountability. The correct output should be produced quarterly assessment report conducted on performance of human settlement grant metros ISUPG. Then the correct and sound output indicator is a number of quarter assessment reports produced on the performance of human settlement grant conducted. Clearly, that shall provide sufficient and relevant information for accountability, including quarterly expenditure report on the specific grant-related project. This is to track expenditure on the grant provided. Ngoba sengishaye isikhathi, ithi ngivele ngikusho lokhu ukuthi sasithi masicula nabo laba kuyoba njani sesihleli noThambo sesiwabona beginqika. Ngihlangane noMantashe ehambela no SG wenye inhlangano Sebecula bethi ke banjani bebona umkhonto ugingqika sebehleli no Fairfoot.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. Unfortunately, we can't hear the end of that particular story. Good afternoon, honorable delegates. The next speaker at the podium is the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, and we'd like to welcome the Honorable Mohammed Lala. The new speech or the same as last year?
What had?
It's my PhD. Yes.
The new one.
It's the no. It's my PhD proposal. You must listen to it. It's very nice.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Honorable Mxolisi Kaunda, the Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Thembisi Melane, all MECs present, honorable members in this august house and on the virtual platform, the DG of National Department of Human Settlements, Dr. Alec Moemi, fellow South Africans, Mandini Bulise Ngalenjigalanga. Honorable House Chairperson, today, as we gather beneath the democratic mantle of this august house, South Africa marks 30 years since the adoption of our democratic constitution, 50 years since the historic Soweto Youth Uprising of 1976, and 70 years since the historic Women's March of 1956. These defining milestones remind us that the struggle for freedom has always been inseparable from the struggle for dignity, land, shelter, and inclusion. Human settlements, therefore, remains one of the most powerful instruments of social and economic transformation, through which government continues to dismantle apartheid spatial patterns, expand access to opportunity, and empower women, youth, and emerging enterprises to participate meaningfully in rebuilding our nation. At its core, the work of human settlements is about reversing the legacy of exclusion and inequality imposed by the apartheid. It is about ensuring that poor and working class communities are no longer pushed to the margins of development, but are integrated into centers of opportunity, economic participation, and democratic life. Honorable members, as we debate Budget Vote 33, our hearts remains with the families affected by devastating floods and severe weather conditions across parts of the country, particularly in the province of the Western Cape. It would be remiss of me not to place on record our appreciation to the officials of the National Department of Human Settlements who acted with agency and compassion, cutting through bureaucratic delays to bring relief to affected communities. We equally extend our gratitude to the gift of the givers for their continued humanitarian support through the provision of hot meals, blankets, clothing to vulnerable households, etc. These disasters are a stark reminder that climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality, confronting poor and vulnerable communities every day. Through the emergency housing program, we continue to provide temporary accommodation, relocation support, and the restoration of damaged structures beyond emergency response. However, our responsibility is to build climate-resilient human settlements capable of withstanding future disasters and protecting the dignity of our people. Through the innovative building technologies, the Department of Human Settlements is embracing fast, safer, and more sustainable methods of construction. The recent Innovative Building Technologies Presidential Summit confirmed that these technologies are no longer experimental, alternatives, but a necessary component of modern housing delivery. Our government is now institutionalizing these technologies within the mainstream human settlements program to accelerate delivery, strengthen disaster response capability, support localization, and create economic opportunities for women, youth, and emerging enterprises. The value of innovative building technologies is evident in Limpopo, where 2 IBT houses withstood severe disaster conditions that destroyed surrounding structures, providing safe and protection to the families they sheltered. Honorable House Chairperson, we are encouraged by the recent progress in KwaZulu-Natal under the stewardship of MEC Siboniso Duma. Following the commitment made by all three spheres of government to provide permanent solutions for victims of 2022 floods, tangible progress is now being realized. Last week, we witnessed the relocation of 113 households from transitional emergency accommodation into permanent homes in Konobia. These are families who endured immense hardship following the floods of 2022. Plans are further underway to complete an additional 450 housing units in Konobia by March 2027. To reduce over-reliance on private sector in disaster response interventions, the department, through the Housing Development Agency, acquired the Transnet-owned Montle Lodge facility. Its refurbishment and operationalization will provide dignified emergency accommodation while strengthening the province's preparedness and response capability in the face of increasingly unpredictable weather patterns affecting our country. As we commend KZN's response to the 2022 floods, we urge the Western Cape Provincial Government to follow suit and ensure recent victims receive decent permanent shelter without delay. Despite a constrained fiscal environment and reductions across parts of human settlements budget, we remain firmly focused on delivery, implementation, and accountability. House Chairperson, our people do not live in policy documents or reports. They live in communities. They wait for houses, service sites, title deeds, water, sanitation, electricity, and safe living conditions. For the 2026-2027 financial year, we will accelerate delivery across the entire human settlements value chain, including the completion of more than 38,000 housing opportunities and over 25,000 service sites across provinces and municipalities. The Department of Human Settlements is also intensifying efforts to unblock blocked projects. And blocked projects represent more than delayed construction. It represents delayed dignity, trapped public resources, and broken promises to communities. We therefore move projects from planning to occupation with agency, discipline, and consequence management where necessary. Honorable members, we remain committed to the upgrading of informal settlements through the Informal Settlements Upgrade Partnership Grant. This program is not merely about infrastructure provision. It is about restoring dignity, strengthening social cohesion, and ensuring that poor communities are not excluded from opportunity and development. Title Deeds restoration remains central to the program of social justice and economic empowerment. Through the Title Deeds Friday campaigns, the department has handed more than 81,000 title deeds to beneficiaries across the country. A title deed is not simply a document. It is security, ownership, dignity, and generational wealth. Honorable members, SHRA continues to demonstrate that affordable rental housing is central to spatial and inclusive economic growth. During the year under review, SHRA delivered more than 3,000 social housing units and facilitated over 12,000 job opportunities whilst expanding access to dignified rental accommodation for working class. A few weeks ago in Mitchell's Plain, Walterfred and Valley, we launched the housing units. This occasion was not only a celebration of a completed housing project, it is a demonstration of government in action, working deliberately to fulfill its constitutional mandate to progressively realize the right to access adequate housing for all. Regent Villas Extension 2 stands as a clear outcome of the policy direction set out in the White Paper of Human Settlements and the Social Housing Program, which seeks to restructure our cities, integrate communities, and bring people closer to opportunities. This development affirms that our work is not abstract. It is tangible, measurable, and directly felt in the lives of our people. This project, located in Weltevreden, as I said earlier, forms part of a broader phase approach to development. Phase 1 delivered 104 units, Phase 2 60 units, Phase 3 contributed an additional 110 units to the housing stock of this community. This steady expansion reflects a deliberate programmatic approach by our government to scale delivery in a sustainable and coordinated manner. The total project investment of over 50 million, supported through the Consolidated Capital Grant, National Housing Finance Corporation funding, and equity from Povicon, demonstrate the strength of our funding model. It reflects how national government and development finance institutions collaborate to leverage resources for maximum impact. This especially evident in the story of a young family, both parents just 30 years old, who had recently moved into their home with their one-year-old daughter, a moment that truly embodied the impact of this project. Similar, NHFC continues to expand pathways to home ownership for missing middle working South Africans who earn too much to qualify for fully subsidized housing, yet too little to access adequate finance without support. Through First Home Finance and related programs, thousands of households continue to access affordable opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, following the George Building collapse, we committed through the NHBRC to implement every recommendation in the report. That plan is now 67.5% complete with all interventions. Transforming the real estate industry remains our priority, and it requires both public and private sector commitment. Through the programs implemented by PPRA, we have partnered with KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environment Affairs, Service SETA, and Smile Property Group. We launched a real estate training program targeting women, youth, and persons with disabilities. It is the first of its kind in the province and creates structured pathways in the property sector. We also running professional designation support programs to prepare new entrants for the PDE level 4 exams while embedding ethics, standards, and sustainable. Building on this success, we will replicate the model in the province of Mpumalanga this year. Honorable members, our democratic state continues to honor those who secured its freedom. Housing for qualifying military veterans is not charity. It is recognition, gratitude, and the fulfillment of a moral debt. We continue to work with the Department of Military Veterans under our MOA. This year, we reaffirm our commitment to delivering dignified shelter for those who fought for our freedom. As Minister Simelane and Minister Motshekga stressed at the recent KZN handover, this work demands agency and administrative discipline. Our veterans deserve more than thanks, they deserve visible delivery. Honorable Chairperson, the struggle for housing justice has always been deeply political. It is about restoring humanity to those who apartheid sought to dispossess and marginalize. It is about affirming that the children of the poor deserve safety, dignity, ownership, and hope. As the late Joe Slovo reminded us that, I quote, "It is not enough to remove the shuttles. We must build new structures," close quote. This budget vote is therefore not merely an allocation of resources. It is an investment in dignity, transformation, and the future of our people. It is for this reason that we urge honorable members to support Budget Vote 33 of Human Settlements, not reject the budget vote and later make demands. It is very much contradictory. It can never be done. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, the next debater will be participating online. It's the Honourable Wessels, who is the Western Cape Province's chairperson of the Standing Committee on Infrastructure. Honourable Wessels, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honourable members. The Western Cape welcomes this opportunity to participate in today's Human Settlements Budget Vote debate. This debate takes place at a critical moment for South Africans' housing and infrastructure environment, because the pressure of human settlements are no longer isolated pressures. They are converging pressures. Population growth, rapid urbanization, infrastructure backlogs, fiscal constraints, migration into economic centers, informal settlements growth, land invasions, construction inflation, and even an uneven municipal capabilities. All of these pressures are colliding simultaneously, and it's becoming increasingly clear that South Africa's housing challenge can no longer be approached through a fragmented short-term response alone. Chairperson, the Western Cape's position is clear. Human settlements delivery must increasingly become infrastructure-led, systems-based, and readiness-driven, because housing delivery cannot be separated from bulk infrastructure, transport systems, water security, sanitation capacity, economic access, and long-term spatial planning. If these systems are disconnected, delivery slows, projects stall, costs escalate, and communities lose confidence in government. That is why the Western Cape has increasingly focused its reform agenda on integrated infrastructure coordination and a long-term pipeline planning. Chairperson, one of the most important lessons emerging from across the country is that funding alone does not guarantee delivery. Readiness matters, planning maturity matters, governance matters, implementation capability matters, and increasingly, infrastructure funding must align with credible, sequenced, implementation-ready project pipelines. That is why the Western Cape continues advancing in a single infrastructure pipeline approach that strengthens coordination from project conception to feasibility, to approvals, financing, procurement, and implementation, because fragmented planning produces fragmented outcomes. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is proving that this approach works. In the 24-25 financial year, across the Western Cape, Department of Infrastructure delivered 6,515 title deeds against a target of 2,900. A massive overachievement driven by advanced efficiencies, data-driven processes, and improved project management. Between 2015 and 16 and 24-25, the province has delivered a total of 78,851 title deeds. For the 26-27 financial year, we aim to transfer nearly 4,500 title deeds, allocating nearly 25 million to this purpose. Chairperson, this is what readiness looks like. This is what delivery capability produces. Chairperson, the Western Cape also believes that procurement reform must become a national priority. Communities do not experience policy frameworks. They experience whether projects are completed or not. Delays caused by procurement inefficiencies, weak contract management, disputes, fragmented approval systems, and implementation bottlenecks affect service delivery outcomes. This is why the Western Cape continues to support procurement modernization, stronger project preparation, improved reporting systems, real-time monitoring capabilities, and enhanced implementation oversight. Because ultimately, budgets only matter when it becomes delivery. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is delivering on the ground. Five major inner city housing projects are progressing well. The Lulu precinct will deliver 853 housing opportunities, which includes 353 social housing units. Founders Garden, 1,476 social housing opportunities and 1,162 open market opportunities. The PPTL development will deliver 310 housing opportunities, including 120 social housing opportunities. Helen Bell, 458 housing opportunities, including 302 social housing opportunities. And the Tafelberg site is expected to deliver approximately 440 units, including 220 social housing units. Critically, occupancy is expected within 3 years following the handover to these developers. In the 24-25 financial year alone, the Western Cape has delivered 2,188 affordable housing opportunities through the social housing program and the first home finance subsidy. Chairperson, the Western Cape believes that South Africa must begin engaging more seriously with the future structure of investment of infrastructure and housing grants. One of the greatest contradictions within the current system is while housing demand continues to rise rapidly, municipal conditional grant underspending remains persistently high. At the same time, many high-growth secondary cities continue to carry enormous pressure from inward migration, informal settlement expansion, bulk infrastructure constraints, and increasing demand for service sites and housing opportunities. That is why the Western Cape has actively advanced discussions around targeted reform of the Urban Settlements Development Grant, the USDG. The Western Cape believe that there is growing merit in exploring performance-based allocation approaches, while target pilot windows for high-growth secondary cities or limit top-slice models linked directly to delivery capability and infrastructure pipeline readiness. Because funding should increasingly follow demonstrated readiness and implementation capability. That is not about weakening accountability. It is about improving the delivery outcomes. It is about ensuring that infrastructure investment translates into service sites, accelerated delivery, economic inclusion, and restored public confidence. Chairperson, the Western Cape further believes that capable municipalities with strong governance and proven delivery records should increasingly be empowered to accelerate infrastructure-led development. At the same time, municipalities facing capacity constraints require stronger intergovernmental support, because not all municipalities possess the same technical capacity, engineering capability, procurement expertise, or project management systems. This means municipal support and coordination mechanism must improve substantially. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is demonstrating what capable municipalities can achieve. The Mossel Bay desalination plant, commissioned at 200 million with capacity to produce up to 10 megaliters per day, provides a critical safety net through drought, supplying nearly 45% of the municipality's daily water consumption. This is forward-thinking governance and climate resilience. The Provincial Housing Rental Tribunal has resolved more than 13,250 complaints since 2020, with nearly doubling from 1,900 to 3,330 over the past 5 years. This is accessible justice for tenants and landlords. The Provincial Department of Infrastructure facilitate over 189 million 189 million rand in direct benefits to small, medium, and micro enterprises through 2,143 infrastructure projects, with 13 supply engagement events connecting 1,166 service providers. This is inclusive economic growth. The province overhauled 488 kilometers of provincial road network in 2024 and 2025, a distance longer than a trip from Cape Town to Knysna. The Roads for You mobile app empowers residents to report road damage directly. This is a citizen-centered infrastructure management tool. And more than 48 million rand has been invested in youth development programs, providing 3,288 young people with opportunity in the built environment.
Thank you very much, Honourable Wessels. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honourable delegates, staying online, we'll now go home to Gauteng, and it's the turn of the Gauteng MEC for the Human Settlements, the Honourable Motara. Honourable Motara, also 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, to members of the NCOP, the Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, my colleagues, MECs from the various provinces, special delegates, Chief Whip of the NCOP, members of the media, good afternoon. The human settlement sector continues to sit at the center of some of the most pressing challenges facing our country today. Every year, more people arrive in Gauteng in search of opportunity, work, safety, and a better future for their families. With that reality comes a growing demand for housing, basic services, and communities that are properly planned and connected to economic opportunity. For many of our people, the question of human settlements is still deeply tied to dignity. It speaks to a young family raising children in a safe environment, an elderly resident finally holding a title deed in their own name, and communities in informal settlements who should not feel forgotten while waiting for proper sanitation, safer roads, water, electricity, and long-term housing solutions. More than 30 years into democracy, the spatial inequalities created by apartheid still shape the daily realities of millions of South Africans. Many working-class residents still live far from places of work, economic activity, and social services. As government, we therefore cannot treat housing delivery as just the construction of top structures. We must continue using human settlements as a tool for spatial transformation, economic inclusion, and social justice. That is why our work as the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements stays centered on building integrated communities where people can live closer to opportunity, public transport, schools, healthcare, and economic activity. The reality facing provinces today also requires stronger coordination between national, provincial, and local government. Many of the challenges affecting delivery, including land availability, bulk infrastructure constraints, township establishment processes, and municipal approvals, cannot be resolved by one sphere of government acting alone. As Gauteng, we therefore continue supporting stronger intergovernmental coordination to improve planning, implementation, and accountability across the human settlement sector. Within the current budget framework, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has been allocated resources to continue implementing housing programs, upgrading informal settlements, and supporting communities across the province. We have a responsibility not only to account for the resources allocated to us, but also to show meaningful progress in improving implementation capacity within the sector. In Gauteng, the department has continued working to strengthen governance, stabilize project delivery, and improve operational performance across key programs. In the last financial year, the department exceeded its annual housing delivery target by delivering 7,976 housing units against a target of 7,503. The department also exceeded targets relating to work opportunities, construction-related jobs, and municipal engineering services. These improvements do not suggest that all challenges have been resolved. However, they do indicate steady progress in rebuilding institutional capacity, improving financial management, and strengthening implementation within the department. Allow me to highlight a few areas where the funding will continue to make a difference. On our informal settlements, one of our greatest realities confronting government today is still the growth of informal settlements and the increasing demand for basic services. For many residents living in informal settlements, of which Gauteng accounts for many, the immediate concern is not only access to permanent housing, but access to sanitation, roads, drainage systems, electricity, and safer living conditions, while longer-term housing solutions are being implemented. In Gauteng, the department continues supporting upgrading interventions, temporary municipal engineering services, and sanitation programs in partnership with municipalities and affected communities themselves. The continued investment into informal settlement upgrading remains critical if we are serious about improving living conditions while simultaneously addressing the broader housing backlog facing provinces across the country. Chairperson, the question of housing is also linked to economic inclusion and ownership. For many families, receiving a title deed represents long overdue recognition, security, and the transfer of a meaningful asset to future generations. It allows working-class South Africans to participate more meaningfully in the economy and strengthens long-term household stability. While government continues facing challenges relating to township establishment processes, municipal approvals, and beneficiary verification, the restoration of title deeds remains an important area requiring continued collaboration across all spheres of government. Honorable members, the condition of many hostels and older rental housing stock across the country also continues to reflect the deep inequalities that still exist within our urban spaces. As a department, we will continue to revitalize the hostels that we own and with maintenance interventions aimed at improving living conditions and restoring dignity to residents who have historically experienced neglect and overcrowding. These interventions are important not only from an infrastructure perspective, but from a social perspective as well, particularly in ensuring that urban renewal programs contribute towards safer and more dignified communities. The human settlement sector also remains an important driver of economic activity and employment creation. Across provinces, housing and infrastructure projects continue creating opportunities for contractors, artisans, SMMEs, and local labor. The department exceeded targets relating to both construction-related jobs and EPWP-linked work opportunities during the previous financial year. At the same time, more work still needs to be done to strengthen the participation of township businesses, women-owned enterprises, and youth within procurement opportunities linked to the sector. A lot of progress has been made within the department over recent years, which shows the importance of strengthening governance, improving financial accountability, and supporting institutional stability within the public sector. Annual performance has continued improving compared to previous years, while expenditure performance has also strengthened significantly. Communities expect government not only to develop plans and policies, but to implement effectively, spend responsibly, and deliver visible improvements in people's daily lives. That responsibility continues resting on all of us across every sphere of government. Chairperson, the challenges facing the human settlement sector remain significant, but so too does the responsibility placed upon government to continue driving spatial transformation and improving the living conditions of our people. As provinces, we must continue working together with national government, municipalities, and communities themselves to ensure that human settlements delivery remains responsive to the realities confronting our society today. Ultimately, the work before us is about restoring dignity, expanding access to opportunity, and ensuring that future generations inherit communities that are safer, more inclusive, and better connected to economic opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Motara. The debate will now return to the chamber, and it's the turn of the Patriotic Alliance's Mr. Farmer. Honourable Farmer, 5 minutes, sir.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, I greet you in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Chairperson, this is deeply personal to thousands of South Africans, and in particular the people of the Western Cape, who every winter live with fear that fires, storms and collapsing structures will take away the little they have left. This has become clearer in the recent storm disasters that have devastated parts of the Western Cape. Honourable Minister, we have seen severe weather systems hit communities across Cape Town, George, Matsikama, Knysna and surrounding areas, causing widespread flooding, destruction of infrastructure, electricity disruptions, and damage to thousands of informal structures. In George and the broader Garden Route, disaster management teams had to remain in high alert as roads flooded, settlements were threatened, and vulnerable communities had to move to safer ground. In Cape Town alone, recent storms affected more than 26 informal settlements and damaged over 10,000 structures, impacting more than 41,000 people. And honorable members, when we speak about structures, let us remember what that really means. It means families losing everything overnight. It means municipalities now spending millions again on temporary relocation, emergency materials, electricity restoration, stormwater repairs, humanitarian relief, blankets, food parcels, and plastic sheeting. It means replacing structures again and again because the pace of delivering permanent housing, especially in the Western Cape, can no longer be tolerated. Honorable Chairperson, this is exactly why this budget vote matters. Housing is not just a social program anymore. It has become a disaster management, survival, and dignity issue. The reality is that informal settlements are often located in low-lying, flood-prone areas, near rivers, unstable land, railway lines, and dangerous infrastructure because people simply have nowhere else to go. And every year, disasters expose the same painful truth. Our people cannot continue waiting endlessly on housing lists while conditions worsen around them. Minister, the Patriotic Alliance supports the targets in this budget vote, but we say implementation must now become urgent because people are tired of waiting on promises of houses that will be built, especially around election times. Meanwhile, storms arrive before the houses do. Honorable members, the housing waiting list must move faster because when disasters strike, poor communities suffer the most. Minister, the sending back of housing budgets by the Western Cape government to National Treasury needs to be seen for what it is. How can such a huge need for housing exist yet since 2020 to date? Close to R1 billion has been sent back by this DA government. It's not incompetence, nor a systems failure, but a blatant political refusal to give free housing. They allow for social housing projects that deliver rentals to their developer bodies, feeds the speculation on who fund their election campaigns. In the 24-25 financial year, the Western Cape DA government delivered 9,632 total housing opportunities, of which only 3,046 are RDP houses, less than 1/3. This Western Cape government's failure to build resilient communities today results in billions being paid tomorrow for disaster recovery, rebuilding, emergency relief, and infrastructure repairs. The recent storms prove that. Chairperson, we must stop the politicization of housing. Housing opportunities must not depend on who you know or whether you wear a blue t-shirt or not. Housing lists must be transparent and corruption-free. Honorable Minister, the people of South Africa do not want endless promises. They want safe homes, secure ownership, and communities where children can sleep safely when winter storms arrive. The Patriotic Alliance supports this budget vote because our people desperately need housing. And when the storms come, it is always the poor who pay the highest price. Honorable Minister, Munibaizani Masukan, salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. Honorable delegates, we go back to the virtual platform, and it's now the turn of the Northwest MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable Molapisi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Trifilium Twining, the Select Committee Chair, Honorable Kaunda, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Moimang, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, MECs for Human Settlement from across the Republic, all honorable members present here, representative of SALCA, DG, and senior officials, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, our communities across our beautiful country. Good afternoon. Chair, let me extend our greetings from the people of Bokoni Bophirima as we rise to welcome and support the budget vote 33 of human settlement as delivered by Minister Simelane and Deputy Minister Mahambe Hlalo. The budget demonstrates an unwavering commitment and alignment with promise made, the commitment that was made 71 years ago in the Freedom Charter that there shall be houses, security and comfort for our people as indicated by MEC Duma. We are continuing to undertake the commitment as made by our forebearers. The 2026
Honorable Molapisi, your network has failed you. If you can hear me, I'm going to suggest that you turn your video off and try to continue with your speech, please.
I hope I'm better now, Chair.
Thank you. That sounds much better. Please go ahead, sir.
Chair, in support of the budget, we will provide a frank, constructive and progressive view grounded on the lived realities of our people. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to say that no one must stand before this House today and claim that our people do not appreciate the work done by the ANC to restore their dignity by providing sustainable human settlement since the dawn of democracy. As such, no democratic government can lay claim that its service delivery record compared to that of the ANC because there is none, especially delivery of houses, provision of water and sanitation and electrification of our homes. Unequivocally, it is only the ANC that declares in its manifesto that they will tackle the high cost of living by maintaining and expanding subsidies, basic services like water, houses for the poor, and indigent policies in our municipalities. Honorable Chair, the numbers presented by the Minister can be corroborated and they speak for themselves. In the Northwest for 2025-26 financial year, the Department of Human Settlement planned to complete 3,405 housing units. And I'm proud to report that we actually completed 3,487 housing units. Honorable members, we also paid 154 individual subsidies to beneficiaries with a slight increase as well by 4 as we had planned for 150. We serviced 3,778 sites. We registered 3,181 title deeds. We unblocked 2,678 stalled units. Be that as it may, our communities decried the delays caused by largely blocked and incomplete projects, budget constraint and system failures, which addressed in the department's budget speech for the previous financial year. In our last interaction with the community of Ward 20 in Orkney, Matlosana municipality, over 40 families were recorded on the human settlement system as having received their houses. To the naked eye, this is not true as no houses were ever built or constructed at their yards. We are hard at work together with the National Department to address such anomalies as they send a wrong message and negate the numbers of delivered houses within our communities. I have directed the HOD, Ms. Khomotso Mahlobo, to conduct a review and look into the system in the province to confirm what has been recorded against what is on the ground. Our people deserve better accountability to these lapses in the system. We'll get to the bottom of these issues, give feedback and deliver on the commitments that we have made. Honorable Chair, we welcome the hard line taken by the Minister directing that where contractors fail, there must be consequences. Where infrastructure constraints exist, coordination must be escalated urgently. Where unlawful disruption occur, Government must engage communities honestly while ensuring lawlessness does not affect service delivery. We can testify that this is not a paper exercise. The Department of Human Settlement continue to engage municipalities across the province on the challenges facing the sector in general, and in particular budget constraints. We have met almost all our municipalities in the province on this issue. We'll also be embarking on intensive discussion with the House of Traditional Khoisan leaders in the province. This is what the district development model expect us. We must bring together all spheres of government and stakeholders under one roof for solution-oriented service delivery. Through the district development model, the Northwest is collaborating with municipalities to address bulk infrastructure capacity, water and electricity, which so often delay housing projects. The Northwest Province believes and appreciates the role played by social facilitation in the construction of the project. To support the National Department strategy to deal with the identified block projects across the country, we are beginning to witness results of our strategy, from initiating new projects to fixing existing ones to ensure value for money. We have reported in more than one occasion in this House on this remedial action. We are utilizing the 80% of our provincial human settlement budget to unblock stalled, incomplete housing projects across the province, with only 20% reserved for new developments. This will go a long way to resolve the backlog and deliver on service delivery mandate of our government. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we are all aware that people of our country are tired of the commitment that are made and they are not being undertaken. They have hoped in the ANC to deliver on the commitments. Honorable Minister, we appreciate the honesty in this budget and believe fiscal discipline is the way to go. Like us in the province, we must maintain the achieving of the 99% expenditure I have registered for the 2025-26 financial year. We have no excuse and we commit to achieving 100% expenditure. The people of the country are not happy with the progress that we are making and would need to move with a faster pace. The province stands ready to work with the National Department. We commit to putting the needs of our people above the convenience of contractors. We have listened to the submission during the occasion of taking Parliament to the people by the National Council of Provinces. We continue to heed to the advice and directive of the esteemed Portfolio Committee and respect guidance of this August House. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Molapisi. The next debater will be debating on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, and it's the Honorable Badenhorst.
Honourable House Chairperson, Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. Listening to Honourable Molapisi speaking just now, one has to find something profoundly wrong in a country where government departments can spend tens of billions on plans, frameworks, presentations, support provided, and yet ordinary South Africans still sleep in structures unfit for human habitation. And nowhere, Honourable Members, is that failure more visible than at Kumar Temporary Relocation Area in Matlosana, which we visited recently on taking Parliament to the people. Honourable Sithole, you know that area very well. It's your constituency. It started in 2014 when the then President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the Kumar hostel and reportedly was dumbfounded by the state of hostel, which was dilapidated and unsuitable for human habitation. He made an executive order which saw the residents move to an alternative site, into asbestos temporary houses without sanitation, without electricity, and with 2 water taps for 200 structures. Let that sink in. 12 years later, what do we have? Families still trapped in temporary accommodation, promises, delays, excuses, endless feasibility studies, endless processes, but still no dignified permanent housing. This encapsulates the real tragedy of human settlements in South Africa. Under the ANC, government has become exceptionally good at managing failure instead of solving it. When one studies the department's APP and budget, one sees the same pattern repeated throughout. The department measures support provided, monitoring reports, assessments conducted, and guidelines developed. But the people of Kuma cannot live inside a quarterly assessment. They cannot raise children in a monitoring report. South Africans do not need another presentation. They need houses. And before the minister blames budget cuts for delivery, consider this. The budget in 1998-99 was close to 4 billion rand and built 235,635 units. Fast track to 2024-25, with a budget of 32 billion rand, the department only built 38,453 houses. And again, before the minister quickly shifts blame, adjusted for inflation, the 1998-99 housing budget would sit at 16 billion rand. So, Minister, before you start crying about cutting your budget, maybe you do your job with what you have. At this very moment, South Africa faces exploding informal settlements, housing backlogs, and urban migration pressures, and this department is retreating from delivery. The painful reality is this. The ANC-run departments no longer have the institutional capacity, the political discipline, or ethical credibility to solve the housing crisis it helped to create. And that brings us to the minister. Minister Simelane stands before this House asking South Africans to trust her department with tens of billions of rands in public funds, while serious allegations regarding her own conduct continue to cast a shadow over her credibility. Because the crisis in human settlements is not only about budgets, Minister. It's about ethics. It's about leadership. It's about whether citizens can trust those entrusted with their public money. Because when corruption enters government, the poor always pays first. Every rand diverted through corruption is a service site not built. Every corrupt contract is another family trapped in a shack. Every politically connected deal is another Kuma hostel resident abandoned in temporary asbestos accommodation for over a decade. It is difficult for this House to speak credibly about restoring dignity through human settlements when allegations linked to VBS and even coffee shop payments continue to follow the political leadership of this department. The residents of Kuma, Honourable Minister, do not need cappuccinos in Sandton and political favours. They need houses. The ANC has normalised this decay. While ANC ministers drive from one scandal to the next in their gifted Chinese cars, the Western Cape continues to demonstrate what capable government actually looks like. In the Western Cape, housing delivery is not perfect. No honest government would claim that. But there's visible movement, planning certainty, infrastructure coordination and accountability. The Western Cape continues to lead on title deed restoration, integrated human settlement planning and informal settlement upgrading, despite severe budget constraints.
Honourable Badenhorst, please take your seat. On what are you rising, Honourable Nonkanyana?
Chair, I rise in accordance with Rule 6.9.
Yes.
On a point of order, read with 62 subsection 2. The Honourable Member is reflecting on the honour of the Honourable Minister in his speech. Yet, Rule 6.2 subsection 2 clearly indicate that you can only do so by proposing a substantive motion for her removal from the office. I therefore submit, that the Honourable Member is out of order in reflecting on the honour of our Minister, and I ask you, Chair, to rule accordingly.
Honourable Nonkanyana, the section of Honourable Badenhorst's speech that I heard dealt substantively with matters that are in the public domain. And if there's anything other than that you'd like to draw my attention to that the Honourable Badenhorst mentioned, perhaps you can do so. But with matters that are in the public domain that have been well ventilated already, I don't believe that a substantive motion is necessary in that regard. Would you like to substantiate your claim further?
Chair, briefly, the Honourable Badenhorst is telling this Honorable House, as well as the people of South Africa, that this House seeks to approve a budget, billions of rands, that are entrusted under the stewardship of the Honorable Minister, who can never be entrusted with that. I'm saying, when he says so, he's reflecting on the honor of the minister. And in so doing, he can only do so by way of a substantive motion as set out in the rule I've cited.
No, I can't agree with you on that, Honourable Nonkonyana. It is a matter for debate. We are here to debate a budget, and I think that your motion is there, or your point of order is therefore overruled. Honourable Badenhorst, if I can ask you to continue with your speech, please.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much. I think the President agrees with me because that's why he moved from one department to the next. While other provinces collapse under mismanagement, projects in the Western Cape are more likely to reach implementation because governance and ethical leadership matters. The difference is not geography. The difference is government. The difference is that DA-led administrations understand that dignity cannot wait for cadre deployment committees, internal ANC faction fights, or politically connected contractors. That is why Kuma matters. Kuma is not merely a local project failure. It's a symbol of a state that announces interventions with fanfare, but lacks the competence to complete them. A government that relocates people into temporary asbestos structures and then quietly leaves them there for 12 years. A government that has mastered the language of compassion while delivering administrative paralysis. House Chairperson, the people of South Africa are tired of hearing that government is monitoring, supporting, and assessing itself. The people of South Africa want outcomes. They want title deeds. They want service sites. They want functioning municipalities. They want safe communities. And above all, they want dignity. The DA believes human settlements must become more than a transfer payment machine with weak oversight and politically compromised leadership. Like the Department of Infrastructure in the Western Cape, it must become a delivery-focused department driven by measurable outcomes, capable municipalities, and infrastructure integration and clean governance. The people of Kuma were promised homes. Instead, they received delays, excuses, and another decade of ANC failure. I informed them on our visit that they can fix this on the 4th of November. And they certainly don't have to believe the ANC anymore. And they agreed with me, and they will vote DA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable delegates, it's now the opportunity to hear the voice of local government as represented by the South African Local Government Association, represented in this House today by the Councillor Mabale Khuma. Councillor, you have 10 minutes, please.
Much, Honorable Chairperson, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Members, Honorable MECs, greetings to you all. Honorable Chairperson Salga welcomed the opportunity to participate in the Human Settlement Budget Vote debate today. Human settlement is a very critical sector in the country that impacts the life of our communities directly and has the potential to make meaningful impact in people's daily lives. The Honorable Minister is taking the lead in a service delivery project that we all co-own. Human settlement is not much about housing units. It is about whether the units have water, electricity, access to efficient mobility, job opportunities, etc. Intergovernmental in human settlement on person, while the national and provincial government to deliver housing, local government has a key role in that.
Councillor, can I ask you to pause there and just turn off your video to assist with your signal? Your speech is breaking up ever so slightly. It'll be much more impactful if you turn your video off and continue as soon as you're ready. Thank you, Councillor. Honourable delegates, it looks like we've lost the councillor. The signal indeed gave way fully then. I propose that we move on to the next debater and then come back to the councillor if she's able to rejoin with a more stable connection. Let's go then to the Freedom Front Plus, represented by the Honourable Breert, with 5 minutes to speak. Honourable Breert.
Thank you, House Chair. Voorsitter, 'n huis is nie net 4 mure en 'n dak nie. Dit is veiligheid, dit is waardigheid, dit is hoop. Maar vir duisende mense in die Vrystaat en regoor Suid-Afrika bly hierdie hoop nog net 'n verkiesingsbelofte. The department speaks about livable neighborhoods, integrated planning and spatial transformation. On paper, it sounds impressive, but communities in places like Dark and Silver City in the Free State are still waiting for their basic dignity. Mense leef sonder dat daar basiese infrastruktuur, sonder voldoende sanitasie, sonder sekerheid oor hul toekoms is. Families word jaar na jaar beloof dat ontwikkeling op pad is, maar al wat hulle sien is nog studies, nog planne en nog konsultasies. En dit is presies die probleem. Hierdie begroting praat baie oor support provided, monitoring reports and assessments conducted, maar Suid-Afrikaners kan nie in verslae woon nie. They need houses, they need basic serviced sites, they need title deeds, and they need a government that can actually deliver. Die departement erken self dat daar reuse begrotingsverlagings was. Meer as 20 miljard rand oor die mediumtermyn. Tog moet ons vra, hoe effektief is die geld wat wel beskikbaar is? Ek dink agbare Badenhorst het dit ook gesê. Because South Africans are tired of hearing about billions allocated while projects remain incomplete, contractors disappear and corruption flourishes. Die VF+ glo dat menswaardige behuising begin by verantwoordelike regering. Ons beleid stel dit duidelik. Openbare geld moet beskerm word. Projekte moet betyds voltooi word. Gemeenskappe moet inspraak hê en munisipaliteite moet aanspreeklik gehou word. Dis ons tyd om dienslewering eerste te stel. Dis ons tyd om korrupsie te stop. Dit is ons tyd om weer trots te wees op funksionerende dorpe en stede. Voorsitter, one of the most painful realities is that many beneficiaries still do not receive title deeds. A family without ownership remains trapped in uncertainty. A title deed is not just paperwork, it is economic participation, it is generational security, it is dignity. The department speaks about a target of 80,000 title deeds over 5 years. But at the current pace, many South Africans fear they will still be waiting long after the next election. En terwyl gewone mense wag vir huise, sien ons hoe onwettige besettings toeneem, infrastruktuur verval en swak plaaslike regering plaas gemeenskappe verder in chaos. Die waarheid is eenvoudig. As munisipaliteite nie funksioneer nie, kan behuisingsontwikkelings ook nie funksioneer nie. And that is why the VF+ continues to fight for capable local government, proper financial management, and consequences for failure. Want belastingbetalers en inwoners verdien beter. Chairperson Margaret Thatcher once said, "Plan your work for today and every day, then work your plan." South Africans have had enough of plans without implementation. Ons mense wil nie nog leebeloftes hoor nie, hulle wil resultate sien. Die VF+ sal voortgaan om op te staan vir gemeenskappe wat afgeskeep word. Ons sal aanhou veg vir veilige woonbuurte, behoorlike infrastruktuur en verantwoordelike regerings. En soos ons die plaaslike verkiesing nader, is dit ons tyd. Dis ons tyd om swak bestuur weg te stem. Dis ons tyd om dienslewering terug te bring. Dit is ons tyd om gemeenskappe eerste te stel. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Breed. Honourable delegates, we're going to go back to Councillor Mabale Khuma, who's left with 9 minutes. It looks like she's managed to rejoin. We hope your signal holds this time. If I can ask you, Councillor, thank you. We've seen your face. It's probably going to be best if you leave your video connection off, and then you can continue with your speech as you prefer. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I will continue where I ended. I was about to talk about the intergovernmental relations in human settlement. Honorable Chairperson, while the Constitution mandates national and provincial government to deliver housing, local government has a key role in that. We appreciate the Minister and the Department for leading this collective agenda of ours. In order to strengthen our collective agenda, we must tighten up intergovernmental relation and corporate governance. SALGA has developed a local government human settlement support strategy, which relies on the Department of Human Settlement together with others such as COCTA, National Treasury, private sector, civil society, etc. We propose discussing the details of this in the Human Settlement MINMEC. Allow me to reflect on just a few highlights. On legislative and policy framework, we welcome the gazetting of the new white paper on human settlement in 2025. By design, this will require the review of some pieces of legislation in order to give effect to the enhancements in the white paper. We anticipate the review of the Housing Act and Housing Code and stand ready to facilitate consultation with local government sector and to implement the resultant outcomes. We would appreciate if the Minister can make provision for this. A tricky piece of law that we have started working on with the Honourable Minister is the Prevention of Illegal Eviction and Unlawful Occupation of Land Act, usually referred to as the PI Act. We must acknowledge our people's hunger for land due to historical and current reasons. These are well documented and therefore I will not go into them here. We must acknowledge that this progressive piece of law serves to protect the right to shelter, which is entrenched in our constitution through the Bill of Rights. In the same token, we must acknowledge how it has been abused by some, particularly those preying on the vulnerabilities of our people. We must review this law acknowledging other constitutional rights, particularly the right to the property, as well as the right to a safety, healthy environment. All these rights are side by side in section 24, 25 and 26 of the Constitution. We remain ready to work with the Ministry and the Department to do this review in the most balanced and workable way as possible. As a starting point, we call upon all stakeholders to comment on the amendment bill that the Honourable Minister gazetted in April and for the Minister to be intentional in factoring our comments. In terms of accreditation of municipalities to deliver housing, my starting point was that local government has a key role to play in human settlement and we are keen to take up this responsibility. After all, when communities demand housing or there are any related challenges, they demand responses from the municipalities. It therefore only makes sense that municipalities are given the powers, the means and support to deliver on this critical mandate. Unfortunately, we are struggling to find one another on this initiative. We welcome the decision that MINMEC took in 2023 to strengthen the accreditation of municipalities to deliver housing. The reviewed human settlement accreditation framework sought to give effect to this. We also welcome the decision that at least all the secondary cities be accredited, of course following the necessary due processes. The support of the Honourable Minister in this regard will be helpful. In this context, national and provincial accreditation testing were to be resuscitated in provinces where they existed before and established in areas where they were never established in order to oversee the implementation of the accreditation program in the respective provinces. While these have now been established in most of the provinces, they remain inconsistent and their effectiveness is questionable. We call upon the Honourable Minister to strengthen oversight on this program. Honourable Chairperson, it may be useful to refer to the current review of the white paper on local government, which is starting to argue that municipalities that have the necessary capacity must be mandated to deliver on functions that are best delivered at the level of local level. We would like to argue that human settlement is one such function. In fact, this is in support of Section 156 of the Constitution of the Republic regarding devolution of appropriate functions. In this regard, we would like to propose that COCTA, through the capacity assessment conducted by the Municipal Demarcation Board, should assist in determining the capacity of specified municipalities in preparation for this them. In terms of fiscal and financial system, South Africa's intergovernmental fiscal system is celebrated by many locally and globally. This includes the United Nations World Urban Forum that the Honorable Minister recently participated in. We unfortunately need to navigate the constrained fiscal environment. This must not roll back the gains we have made thus far. Thus far, but to perhaps refine efficiencies and maximize the impact of our expenditure to transform the lives of our people. Am I out of order, Honorable Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. There's some interference coming through. I'm not sure what's happened. It could possibly be one of the translators who's unmuted themselves. If I can just ask the entire team to check that they remain muted. And with our apologies for that interruption, if you can continue, please, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. I was on fiscal and financial system. South Africa's intergovernmental fiscal system is celebrated by many locally and globally. And this includes what the minister has participated for in the United Nations World Urban Forum. We unfortunately need to navigate the constrained fiscal environment. This must not roll back the gains we have made thus far, but to perhaps refine efficiencies and maximize the impact of our expenditure to transform the lives of our people and the spaces in which they live. We would like to protect the intentional funding of metropolitan municipalities for their housing programs, particularly through the Urban Settlement Development Grant and Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant. We acknowledge the difficulties in some instances with the implementation of these programs and by extension the expenditure. The difficulties has been documented and I will thus not repeat them here. Safe to highlight the need to strengthen collaboration in the planning, delivering and reporting value chain. Better coordination will assist firstly in targeting the spending accordingly, including spatially. It will also assist in proactively identify bottlenecks and addressing them timelessly such that the efficiency of delivery is streamlined. Remember, Honorable Chairperson, expenditure is a proxy indicator for delivery. We must just be mindful that while the expenditure must translate into the targeted number of housing units, it must also serve to transform our municipal spaces and related infrastructure. The current infrastructure reforms must maintain this balance. Failure to do so will result in high numbers of units while perpetuating apartheid spatial form where houses are delivered far from places of opportunity. The unintended consequences of this could be to trap the beneficiaries in poverty and constant dependency on the state. In terms of municipal leadership development and profiling, Honorable Chairperson, we acknowledge the leadership of the Minister in representing the country and our sectors locally and internationally. This strengthens our standing in the global community of nations. We urge the Minister to engage with mayors and municipal leadership more in this regard. As the World Urban Forum highlighted, municipalities are at the forefront of managing rapid urbanization and the associated rapid rise in housing demand in our societies and towns. Mayors are at the coalface of both the opportunity and challenges presented by this rapid urbanization. One of the areas of work that we would like to strengthen collaboration is how we represent local government sector in various local and global platforms. At the national level, there's a need to strengthen our collaboration with our key stakeholders. We acknowledge the support that the Minister has provided in coordinating various platforms to this effect and thus request that she proactively set aside resources to support the National Urban Forum and Local Government Property Development Forum. Stakeholders across different spheres of government, civil society, private sector, research agencies and professionals have appreciated the way we, together with the Ministry and the Department, have engaged them on this platform in pursuit of inclusive growth and development. In conclusion, SALGA appreciates the good intergovernmental relation with the Department of Human Settlement in supporting our municipalities. It is critical we strengthen our collaborating with municipalities to bring tangible change to our communities and improved funding model for local government in general, as well as housing and associated infrastructure in particular, is a prerequisite in this undertaking. If municipalities properly capacitated and supported in various ways, including financially, capacity, etc., we will not succeed in the delivery of this important undertaking. On that note, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Honourable delegates who remain online, and now it's the Honourable Mashilo who will take up the cudgel on behalf of Mpumalanga. He's the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. Honourable Mashilo.
Thank you, Chair. May I, Honourable Chair,
I can't see myself on the screen. I don't know what's happening, Chair, but nonetheless, if you may allow me to speak. House Chairperson, and thank you very much to participate in this important debate. To our Honorable Ministers, Milani, and indeed our Deputy Minister, my fellow colleagues, and indeed honorable members in the House. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair and members, as Africa Month and a national celebration of workers draw to a close, I want to recognize the powerful spirit of solidarity that has brought us together. I rise today to participate in this crucial policy debate on budget vote 33 for human settlement. As in Mpumalanga, we support this budget. This House is aware the National Council of Provinces carries a distinct constitutional obligation. We are here to ensure that the division of revenue, the allocation of conditional grant, and the execution of national policies directly translate into a tangible, dignified reality for the people living in our 9 respective provinces. Speaking on behalf of the beautiful, diverse, yet deeply challenged province of Mpumalanga, I am accurately aware of the weight of this responsibility. Over the past 12 months, through extensive oversight and dedicated political education on the mechanics of governance, I have deepened my conviction that housing is not a passive rhetoric ideal, it is an active, enforceable mandate. However, Honorable Chair, we have noted as a province that the housing remains not a steady but a movable, instrument. Every day a person is looking for houses, while every day a child gets born and indeed is looking for shelter. In 2007, in the ANC conference, we have resolved, Honorable Chair, to move from housing to what we refer to as a human settlement, where an extent we should put services around where our people reside. The Section 26 of our Constitution explicitly guarantees that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. Recent severe thunderstorm heavily impacted areas like Dr. Mroka, Mbombela Municipality, Nkomazi, Bushbuckridge, Mkondo, and other remaining areas that in any way reverse some of the gains the province has achieved over a period of time. However, I must commend the National Department for speedily respond in assessing this area and respond accordingly. A home is a very foundation for human dignity, socio-economic stability, and family scrutiny. Yet we deliberate on this budget allocation today. It remains the challenge that the resources given to us as provinces remain insufficient. Of course, we are mindful of the challenges that the country is faced that we are competing with. We must as well acknowledge that Department of Education through the NSFAS, they are equally looking for these resources. Department of Health as well for the life, etc. And hence our people are looking for human settlement. It is for these reasons, as a province, we have equally relooked the matter thoroughly. And instead of concentrating only in building the top structures, we have equally moved in making servicing sites, and we have serviced almost 4,000 sites in the previous financial year. That makes us to progress well. Over a period of time, the people confirmed that are not necessarily looking for the top structure as a house. They are looking for settlement that include a site, a land. That is what is critical for our people. And for that reasons, it have seen over a period of time where we have service sites, our people are occupied. Today, they've built beautiful double-store houses. That suggests we must continuously service site if indeed want to address these movable targets of housing. Let us look directly at the numbers at the mechanism of delivery. Over 90% of this department's total budget minister presented goes to provinces insofar as the Human Settlement Development Grant, which is the HSDG, and the Urban Settlements Development Grant as USDG. That gives us opportunity as a province to work closely with our municipalities to address this problem. In an area like Steve Tshwete, where we have a mining towns, the mines have built what we refer to as a scomplus, which today they have left those areas and the mines is no longer active in the area. And these towns, they remained areas that they require services. Hence, municipalities can no longer give services because our people are unemployed in those areas and cannot. As department in the province, we have since decided to relocate the people of Lesedi and Naledi to an area that is better service, that is Rondebosch, where there is electricity, there is sewer, there is bulk water, and indeed there is a better road in the area. And we're grateful that these people have since agreed to move to this area where it's good. Indeed, there are incomplete houses that some of the contractors, they have not completed the houses. We have since terminated some of them, and currently we are doing extremely good to recover the lost grant we have done. We have put the mud houses away in areas like Mukondo, Piski, as well as Tembisile. During the floods, we have realized that the majority of our people do have a lot of mud houses. That put another challenge to these departments. It is easy to those who have an opportunity in the past, have enjoyed, and they'll always believe things can happen easily. From where we sit as a province minister, we are grateful with what you have given to us and will continuously address the challenge we face. As a province, we are confronted by the asbestos areas. At the moment, we have eradicated asbestos in Tipalesing, Chief Albert Litoli, Dr. J.S. Moroka, and indeed we are currently doing Victor Kanye, Tabachweo, and other areas. We'll focus in the next financial year at bigger areas like Mpombela, Emalahleni, and indeed Govenbeke. They remain a big areas. Insofar as the amenities is concerned, our people, they require these social amenities. I must indicate, honorable members, that we have now completed beautiful social amenities like community hall and crèches in Tembisile, in Komasi, in Tunta, as well as Miriam Mohakane in Bushbuckridge. And we are currently to open around Lekwa in Standerton. This is what we are doing. Of course, we do have a number of the CRU because not everybody in town require houses. Some they require place to stay. Since we have done abolishment of the so-called hostel, because we could not repeat what the apartheid system have created. At the moment, we have now installed a new CRU in areas like Emalelani, in Mbombela, Emalahleni, as well as Steve Tshwete municipalities, where there are areas in so far as the mining town is concerned. We believe very fully that our people require these places and we are certain. Currently, we are dealing with the disasters that were caused during the floods areas. Correctly, as the ministers, you have said, we believe as a province, with your assistance, we shall overcome some of these challenges that has indeed confronted us. Insofar as the unblock and abandoned projects, we have indeed scrutinized it and we are at an advanced stage as a province of Mpumalanga to attend all these areas. The Minister of Human Settlement recently confirmed that the President has instructed the department to address abandoned projects. And as a province, we cannot fail you, Minister. We are on the course to do that. This marks a crucial shift in our approach, one that strengthens accountability and guarantees that fiscal resources are utilized responsibly and effectively. Chairperson, we firmly believe that the oversight of the NCOP must remain constant. Such vigilance will ensure that we serve our people better, restoring dignity and delivering on the promise of houses for all the people of South Africa, not only the few, but all the people of South Africa. We must look closely at our provincial footprint, track down every single abandoned project, and institute strict consequence management for non-performing contractors. And we have since done that, and there is a fruit coming from this particular integration. By integrating government planning across all 3 districts, we have unlocked 255 catalytic projects valued at 131 billion. This evidence that the district development model continues to yield measurable success. As we speak, our project around Nkosi City is underway. A project in Hospitalville in Bushbuckridge.
Honorable MEC, on that note of the Nkosi City, your time had expired at that time. We really
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
your input. The next speaker, who's also on the visual platform, is Honorable M. Peter. For the next 5 minutes. Honorable Peter?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I'm audible, Chair.
We
Can
are
I switch on?
audible and visible.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mphathi wohlelo kumalungu onke alendlu nakubemi bonke boMzantsi Afrika jikelele ndithi mandikhahlele. Mphathiswa omhle weli sebe ndithi mandikunqangise kweli qonga namhlanje ngeNelson Mandela Metro.
Continue.
Enkosi Sihlalo. Mphathiswa weli sebe ndithi mandikunqangise namhlanje ngeNelson Mandela Metro ekubonakala ukuba nyaka nonyaka eli sebe lakho lijikisa imali ezizigidigidi yolwakhiwo lwezindlu. Ingaba uyakwazi na wena oko? Ingaba sikhona na isizathu mphathiswa omhle sokungakhelwa kwabantu izindlu kwiNelson Mandela Metro? Kwintetha yakho osanda kuyindulula ngoku mphathiswa omhle, akubukhankanyanga lo mcimbi waseNelson Mandela. INelson Mandela isisigqubo samatyotyombe. Nyaka nonyaka akhula njalo ngoba azikho izindlu ezakhiwayo. Umbuzo umile mphathiswa omhle uthi, ingaba benzeni abemi baseNelson Mandela? Leliphi lityala baligwetyelwayo ngokungakhelwa izindlu? Le budget yakho mphathiswa iveza imibuzo emininzi. Ingaba lukhona na utshintsho oluyakwenziwa ile budget? Ingaba impilo zabantu zawukwazi na ukutshintsha xa kujika nyaka nonyaka imali engaka yezindlu engakwazi ukwakhela abantu bayo? Mphathiswa omhle, the housing problems are endless in this country because those who have received houses are struggling to get title deeds. According to Human Settlements Minister, more than 1.2 million households remain without registered title deeds. Ithetha ukuthini loo nto mphathiswa? Ithi isebe lakho linomcelimngeni ongakusoze sikwazi ukuwulungisa namhlanje kodwa ethubeni kwakulunga. Ithi ke ngoko i-UDM asikwazi uma ngasentla ke mphathiswa sithi le budget yakho asizokwazi ukuyipasisa ngoba xa sikube sisitsho sithi kubalandeli bethu ndakubemi boMzantsi Afrika abantu mabangaselwa zinkonzo noxa thina nje sixhamla kurhulumente. Ngoko ke si-UDM sitsho ngamxhelumnye siyayipasisa yona ibudget singathandabuzi kodwa iziphene ezenzekayo mphathiswa inyewe yam nawe le. Sithi ke ngoko mhlali ngaphambili sivumele ke mphathiswa sithi akuncedi ukuzotyobana intwala phakathi kwesizwe kodwa xa sizityoba sisekhusini iyaba luncedo olo, abantu bayaphela. Ngoko ke ndiyehla kula maqonga sisithi siyayipasisa le budget. Enkosi mphathiswa.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The speaker number 20 was supposed to be the MEC S. Mkwena of the Free State, but he had to catch the flight because he had to catch a flight and then had to leave. So the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Press from the Eastern Cape. Over to you, sir.
Honorable House Chair,
Honourable Minister, honourable members, fellow South Africans, have you also realized and noticed how the ANC make political promises and how those promises increases now right in front of election? Well, controversies have the nasty tendency to follow people regardless of where they attempt to hide. But unfortunately for some today, we are not here to discuss personal controversies, but South Africans still waiting for proper housing after 30 years of democracy. Excuses, promises, and failures are now fast catching up to the budget. Just like logic and common sense chased the Honourable Nzimande and the MKP, but they were also faster. I'm reminded of an Eskom Vitrovian controversy with the department's annual report revealing contingent liabilities, legal claims exceeding 1.9 billion rand, involving disputed housing contracts, property ownership disputes, procurement challenges, and constitutional damages claims. Reminded of a VBS investigation, parliamentary oversight processes, annual reports, audited general findings, and media scrutiny revealed several serious concerns, which include underspending and delays in housing delivery, persistent informal settlement backlogs, weak municipal implementation capacity, disputes and delays in providing basic services amid tenure security, and allegations of fraud within entities and weak oversight systems. Yes, Honourable Kaunda, all these happened under the watch of your so-called mighty movement, who neglected the poorest of the poor for the past 30 years. But, Honourable House Chair, I'm going to interrupt myself, and I'm going to pause here. I want to hand over a few awards today. Now, the first award goes to the Honourable Farmer of the PA for knocking out logic and common sense by blaming the recent floods and disasters on the DA. The second award, House Chair, goes to the Honourable Kaunda for setting a new convention. Committee chairs now do not have to present their committee reports anymore. They can replace it with political speeches and rhetoric. And my third award today goes to MEC Molapisi, who forgot that this Honourable House accepted and adopted a scathing report on the Northwest province only yesterday. And he forgot that this House visited that province only 2 weeks ago. We saw for ourselves, Honourable Molapisi, a severe housing backlog, rapid urbanization, rising informal settlements, increasing pressure on metros, and insufficient affordable housing supply contribute to this continuing housing crisis. Minister, if 80% of South Africans have formal housing, that still leaves around about 12.5 million people without homes. Government's own reports, Minister, acknowledge that current delivery rates are not keeping up with the demand for housing. And these reports contradict what you and ANC speakers wish South Africans to believe today. The DA does not only criticize, but we propose solutions. What is required is a firm foundation to transfer ownership of unused public assets, such as vacant state-owned agricultural land, to citizens, to foster public-private partnerships to overcome historic legacy of apartheid spatial planning. The DA considers government policy on human settlements to be an opportunity to make citizenship more inclusive to those who are currently left behind. They are left behind throughout South Africa, and not as a tool to canvass voters.
Honourable pardon, on what are you right? I'll rise on Rule 68, if it pleases you, Chair. Will you quote it? You don't have a rule in front of you? Quote it. No delegate may interrupt another delegate while speaking, Chair.
And there's insistent interruption by, I believe, the Deputy Minister or somewhere in that area, but it's interrupting this delegate while he's speaking. Can you please rule on that, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Actually, what happens here is that when you raise the temperatures in the house, the people are bound to respond in kind. So what is happening in the house, the people are allowed to heckle. So I've not yet reached, it has not yet reached the stage where I can see that it's disrupting the door. Over to you.
As I was This is an opportunity to make citizenship more inclusive and not to use it as a tool to canvass voters with more empty promises. Honourable Mabibo, progressive realization of adequate shelter as provided for in the Constitution hinges.
Hold your horses a little bit. On what are you rising, Honorable Kaunda?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on Rule 68C. If the member is willing to take my difficult question.
Honorable Press, are you ready to take a difficult question?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't bring my crayons to draw pictures. Can I continue, please?
It's not going to take a question. Over to you.
Thank you. Adequate shelter hinges on achieving higher levels of economic growth to increase fiscal space, decrease unemployment, and reduce the household indebtedness, which currently constrains housing options. Honourable Minister, what we need now is action and not more promises. What is needed now is more houses and less homelessness. What is needed now is more hope and less hopelessness. Honourable Minister, you have a budget of 27 billion rand to help those in need. Now show South Africans the political will to do so. Spend the budget where it will change lives, not where it will disappear into another controversy. There are no more excuses. There are no more time. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Press. The next speaker on the podium is Honourable K.R. Mulukume from Limpopo.
I knew you were going to comment about the color of my jacket, but it's fine. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me greet the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister. Yes. I think, Chair, we need to take other members to the workshop about the emotional intelligence. Because obviously it seems as if we are too emotional while we need to address issues that affect our people and our citizens. We need to take this issue of housing very serious because some of us, we are from the rural villages, we know how it is not to have the decent housing and other services. So, Chair, Honorable Chair, we gather here today to reflect on the journey since the momentous year of 1994, a pivotal time when the nation began to chart a new course towards equality and opportunity for all. It is essential to acknowledge the deep-seated injustices that have long plagued our society for too long, and our people, particularly the Blacks in particular. I'm saying this, Honorable Chair, because the 31 year that we are speaking about of the democracy, we, as the ANC-led government, we were using it to make sure that our people have decent houses. And if you can compare the strides where this government has worked and compare it with the neighboring countries, you'll see that the ANC government has done a lot. So we need to appreciate that. Honorable Badenhorst, you were speaking about the Kuma informal settlement where we did a site visit in Northwest, of which we have seen, of course, we have seen the issues that affect the community of Kuma. But I need to emphasize this point also, Honorable Chair, that one of the issues that made those community of Kuma to stay there for too long is because of the disputes that were received from the AfriForum, because they have a tendency of not wanting our people to sit next to towns. So now we are unable to build because of the delay of the disputes of AfriForum. So we need to address. People mustn't come here and claim as if they care about our people down there, while they are the ones who are delaying service delivery in those communities. In Danone, also, Minister, we had visited that area where there's a land that is supposed to be used to build houses for people of Danone. And we did not even get who that land belongs to, whether it is the provincial or the municipality itself. Now, those people, they don't have houses because of that delay. Because of that delay, I'm a bit distracted. And Chair, can you, honorable members, because when you do good, Minister, that is why they'll bring some issues that are not even supposed to be here that you addressed. And I can say to you and your team and Deputy Minister to say, continue doing good, continue working as hard for the communities, because the APP that you have presented to the committee, you did really address the issues that members are always raising in the select committee. And also we appreciate the good job that you are doing. And the APP, it states that you are going to address the issues about the backlogs. I know that even in Lephalale, we had the integrated housing project that was stagnant about 8 years now. We are happy to report that houses were built and people are now staying in decent houses in Lephalale. The only part where is left is the CRUs, and is about 90% to be completed. We believe that in no time, people of Lephalale, they'll move to those CRU houses. Honorable Chair, the Matlosane Integrated Project we had visited during our committee oversight visit, and there are several issues that communities has raised there. And one of the issues we had met one disabled person who did not have a house, and when we went there for the second time, we were told that the matter has been raised with the department, and this person living with disability is going to get his house. And we are urging the department to give priority to people living with disability, the children, house-headed families, and the elderly, so that they get what is due for them. And also the contractor, we were told that the contractor had left site last year, October, but we are happy to report that the contractor is back on site, and we believe that he's going to continue with the good job that he's now starting to do. And we will urge the department to also monitor the progress so that this unfinished project can be dealt with. The issue of Spuluma, Chair, we know that the traditional leaders, they always complain about the Spuluma that is not well presented to them. And this is to address issues of land and lore mahoshi a rena a fa batho di land ko mahaeng ba ska ba ba beya mo polekeng e loreng o na le ke poleke e lore metsi a dula a tama, and then when dipula di tla ba ikhumana ba le ka mara metsi. So we are saying this spatial planning, yes, Pluma, let's make it a point that the masipala tsa rena they emphasize when they meet with mahoshi a rena, so that the disaster di tla di strike di se re ska ra ikhumana re le mo gakaneong ya hore re relocate batho to the safest places. Deputy Minister and Minister, we really appreciate the budget. We know that there are some budget cuts that you have indicated, but we strongly believe that you'll prioritize where needs, you'll prioritize those projects that needs to be finished in various provinces. I was listening to the MECs when they were giving their speeches, and also the progress that they are doing in their various provinces, like in Limpopo. The MEC of Limpopo has indicated that they are doing well in terms of giving houses, decent houses to the people of Limpopo, and we are urging, and we know that they do this because of the support of national department. So apart from getting support from you, they were not going to achieve the milestone that they have achieved now, even the target that the MEC has indicated today in this platform. The EFF and MK honorable members, I know that you are expecting the minister and the team to give you the response and accountability on issues that you are raising. But the question is, how are they going to do that if you reject the budget? Because you can't reject the budget and expect ministers to come here and give you a response and account. How do they account to you while you don't want to give them money? So one of you have indicated that we are with you. People of South Africa, we are with you. How can you be with people while lisanya go ba fa tšhelete? Batho ba banya ko re lete le dule le bona, ba nyaka service delivery. They want houses, they want electricity, they want water, clean water, in fact. But if you say, I'm with you, what do you want to do with me while you can't provide services? We need plans that are plans that will be able to address issues that our people are faced with. And the ANC GNU-led government is willing to do that.
GNU-led, well done.
Is willing to do that. The ANC GNU-led government, and is going to be so destructive while we are saying we are in government and we come and criticize this. You can't point fingers to others while you yourself, you are not doing well. Oh, lastly, when I don't want to forget this, Minister. Last time when you were here, you had indicated that Western Cape, the money was taken back. The question is why, even if it's 2 years or 1 year, the matter of the fact is that that money belongs to the people. You need to build houses for the people. So you can't come here and claim that you care about our people while you don't want to avail land, while you don't want to use the money that is supposed to build houses for them, and you let it go back to treasury. We can't do that. We can't do that. So we mustn't come here and grandstand. We are talking about the lives of people, blacks in particular, those who need us to take decision and decisive decision to provide services for them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulukume, for your input. Honorable Minister, the people have spoken. Please respond to them.
Thank you very much. When systems and critical thinking fails to resolve complex matters, the debates get personal. Honorable Badenhorst, you went to the police station grandstanding with SAPC to open a case against me. I thought you will come back to this house today, a year down the line, and say how far are you with your investigation. What amazes you actually is that I'm addressing you today and not arrested as you thought there is a case against me. Easy, say, I will respond to it. But let me contextualize how we went down in service delivery in the Western Cape. In 2017, 2018, they were building at least a minimum of 20,000 houses per financial year. Today, they're at 7,000. That is 2024. It has got no relationship with money. The last year, they turned no less than 200 million back to the fiscus. They challenged it after our assessment. They lost even at National Treasury. I can't help you, even when the education of royal at your age didn't teach you a difference between an outcome and an output at a strategic level. And output is a tangible, and outcome is the value of what you get. Free education, even when you are white, you can't comprehend that. I can't see it. Bishop Levy's court, we gave a 95-year-old a title deed here in the Western Cape. Ubulindeni ungamniki since you are the best. Old Bay, we have secured land, allocated you money, you did not build. Until today, that land is a vegetable garden. Silverton, emergency housing, we gave 84 million you did not use, and it quickly ballooned to 243. Instead of investing it yourself and release the forensic report, DA, you say National Treasury must do it. Go to the police station, as you remembered about the Capuchin. Masono informal settlement here in Gugulethu. We allocated money in 2013 until today, they are in a TRU. Great Western Cape. Blikosgop in Delft, they are in a TRU since 2007. Blessings from the Western Cape government. Serious allegations, what are that? Blessings. You remember Kumo and Kuma in the Northwest and Free State. When we went with the NCOP here, you did not even have the courage to show up. You did not attend. You were not there. Ubusabantoni. Let's get closer to Danone. Let's get closer to Danone. We allocated into the province 6 ERFs, actually, Honorable Mlukum. 6 ERFs for them to unblock Danone, allocate TRUs, and get the land to build formal structures for those people. Provincial government under the budget that is. No. National government allocate to DA, which did not spend. The land is still barren today. The people are still cramped in Danone, and they are killed by fires every year. Maybe that's what you want. You want them to die congested by fires when you have the money. The plans and the framework for hostels. And remember, I'm just talking about the surrounding here. I haven't gone to Kayamandi. I haven't gone to Summer West. I haven't gone anywhere else. Free State, I'm from there. They've got an increase from the budget that the Department of Human Settlement gave them after they are dealing with their business plan. Better than you are doing. In fact, the money we gave to Free State, we took it from you. We took it from you. We did not give Free State alone. We gave KwaZulu-Natal from that 250 million. We gave Limpopo 10 million. for additional and superb work. Now, let me remind you what Karl Marx told us. He said, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. You are bad, you are failures, you need national to assist you, just like we assisted Free State, so you can get additional money. We are assisting Northwest, so they can get additional money. But I know we will still take it from the beautiful province of the Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Honorable delegates, Honorable Jofu, Honorable delegates who are still in session. It was highly appreciated. You did respond to the people. So, honorable delegates, we have come to an end of the budget vote 33, human settlements. I would like to thank the minister, deputy minister, and the MECs and special delegates who participated in this debate. Now, we'll be going to the next debate, which is that of basic education. Thank you. You can come forward. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the second order of the day, policy debate on budget vote 16, basic education. I will now call Honorable S. Khwaruwa, the Minister of Basic Education, to open the debate. Over to you, ma'am. Don't disturb the minister.
Chairperson of the NCOP, chairpersons of Select Committee, Deputy Minister, Honorable Premiers, MECs, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, Demasiari, Sanibonani. Let me begin by telling the House the tale of two 10-year-olds. And this might remind us all about why we do the work that we do. Too often we become consumed by political noise and lose sight of the children whose futures depend on the decisions that we make in this house. The first child is Lindiwe. She attended an early child development center with structured learning, qualified practitioners, proper nutrition. She was exposed to books from an early age, and by age 10, she reads with understanding, solves mathematics problems confidently, and her future is bright. The second child, Nelson, he's just as bright, just as deserving, but Nelson did not attend an ECD center. He first encounters a book when he enters grade 1. By age 10, he cannot yet read for meaning, but is expected to write the same assessments as Lindiwe. The curriculum moves forward. Nelson is left behind. And honorable members, I want to assure you that over 90% of the children in this country are more Nelsons than they are Lindiwes. And this is the education injustice of our time. The question then before this House today is whether the implementation of this budget vote helps more children like Nelson receive the strong foundations that children like Lindy will already have. Because stronger foundations are the difference between a child who participates in the future and a child who's locked out of it. And that is why I rise to table the budget vote 16 under the theme Stronger Foundations for Stronger Futures. The test for this budget vote is whether the choices we make today build a public education system that gives every child, not only the fortunate few, the foundations they need to thrive. But this House knows better than most that strong foundations are not built in Pretoria alone. They are built in the Eastern Cape villages where children still walk kilometers to school. They are built in Gauteng classrooms where overcrowding is real. They are built in Limpopo schools where sanitation still needs urgent attention. And they're built in the Northern Cape where distance makes delivery harder and more expensive. They're built in KwaZulu-Natal where financial pressure is hitting the education hardest. And they're built in every province through the decisions, through the discipline, and the delivery of provincial education departments. And because education delivery happens in provinces, this House carries a profound constitutional responsibility. The NCOP is a chamber of accountability for provincial delivery. The budget will be judged on one test, whether provinces deliver textbooks on time, pay schools their norms and standard allocations on time, fill critical vacancies, maintain infrastructure, and give every learner a fair chance to learn. Honorable members, South Africa's education injustice begins long before matric. A child who enters school without early learning opportunities starts already behind and remains behind. That is why the administration is focused intensely on strengthening the foundations of learning. I'm happy to report that over the past year, we exceeded our target of registering 10,000 ECD centers. We've registered 13,300 ECD centers. ECD registrations have grown by 200% since 2021, and more than 1.2 million children now have access to ECD programs. And this matters because strong foundations in the early years improve literacy and numeracy and school readiness and long-term educational outcomes. But the success of ECD expansion, honorable members, depends heavily on provincial implementation and capacity. Provinces must make sure that registration systems work and they work efficiently, that subsidies reach on time to centers, and that practitioners receive proper support. And the same applies to the implementation of compulsory grade R. Compulsory grade R remains one of the most important reforms in democratic South Africa. But reform does come with a financial tag. It comes at a cost. And reform without financial planning creates instability. The implementation pressure on provinces is real. Expanding grade R and supporting and appointing the necessary teachers will cost about 10 billion rand over the medium term. And this has not been yet fully funded. We have therefore redirected 800 million from the ECD grant to support compulsory grade R. This is not ideal, but doing nothing would have been worse. That's why we are continuing to engage National Treasury on sustainable funding, solutions for compulsory grade R, while working closely with provinces to ensure responsible implementation. Honorable Chair, one of the gravest risks facing education today is the deteriorating financial position of several provincial education departments. In 2024, we initiated a financial analysis into provincial education finances, and the findings I shared with this very House at this very podium were deeply concerning. The analysis projected that 3 provincial departments would face severe financial distress over the medium-term expenditure framework. And today, that financial distress is very visible in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, like the Free State, like the Northern Cape, and other provinces that are now starting to follow suit. Now, when provincial finances collapse, the consequences are immediate and they are devastating. Schools do not receive their norms and standards allocations. Teacher posts remain vacant. Infrastructure projects stall. Learner transport payments are delayed. Textbooks arrive late and classrooms become overcrowded. And it is ultimately the learner who pays the price for financial instability. Why is this important for the members in this House? This is why financial recovery in provincial education departments must now become a national priority for us all, the members in this House and including us in the Department of Basic Education. It is for this reason also that I'm establishing a multidisciplinary technical support team to help provinces restore budget discipline, strengthen expenditure controls, improve financial modeling, and protect school resourcing. But technical support alone will not solve this challenge. What is required now is stronger financial discipline, improved governance, credible budgets, and relentless oversight. And this is where the role of the NCOP is absolutely critical, honorable members. This House must intensify its oversight, not after failure, but before failure. Oversight must be proactive, continuous, and focused on delivery. The NCOP must help ensure that education budgets from provinces are spent on classrooms, on teachers, on learning materials and infrastructure, and not lost through poor planning, irregular expenditure, and weak governance. This House must also continue monitoring whether provincial departments are paying schools on time. Norms and standard allocations are not optional. They keep schools open, resourced, and functional. And when a school is paid late, teaching and learning suffer. Honorable members, the financial recovery of provinces is inseparable from improving learning outcomes. This is why the department will continue strengthening foundational literacy and numeracy across the system. This year, 10,000 foundation phase teachers will receive targeted literacy and numeracy training. We are strengthening structured learning support, improving reading benchmarks, and expanding support for African language literacy programs. We are also reducing the unnecessary administrative burden on teachers so that educators can spend more time teaching and less time completing excessive paperwork. This is important because teachers have been telling us this thing. They've been saying that the administrative burden is taking them away from work in the classrooms. We have listened, we have acted, and we are going to be issuing directives to provinces to really try and declutter the reporting mechanisms that province teachers are meant to be filling in, and eradicating any duplication in unnecessary forms. In addition to freeing teachers to concentrate on core business of teaching and learning, we have refocused Funza Lushaka, the program, increasingly to prioritize foundation phase education, because the earliest years of schooling remain the greatest lever of improving long-term outcomes. If we fail in foundation phase, we struggle to recover later. Honorable Chair, this administration also believes that education quality must be measured honestly. For too long, the conversation has been reduced to a quality of a matric to a single pass percentage. And for too long, the national conversation has only focused on that national pass percentage. Yes, we must applaud the matric class of 2025 for achieving an 88% pass rate, the highest in South Africa's history. But we must also deepen how we assess matric quality. Going forward, provincial performance will be ranked through a broader basket of indicators that's focused on quality and not only just the pass rate. This quality basket will include bachelor passes, distinctions, learner retention, participation and performance in gateway subjects such as maths, physical science, and accounting. This approach will allow provinces to benchmark performance more meaningfully in identifying areas that require attention. But also it will allow us to have an honest reflection about the state of our education in our country without only having a narrow focus on just a national matric pass rate. This approach, the NCOP has an important role to play here as well. The House must help drive a culture of evidence-based accountability in provincial education systems. The question should not only be whether or not learners have passed, but whether provinces are improving literacy and numeracy, and whether or not they're retaining learners, and whether or not subject participation and performance is up to par. Honorable members, infrastructure and school safety remain urgent priorities across provinces. We have now eradicated 99.9% of all pit toilets that were identified in the SAFE initiative, with final mop-up operations underway, and I'm pleased to announce that the final project that is outstanding, that is standing between me and announcing 100% today, is under construction already. But we know that appropriate sanitation and classroom infrastructure pressures remain significant. That is why the budget vote allocates 16 billion rand towards infrastructure in the Education Infrastructure Grant. These investments are intended to support sanitation, overcrowding reduction, school safety, and rural infrastructure development. However, infrastructure delivery remains uneven across provinces. Some provinces have demonstrated stronger project management capacity than others. This House must therefore continue scrutinizing provincial infrastructure performance closely so that we can ensure that this 16 billion that we're allocating to provinces is allocated funds translate into completed projects on the ground. Under expenditure, honorable members, is absolutely unacceptable when children still need classrooms, sanitation, and safe schools. And we will count on this House to make sure that provinces are spending their allocated budgets and their allocated grants, because this is absolutely critical for the dignity of learners and the separation of learners of those who have and those who have not. Honorable members, corruption and weak governance also remain among the greatest threats to education delivery. When procurement systems fail, children suffer. That is why we are strengthening oversight and accountability across the sector. Where concerns arise regarding procurement processes, they must be investigated thoroughly and transparently. Public confidence in education systems depends on the integrity of our processes. Serious concerns have been raised about the foundation phase national catalogue process, and having considered the advice that I received from National Treasury, the department will launch an independent forensic investigation into this process. This must be taken urgently by a reputable independent law firm with the required expertise and capacity. Oversight and delivery are not opposites. In fact, effective oversight, protects delivery, honorable members. Budget Vote 16 allocates 38.2 billion rand in 2026-2027, including a substantial amount towards conditional grants, such as school nutrition, which will get a lion's share of the 11 billion, infrastructure will get 16 billion, ECD will be getting about 4 billion, mathematics, science, technology, and inclusive education and learner wellness. But budgets alone do not educate children. Delivery does. A budget means nothing if a budget means nothing to a learner if a textbook does not arrive, or the classroom is overcrowded, or a school cannot function because funding has not reached it. That is why provincial governance matters. And that is why stronger provincial financial management matters. And that is why the role of this House matters when it comes to provincial education departments. The NCOP stands at the center of cooperative governance. It is uniquely positioned to ensure that national priorities are translated into provincial delivery. Honorable members, history will not judge us by how many plans we announced. It will judge us whether or not provincial education systems become more stable, become more accountable, and are more capable of delivering quality education to every single child. It will judge us by whether or not schools worked better, teachers were supported better, learners learned better, and provinces governed better. And so our task is clear: restore financial stability in our provinces, strengthen our oversight in the provinces, and support delivery, and ensure that every province commits to building strong foundations that will result in strong futures for each and every one of our children. Because as I said, this is the education injustice of our time. And so we have to make sure that we approach this with the requisite urgency that it deserves. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I take this opportunity to also welcome the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. You're always welcome in the NCOP, and we thank you for your presentation. We now move on to the first contributor to this debate, and I call upon the Honorable Feni, who is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Science and Creative Industries, for 15 minutes. Honorable Feni, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet our Honorable Minister, a ministry led by Umkhaya Wam, Honorable Kahobe, together with the Deputy Minister, Umama Regina Mkhaule. Also, let me extend my greetings to all the MECs in different provinces led by Honorable Fundile Kate from the province of the Eastern Cape, Ikaya Lengwele. Singazilibali inkosi zethu kuba thina singabantu bazo. Sithi inkosi masithambe isicaka sivumile. Distinguished guests, also patriots on different platforms of social media, I greet you all. Honorable Chair, as we gather here today, we must be mindful of the transformative trajectory we traversed as a nation since the dawn of democracy breakthrough in 1994. We can't forget where we are coming from. We won't have a foundation, strong foundation, as our theme today, clearly talking about building a strong foundation. Especially the transformation of our education system, as it is better reflected on by one of our African scholar, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, when he's allotted and saying, I open quotes, the prerequisite to cohabitation, reconciliation, and a common political future is to give up the monopoly of power. This is an insightful reminder that we can continue with the inequalities and privilege few education system as it was in the past. So let's rather open doors of learning and learning to all learners and build a system that serves the nation than a privileged white tiny minority. This is one of the Freedom Charter pronouncement that the doors of learning shall be open. So this theme is informed exactly by that, Honorable Chairperson. He reminds us that education is the most powerful instrument we have traversed from a society of historical exclusion to one of shared opportunity and inclusive citizenship. Chairperson, The ANC-led government has always placed education at the center of its transformative agenda and nation building. As a result of that, it has expanded access to schooling, put in place school safety measures, introduced no-fee schools, implemented the National Schools Nutrition Program, scholar transport, and improved school infrastructure in many communities. This is particularly informed by the commitments constituted in the ANC 2024 manifesto, emphasizes on placing at its center the priority of investing in the people through education and skills development as a cornerstone of a national economic development, as it is encapsulated in NDP 2030 as a policy government that is guiding us on the direction that we shall take as a government. Particularly on the childhood development, ECDC, as a foundation upon which all future learning culminates, and basic education, which remains the most powerful lever of transforming our society and in building an inclusive growing economy. Sithi phila ngona phakade mbutho omkhulu wesizwe mwelo emasondo i-African National Congress. Honorable Chairperson, I am not going to do what my previous speakers from this side of my hand made of trying to run away from the realities and realities that is facing our people. Only made some false claims. I think, Honorable Minister, you are correctly on the right track. One of the philosophers have been warning us of claiming easy victories and telling lies. We have just found that there are people who are prepared when they are getting these public platforms to do that, making a particular society a better society than the others, forgetting that the society that we are building is a just and equitable society. That is the African National Congress, ANC government, led government. For instance, Honorable Chair, in this financial year, we are committing a total budget of over 35 billion, with an increase of over 8% from last year, of which the ECDC conditional grant increases to over 1.7 billion, with over 230 million allocated to an ECDC nutrition pilot and 62 million set aside for ECD infrastructure. As highlighted above, Honorable Chairperson, umbutho wesizwe akadlali uqalisa ukuba ngoba besebancinci. That is why there is a huge chunk concentrated on them. By ensuring that every child enters grade R to learn in all aspects, such as reading, meaningful reading, and calculation at an earliest age. On the question of teacher training, development, and capacity program, an amount of 1.8 billion is committed for its support on mentorship and leadership through the Funza Luchaka Basari scheme that will be funding over 9,000 students to specific priority subjects in foundational phase education, with the recruitment to focus on candidates who will be prepared to teach in rural areas and highly needy areas. Honorable Chairperson, I'm reminded by my Honorable Minister when he made an articulation on the tale of two tenables, if I properly captured. Unlike my Honorable Minister, I won't look very far. I will also agree with her, but where I am, which is the Western Cape, it would be remiss of me not to address this situation, which is self-proclaimed model of efficiency and performance, yet still reveals significant economic and social inequalities through its dual education system. On the other hand, there is a white-only, mainly resource schools, which are very expensive and inaccessible to the poor, and the working class child. With claimed strong administrative capacity and better access to learning and materials to the few, whilst in Khayelitsha, Bondeville, Nakwalanga, the continued inequality on these poor communities is still the order of the day, with learners still facing poverty, lack of transport, and serious resource gaps. This leaves the majority of learners outside of the basic equality education that the ANC government envisages for all learners in our country. Honorable Chair, we embarked on oversight visit to various provinces. One of the most fundamental challenges that cut across our education system is the state of school infrastructure. We will never lie in front of our communities. In Gauteng alone, an additional 5,500 classrooms are needed to accommodate the growing learner population, and the Eastern Cape still needed to eradicate 496 mud schools. Also in Limpopo province, during our oversight, mobile classrooms have been provided to school, but they lacked sufficient air conditioning to keep the classrooms well ventilated. These challenges pose a serious threat to quality teaching and learning. We therefore appreciate the budget allocation of 16 billion for the education infrastructure grant, which will help alleviate the growing infrastructure backlog. However, this sector needs much more funding for the infrastructure, given the increasing frequency of national disasters, such as flooding in provinces, with the most recent in Limpopo. Furthermore, in provinces declared disaster zone, it needs additional funding as a priority to ensure that these are urgently attended. In the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, Education Department informed the committee that it didn't receive an additional budget allocation to conduct emergency repairs following the previous disaster declaration in the province, during which several schools suffered infrastructure damage. They therefore had to reprioritize funding within their own budget to repair damaged schools. This matter of disaster allocations need to be re-examined, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, one of the frustrating areas within the basic education sector is unreliability of scholar transport. When we visit schools, we are often told that one of the most contributing factors to the high absenteeism is the lack of consistency in scholar transport, in collecting learners and transporting them to schools. To make matters worse, there are also growing reports of unroadworthy vehicles being used to transport learners whenever we engage with these schools. Perhaps it would be ideal for the Department of Education to consider maintaining its own fleet of buses and appointing drivers to manage its scholar transport system, rather than relying on the Department of Transport. The Department of Transport in the Limpopo province is currently establishing its model. This is a good example that the provinces must learn and follow, especially the Western Cape, the self-acclaimed province. It has begun purchasing its own fleet of buses to transport learners. This is a good model that must be followed, one of the ANC-led provinces. Honorable Chair, we continue to be confronted by increasing number of learners in school, yet there is no corresponding increase of educators posts. When we visit some schools, we are informed that the school is operating under an organogram from the 90s. The number of learners at school has almost doubled since then. This report to school having to appoint more educators than the SGB pays. This is not practical in poor communities. The majority of parents and SGB members are unemployed, and majority have no funds to pay for additional teachers. The current budget indicates a plan to appoint at least 1,000 teachers who were Funza Luchaka bursary holders. The number of appointed educators does not align with 29,000 bursaries to be issued over medium term, meaning we are training some bursary holders to walk into unemployment. Yet our school continue to face severe teacher shortages. We therefore call for a budget that will increase the retention of qualified teachers and teacher assistants to improve our learner to teacher ratio and end scourge of overcrowding in our schools. This is the budget, Honorable Minister, as presented, that as the African National Congress, we are fully behind your good self, Honorable Minister. You can proceed. However, Honorable Minister, we cannot close our eyes as we have already alluded on the challenges that are confronting the nation. Therefore, if we want to build a strong foundation, Honorable Minister, unlike those who are going to come here and make noise, claiming easy victories, talking about things that they do not know. They do not know even Khayelitsha, how Khayelitsha is looking. They were happy when we were having a program taking parliament to people. They were so excited to see the Khayelitsha. They are ready to waste an amount of 200 million to hide themselves behind a boundary wall of 200 million. They are showing they are caring less about the plight of those who are continued.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fedi.
Thank you very
Your
much.
time has expired.
I thank you.
Honorable delegates, we now call upon the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Adriansa for 7 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. The scars of cadre deployment remains a deep and ugly blemish in our government departments. Corruption has been so deeply entrenched that even with new leadership, there remains an underlying propensity for self-enrichment by well-placed and powerful bureaucrats. For these reasons, we welcome the announcement by the Minister of an independent investigation into the textbook procurement disaster that had recently came to light is a stark reminder that oversight remains essential. And yet, despite encouraging efforts towards progress and reform under Minister Kwarube, we are reminded once again that this cancer of corruption has not yet been defeated. Because corruption in the departments of education is never just about money. It's about children sitting in overcrowded classrooms. It is about learners without access to facilities and resources that could accelerate learning. It's about exhausted teachers carrying impossible burdens. It's about the learner who arrives at the school hungry. It's about the child in the rural village who still has no access to quality early childhood development. And every one of these failures widens the gap between privilege and poverty. As Montesquieu warned, it is not the young people that degenerate. They are not spoiled till those of mature age are already sunk into corruption. Basic education remains one of the most powerful weapons against poverty, inequality, and unemployment. If we fail our schools, we fail our future. The Democratic Alliance supports investment in education because education remains the great equalizer. But supporting education does not mean issuing blank checks to a system entrenched by infrastructure black backlogs, corruption, and weak accountability and unequal outcomes in so many departments. Early childhood development must remain at the center of this budget. Research continues to show that the earliest years shape future learning success. ECD, and Grade R are not simply just another program. It is the foundation upon which every child's future of opportunity is built. We welcome the efforts to expand the ECD access, improve practitioner training, and strengthen registration access. At the same time, we must recognize and commend progress in the matric outcomes in several provinces. More emphasis is being placed on mother tongue education, teacher development, and curriculum strengthening. During our oversight visits, we increasingly saw schools prioritizing safety, addressing bullying, improving nutrition, and raising infrastructure concerns. There are signs of hope, but progress means little if corruption continues stealing opportunities from learners. The concerns raised in so many press articles remains our concerns. It is about trust. When money meant for children disappears through corruption, government is not the victim. The learner is. Our future is. Our nation in the end is. That is why it is clear. Every infrastructure grant must be tracked. Every conditional grant must be monitored. Every procurement process must withstand scrutiny. The Select Committee has already prioritized our oversight over ECD, implementation, unsafe schools, pit latrines, nutrition, disability inclusion, and infrastructure spending. Now, action must follow commitment. Education cannot remain a promise of the future. We need classrooms that is exciting and inspiring, not overcrowded. Teachers who are supported and empowered. Early childhood development must in the end reach every child. Budgets must reach our learners, not the corrupt. Because basic education and quality early childhood development are not just a costly expense down the drain. It is South Africa's greatest investment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adriansa. We now go to the Honorable MEC for Education and Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation from Gauteng, the Honorable Mahile, for 10 minutes. Honorable Mahile.
Honorable Chairperson, the front desk, I think, was informed that Honorable Maile has withdrawn to participate in today's debate. So I'm not sure why it's not updated. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Honorable Mahile is not participating. We'll move on to the Honorable Finis for 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Ek wil net nie saamstem met Honorable Badenhorst, jy moet dit oordra aan die minister. Dra dit oor aan haar, ek stem glad nie saam met die 99% van bucket eradication system. Honorable Jan, Honorable Du Plessis en al die ander select committee members, ons was daar. Daar word gesê daar's buildings van toilets, maar daar's geen potte, geen niksie. Die kinders kan dit nie gebruik nie, die kinders relief hulle langs die toilette. So ons moet dit net aan die minister oordra in daai geval. En dan die ander ene. Die minister het klomp goed gepraat. Honorable Badenhorst, vertaal net asseblief vir die minister na die tyd. Ons het baie gepraat van wat is ons mandate as die NCOP om met die provinces te praat, is reg. Maar as daar goeie dinge is, Deputy Chairperson, dan vat sy dit vir haar. Maar indien dit slegte dinge is, dan moet dit gaan na die provinsies toe, want die provinsies is onder die ANC. I stand before you today as a proud member of the African National Congress, a movement that has consistently prioritized education as an apex priority of social transformation and national development. I do, because you have just the Minister of the DA.
Honorable Finis, I will advise you not to address members in the House, but address the chair.
Sorry, Deputy Chairperson, then Honorable Badenhorst must shut up next to me.
No, please continue.
The ANC understands that education is not merely about classrooms and examinations like the minister have said, but about restoring dignity, advancing equality and unlocking human potential. Education remains one of the most powerful instruments for overcoming poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our democratic society. The understanding resonates with the words of the founding father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, who reminded us that education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that a daughter of a person can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that the child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. Indeed, the historic Freedom Charter boldly declared the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. Today, our responsibility is not only to keep those doors open, but to ensure that every learner who walks through them receives quality teaching, adequate support, and equal opportunities to succeed. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the struggle for equitable access to quality basic education cannot be separated from the lived realities of poverty, confronting millions of South African families. One of the most important interventions implemented by our democratic government is the National School Nutrition Program. This program was established with the ANC-led government. This program has become far more than a feeding scheme. It is a tool for educational justice, learning retention, improved concentration, and academic achievement. Educationalist theorist Abraham Maslow argued through his hierarchy of needs that humans beings cannot effectively pursue higher levels of development when their basic physiological needs are unmet. A hungry child cannot focus on mathematics, literacy, or science while suffering from hunger and malnutrition. The increased allocation towards the National Schools Nutrition Program therefore demonstrates a government that understands the direct relationship between nutrition and educational outcomes. Today, this program provides meals to over 9 million learners in more than 20,000 schools across our country, particularly in no-fee schools where many learners depend on these meals as their primary source of nutrition for the day. In provinces such as the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal, the program has become a lifeline for rural and working class communities where poverty levels remain high. Through this intervention, learner absenteeism is reduced, classroom participation improves, and the dignity of poor children is protected. It is through programs such as these that we continue to confront the painful legacy of apartheid inequality, while deliberately denied Black children equal opportunities to learn and strive. Fellow South Africans, at the center of every successful education system stands a committed and capable teacher. However, despite the progress we have made, teacher shortages continue to undermine quality teaching and learner support, especially in rural and township schools. Many schools remain understaffed, overburdened, and unable to provide adequate subject support to learners. The renewed Brazilian educator Paulo once stated, I open quote, education does not change the world. Education changes people and people changes the world. I close quote. If we are serious about transforming our society, then we must invest decisively in those who educate our children. We, the ANC, call for accelerated teacher recruitment, placement, and retention. Thousands of qualified young graduates remain unemployed, while classrooms remain overcrowded and educators continue carrying unsustainable workloads. This contradiction cannot continue. The absorption of young educators into the system will not only improve curriculum delivery, but will also inject innovation, technological adaptability, and renew energy in our schools. But particular attention must be given to rural and township schools, where shortages are severe in provinces such as the Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, and parts of the Eastern Cape. Learners continue to experience shortages in mathematics, science, and technical subject educators. Rural educators often work under difficult conditions with inadequate support and limited incentives. Strengthening rural allowances, improving accommodation support, and ensuring better professional development opportunities are essential if we are to retain educators in undeserved communities. As the ANC, we support ongoing teacher training programs that equip educators with the skills required for modern curriculum delivery, digital learning, integration, and inclusive education practices. Honorable Deputy Chair, no learner can achieve their full potential in an unsafe and undignified learning environment. Across our country, these remain schools affected by incomplete infrastructure projects, unsafe sanitation facilities, overcrowded classrooms, and deteriorating buildings. Such conditions undermine both teaching and learning and reproduce the inequality of the past. The ANC therefore calls for intensified oversight on a school infrastructure delivery. Contractors who abandon projects, delay construction or deliver poor quality infrastructure must be held accountable. Public funds allocated for education infrastructure must reach their intended purpose without corruption, inefficiency, or waste. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, if we are to improve educational outcomes in the long term, we must strengthen foundational learning outcomes. Like the Minister has said, particular literacy and numeracy in the foundation and intermediate phase. We therefore support stronger monitoring and implementation systems to improve foundational learning, reading programs, learning support materials, regular assessments, and teacher coaching initiatives must be strengthened to ensure that every learner acquires the basic skills necessary for future success. Honorable Deputy Chair, the ANC-led government remains firmly committed to transforming basic education into a system that is equitable, inclusive, and capable of producing social conscious and economically productive citizens. The ANC remains unwavering in its commitment to ensuring that the promise of the Freedom Charter becomes a lived reality for every child in our nation. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. We now go to the next speaker on the list, and that is the MEC for Education in the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Hade, who is also on the platform for 10 minutes.
Chairperson, good evening to you. Good evening to the Minister, Deputy Minister. Good evening to the honorable members in the NCOP. And also good evening to the entire people that might be invited in social platforms and also participating differently on other platforms. Honorable Chair, allow me to greet as well the traditional House of Traditional Leaders across the provinces through the contribution that they make from time to time in ensuring that the foundations for learning in our institutions of learning are indeed preserved. Also, allow me to greet the religious faith organizations that also contribute in ensuring that indeed they hold the fort for the development trajectory of the humankind that we are in the country, Honorable Chair. Our strategic assignment, Chairperson, is on our ability to strengthen foundational learning, expand early childhood development, modernize curriculum delivery, build safe schools in safe communities, and also build inclusive schooling system across the country. That will make us at least realize key strategic area policy formations, Chair. Your national development plan 2030, which it constitutes a compass for us all to ensure that we realize the medium-term development plan, the basic educator sector plan, and lastly, the SDG 4. We rise with that, Chairperson, precisely because in the recent Lekgotla of Basic Education, our Honorable Minister said, and we support that, foundational literacy and numeracy is not just an educational priority. It is a compass for national development. It then tells you the significance on how should we then realize the universal access in early childhood, the professionalization of the ECD sector through the appointment of educators, the digitalization of the transformation and content in the early childhood development, the accountable data-driven governance in the entire system, and lastly, Chair, the mother tongue bilingual education as a fundamental policy for the country to realize the liberation of Africans in our own land. We are again, Chair, noting on the assertion that the minister has actually alluded into, which we are bringing into this house as well for further discussion going forward. The minister said, the root of our learning crisis lies in the weak early learning foundations from birth to 9 years. And by extension, it means there is a need of a serious intervention on the early childhood development, which then as a province we have positioned ourselves as following. One, we have realized the importance of training 1,778 grade R practitioners as part of professionalizing the early childhood development sector. We have realized also 1,101 centers that must be pushed to compliance in terms of the policy, so that we are indeed within the framework that has been designed in basic education in the country. We have again realized, Honorable Chair, the significance of registering 347 new early childhood development centers in the province as part of contributing to the call that has been made by DPE. And I'm therefore saying again, Chair, that the interventions directly support the call that has been made by basic education and also by the minister and the deputy minister. In terms of curriculum modernization and the three-streamed model, Chair, in terms of shaping up the future of the country in general and also in particular in the province, we have identified 71 technical vocational schools so that we can deal with the issue of the skills revolution that is currently needed in basic education and also in higher education and also post-schooling sector. We have identified and massively resourced 18 agricultural schools in the province in order to ensure that the diversification of the curriculum that we are talking about has a meaning and has a substance. We are again, Chair, rolling out 14 digital technological schools currently in the province as part of rolling out the ICT infrastructure through the e-learning solutions that are needed for us to be able to realize the international standards that have been set at a global village. We are again, Chair, embarking on the maritime studies through one of the key strategic areas of focus of the provincial government in the context of oceans economy. We have established maritime studies in 12 schools in the province so that we can again realize the significance of building a schooling system that talks to the crisis that we have in terms of skills rejuvenation. We have prepared ourselves in the past 2 years in establishing an innovation school, which is operational currently in Port Alfred, which again must be able to turn things around in the context of the African child who has not been privileged enough to be part of the aviation faculty in the country for quite a number of years. And I'm therefore saying, Chair, these are efforts that begins to say we are a system on the rise, we are a system that is getting matured, and we are a system that must respond to the cries of the people of the province. And we have been able again, Chair, to ensure that we respond to the crisis that the minister has lifted up. And we are busy discussing it. with pain because we have got a court order on scholar transport and we have presented options into the legislature in order to circumvent our reliability on Department of Transport as enabler for us to be able to access institutions of learning through the scholar transport. We are busy working on that methodology and busy working on mechanisms that can at least respond into the immediate crisis of 163,000 learners in the province that are needy, but we can only transport 97,000 out of the 163. That then demonstrate a need and a commitment in ensuring that at least we are able to make sure that we turn things around, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. One of the key areas which we can't forget to mention here is that through the Safe Schools, which is also not an optional one, Chair, precisely because of the criminality in some of the hotspot areas in the province, we were forced to ensure that 430 schools must be upgraded and maintained and build up a bit of
Thank
safety.
you, Honorable MEC. Your time has expired.
Thank you so
very
much, Honorable Chair, and thank you so much, Honorable Members.
Thank you. I now call upon the next Honorable Member to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Mampuru for 14 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Emancipation Movement, officials, commissars,
Honorable
ground
Mampuru,
force.
can you put your video on for a few minutes?
Let me try, Chair, because it gives a problem here. Let me just go straight to the camera, okay?
Just for a few seconds so that we see you. Honorable colleagues, this is why we ask people to test their system before. They are always guided by the ITC that you need to check your system at least 30 minutes before. Honorable Mampuru, we'll give you some time to sort your gadget out while we move on to the next presenter, and that is the MEC for Education in Limpopo, Honorable Rahula Ramakanya, for 10 minutes. Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Greetings to yourself, also the Honorable Minister of our Department of Basic Education, the Honorable Deputy Minister, the other colleagues, MECs that are part of the debate, the members and permanent delegates of the NCOP, honorable members on the social media, ladies and gentlemen, the Madekwana. The National Council of Provinces serves as the link between national, provincial, and local government, and it helps us to reinforce our commitment to accountability and service delivery. Limpopo has taken 2026 as a year of transformation and development. But today I rise to speak about the Limpopo as we prepare the implementation of the national framework as presented by the Honorable Minister. I rise to speak about our progress and the budget, that is the investment in our children's future in the history of our province. Let me begin with what one icon has said. Ahmed Kathrada taught us that neglecting a child is to neglect our own humanity, and that public service demands ethical discipline without exception. He lived modestly, served selflessly, and insisted that the children must always come first. And that is what we believe in, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, a budget is not a column of numbers. A budget is a moral document. It reveals what we truly value. Today, we put our service delivery where it is highly impactful, and in that we value our children, and that our budget transforms the value into classrooms, into the meals that we serve in our schools, into the textbooks that we give to our learners, and also into the dignity, and our budget present an opportunity for the future of our children. For the 26-27 financial year, the Limpopo Department of Education has received an increase of 5.5% in its budget. And this increase is a commitment to basic education and the ANC-led government programs with its determination to deliver services. The largest share of 75% goes to compensation of employees, as educators are our primary resource. We have added new permanent educator posts, reducing provincial unemployment while strengthening the classroom. This is a direct response to the NDP 2030 target of a capable professional teaching force, and as the call for ethical governance that serves people experiencing poverty. That is our target. The minister reminded us that the vast majority of the South African children do not start school without quality ECD. Here is our budget answer. We have made early childhood development one of the largest areas of growth in this fiscal year. Through ECD conditional grant of 1.6% and additional priority funding of 1.7%, we are delivering storybooks, mathematics kits, manuals, and play equipment to ECD centers across every district in Limpopo, reaching young learners from the most remote villages to the largest town, both the old new registered centers and the old existing ECD centers. This is how we achieve the SDG 4.2, universal access to quality early childhood development, and how we honor the ANC resolution on expanding ECD. We are also piloting on ECD nutrition program in 2 of our districts, in Bembe and in Mupani, because a child cannot develop their mind if their body is malnourished. Article 24 of the UN Convention guarantees the right to health and nutrition, and this budget delivers that right for our children. The minister was honest in that implementing compulsory grade R, including salary alignment for practitioners, requires substantial national funding that has not yet been fully allocated. Honorable House Chair, the National School Nutrition Program received one of the largest conditional grants allocation in our budget, which is 4.2. This funding serves learners every school day in every primary and secondary and in all our special schools. It employs a dedicated workforce of food handlers, and this year we have extended the breakfast programs to all our secondary schools in Limpopo. We are embarking on a revival of school food gardens for sustainable production, because dignity is not just about receiving a meal, but about growing one. The minister reported that the pit toilets from the 2018 SAFE initiative has been visually eliminated nationwide. In Limpopo, we have completed pit toilet replacement projects across the province, with only a handful remaining, and those will be finished in no time. On our education infrastructure grant, in funding the completion of storm-damaged schools, the construction of low-cost state-owned ECD centers, and the final eradication sanitation backlog. It is also addressing overcrowding and also rural infrastructure defects. When we look at it is a moral issue if when we look at the NDP 2030 is clear, quality teaching is the single greatest lever for system improvement. Our budget provides for the annual training of teachers in mathematics and language methodology, in digital skills, in coding and robotics, in inclusive education, and technical and vocational subjects. The Sanitary Dignity Project, a flagship, received a dedicated funding that reaches a girl child in every district in Limpopo. We also agree that we must measure quality, not only pass rates. We therefore support the National Quality Basket, overall pass percentage, bachelor pass attainment, distinction, and getaway subject and learner retention. This budget line directly implements the UN Human Rights Resolution on eliminating discrimination against women and a girl child in education. It also answers a call for active ethical leadership. We cannot claim to be ethical while allowing a girl child to miss school. House Chair, we are a vast province. Our learners in the province depends on the scholar transport, and funding for all the routes in our province have been made available. Funding for programs like inclusive education, school safety, library safety, in library services, in school sports, learning recovery, and intervention strategy for grade 8 to 10 has also been allocated the budget. Here in Limpopo, we deliver our provincial budget is not an expense, but an investment in a capable, ethical, developmental state. The 5.5 growth and the 75% of investment is to educators, but we say 100% investment to the young mind. As Ahmed Kadrada said, the children are the future. Let this budget be a weapon. Let the children be the future. Strong foundation build strong futures, and we support the debate today. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Let's see whether the Honorable Mampuru is back with us. Honorable Mampuru.
Yes, I'm back, Chair. Can I switch off the camera?
All right, that's great. Thank you. You have 14 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity and firstly greet the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Emancipation Movements, the officials, the commissars, ground forces, and the forgotten masses of our people. I say to them, Tobela. But furthermore, Chair, let me take this platform and send the revolutionary greetings to our people in farms, in villages, in townships, in informal settlement, and in the most remote corners of our country. Places where many, to them, a tight road leading to a school, it's something children only see on television. We greet these people of this country whose children wake up before sunrise and travel in what we can only call a mobile coffins to and from school because corrupt GNU officials accepted bribes and looked the other way while gambling with the lives of a black child. We greet the young girls who are forced to miss school every month because they cannot afford sanitary towel in a country overflowing with wealth. We greet all young black children who still walk barefooted to school in a so-called democratic South Africa. We greet the mothers, women who carry their children on their back through rivers and dangerous terrain so that their children can have access to education, because this government have abandoned rural communities in poverty and isolation. We grade all hardworking and committed teachers who continue to wake up every morning to shape the future of this country, despite working in unbearable and inhumane conditions. We grade Abu Mama, who prepare meals for our children daily under difficult conditions, and Abu Malome, who stand guard at schools to protect both learners, teachers, and staff, while GNU and some officials within the same GNU politicians loot and continue to loot the little resources allocated to the department. We greet the school governing bodies who continue trying against all odds to keep schools functioning while government officials loot the budget meant for education. We grade the underpaid caretakers, the first to arrive at school in the wee hours of the morning and the last to leave the school, yet treated like they are invincible. We grade all education activists who on daily basis fight for quality education, even when their lives are being threatened. We are saying on behalf of all these people, Chair, as the EFF, we reject this budget. We reject this budget, Chair, because it does not speak to the daily suffering of the poor. It does not resolve the crisis facing our children. It does not restore the dignity of education. This budget is an empty statistics of media headlines and lies. Many schools, in particular those found in rural provinces like Eastern Cape, Limpopo, are still struggling with inadequate infrastructure, poor sanitation, and lack of basic necessities. The Eastern Cape alone, Comrade Chair, faces a 72 billion infrastructure backlog as the extreme weather damages over 285 schools and drainage resources. Additionally, 836 schools still contain hazardous asbestos roofing, which requires 3.7 billion to be safely replaced. The crisis in Limpopo, Chair, is no different. The provincial department there boasts about its pit toilet eradication metrics, but pit toilet eradication metrics, but the reality on the ground is that sanitation catastrophe still continues. Look at the rural site like Zivani Primary School near Toyando. A dangerous pit toilet were demolished years ago. Yet nearly 300 learners have been left stranded, and they are now forced to queue daily for an overcrowded, poorly maintained chemical toilet. Well-promised the brick sanitation blocks have never arrived. In Free State, Chair, and also Northwest, rural under-resourcing had created large gaps in subject content delivery for a technical field, facing a reliance on extreme weekend lessons to keep grade 12 learners on track. In Mpumalanga, schools continue to experience vandalism, and across all provinces, wide gaps remain between the opulent in urban areas and the rural for under-resourced public schools, leading to unequal educational opportunities and for poor literacy and numeracy outcomes. And for years, our teachers have been drowning in paperwork, as this department was turning them into data capturers instead of educators. And today, they are promised to drastically reduce the reporting tools. We will not applaud this department for promising to fix a crisis of its own making. The EFF also rejects this budget of the department that has done little to combat gangsterism, physical bullying, and gender-based violence in school environments, creating a culture of fear amongst learners that are severely impaired and their ability to learn. Our teachers do not need more empty directives issued to provinces that historically ignored national mandates anyway. They need smaller classrooms They need safety from violence. They need the eradication of overcrowding. Chairperson, it is deeply concerning that learners and staff safety appears to have been neglected by this department, especially in light of tragic incidents such as the one in Vanderbijl Park. In Gauteng, officials from both the ANC and the DA have allowed the bribery and kickbacks to take center stage, effectively gambling again with the lives of our children. Learners in various provinces in South Africa live in reality of studying in classrooms that have broken windows, leaking roofs, falling ceilings, cracked walls, damaged doors, and in unhygienic toilets. Many schools do not have secured fencing to protect the learners and teachers or school property. Yet the minister comes here with a long speech and PowerPoint presentation pretending as if everything is fine, only attending to these issues during election time. Our children, there are schools that have been neglected, such as Busile School, which caters for learners with special needs. The school has not been renovated, still look the same way as it was 30 to 40 years ago. This demonstrates that the government of national unity is only inclusive by its own policies and not by implementation, as children living in disability continue to learn in such degrading conditions. Chairperson, the ANC have become a burial society of broken promises together with its friends in the GNU, the DA. Is nothing but a racist organization protecting the white privileges and white comfort while black children suffers. Chairperson, we have an issue of temporary to being a permanent structure. The difficulty of temporary building or mobile classrooms is similar to the issue that arise in human settlement. Many of our schools have temporary classrooms, are no longer planned and the safety hazard, especially in Charlotte Maxeke and Ward 12 in Tembisa, and also Pumulong Secondary, where students and instructors are in danger, especially during winter. Chairperson, moya wa go tonya ko Pumulong Secondary o tsena mafastereng, moya wa go tonya o tsena di-roofung, moya wa go tonya o tsena ka fase, moya wa go tonya o tsena everywhere, because this infrastructure have dilapidated and our people or our learners no longer know where to run. Worse, now that it is winter. Moving on, Chairperson, the EFF cannot be quiet about the inconsistency of the nutrition program from different provinces and calls for a uniform and a standardized menu to feed the learners. The quality, timing, and consistency, it is important. And the department should control this program so as to avoid food arriving late in schools, as this could negatively affect the learners' participation in class. Children who lack a textbook and those who are hungry are both victims of the state failure. A government that is unable to provide books and food for learners is failing to improve the living conditions of our children. And this failure needs to be addressed as a matter of emergency in education. The EFF therefore rejects this budget as it does not speak to the daily suffering of the poor. We demand a total basic education where accountability is also promised but rarely enforced. As such, Chairperson, as the EFF, we reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mampuru. Honorable Mampuru, your network repeatedly failed you during that delivery, but we did receive the majority of your inputs. I do suggest that you use your budget allocated by Parliament to increase your bandwidth in your Wi-Fi supplier. Having said that, honourable delegates, let's move on. We will now receive the next input on the debate. It's from the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, represented this time by the Honourable Mhlongo, who has 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members and our people in South Africa. The MK Party rises today to participate in the policy debate on Budget Vote 16, Basic Education for the 2026-27 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, basic education is not just another department. It is the foundation of the country's future. It determines whether a child escapes poverty or remains trapped in it. It determines whether South Africa produces engineers, doctors, scientists, teachers, and artisans, or whether we continue producing unemployment, inequality, and hopelessness. The National Development Plan promised that by 2030, South Africa would have quality education, safe infrastructure, skilled teachers, improved literacy, and equal educational opportunity regardless of where a child is born. Kodwa manje sineminyaka emine vo esele kuze sifike ku-2030 futhi izigidi zezingane zisabhajiwe ezikoleni ezinamaklasi adilikayo. Izindlu zangasese zingumgodi, ukuminyana emaklasini, ingqilasisinda eyonakele futhi azinawo amanzi awabonwa. This is the reality of basic education under the ANC government, now under the GNU. Government is asking to be approved 38.2 billion budget for the basic education this year, increasing to 42.5 billion over the medium term. But South Africans are no longer impressed by the large numbers in budget speeches. Bafuna into ephathekelayo, bafuna imphumela. Ngoba ngemuva kweminyaka eminingi yokwabiwa kwezimali, izingane ezikoleni zisaminyene, izingane ezikoleni zisangaphansi kwengcindezi, izingane namanje ezikoleni zikhulula emva kwendonga. The department says over 50.4 billion is allocated towards infrastructure over the MTEF period. Yet, UAG found incomplete infrastructure projects, weak oversight, delayed delivery, and projects reports are completed while learners suffer under unacceptable conditions. Umcwaningi mabhuku jikelele uphinde wathola izikole zino-ceiling abadilikayo, indle engasebenzi, nezindlu zangasese ezikhiwayo ngenxa yokuthi kena awekho amanzi. Abafundi still basayikhulula emva kwamabhilidi, kanti iphi le mali? Because it is not reaching the sitting child in a broken class in rural KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. We are told 33.9 billion over the medium term is allocated to National School Nutrition Program. Kuhle lokho ingane vela kumele ihambe esikoleni ilambile. But why kumele kube phezu kwa-10 million weingane depend on ama-feeding schemes? That is not a success story. It is evidence that worsening poverty, there's worsening of poverty under the ANC and the GNU. And even there, UAG found poor hygiene standards, inadequate food portions, delayed payments, and failure in meal delivery. We are also told 18.6 is allocated to early child development, yet 80% of my grade 5 learners still cannot read. Ingane. 80% ku grade 5 azikwazi ukufunda. Ama stats ayakhombisa lokho, and yet these children are our foundation. Malunga mangamakhulu kulelizwe ukuthi zonke izingane zithola amathuba okufunda alinganayo. Asiye eSandton naseConstantia, learners study in robotic labs, libraries, Wi-Fi, science centers, and qualified teachers. But eLusikisiki naseMount Flair, eMopane, rural KwaZulu-Natal, children still learn overcrowded classroom, ama-toilet emgodi, amanzi wona awabona. Asiye lapha eNhlakazi e-high school eBhulwa. Learners have spent 10 years in prefabricated classrooms after a fire destroyed the school. No science lab, no library. Asiye eSiphahleni primary school eJozini. Othisha ibona abaphoqeleke ukuthi kena baphathele ingane amanzi. Zonke lezi izikole zifola under budget vote 16. But akuzona zonke eyithola ukuthi kena zikwazi ukuthola imfundo ephelele. Lokhu kukhombisa ukuthi namanje izingane zethu saphila under incindezelo ye-apartheid ngoba kena still they are not treated the same. Sihlalo hloniphekile unyaka nonyaka leli parliamente ulizwa incazelo ofanayo. Inqala zisinda entengayo, izikhala zomsebenzi engavaliwe, ukubambezeleka kokuthengwa kwezimpahla, but the same failures they continue. UAG identified weak procurement system, poor planning, weak oversight. The GNU promised clean governance and accountability, but the reality remains exactly the same. Isijeza sikho ingane inawo amanzi esikoleni. Isijeza sikho amabhilida ya collapse. Asiye lapha evula indlela eMdantsana. It once trained learners in electrical work, motor mechanics, woodworks, and technical schools. They gave working class children access to jobs and opportunities. Sipho leso sikole namhlanje. Izakhiwo cisho ayisekho, amathuba awekho, niphuca ingane i-sustainability. And now, even textbook procurement faces a controversy of a report around 1.6 billion foundation-phase textbook tender involving a company with no proper publishing history, and yet siyasho ukuthi i-foundation phase is an issue. We need to look after a foundation phase. Honorable Chairperson, when education fails, unemployment grows. When education fails, poverty becomes permanent. When education fails, inequality deepens. The ANC failed to dismantle educational inequality over 30 years ago. The GNU is now managing the same crisis with different slogans, but the same outcomes. This budget does not confront the crisis in basic education. It manages decline instead of transforming the system. And for that reason, the MK party cannot support this budget that continues to appropriate billions while millions of poor children remain trapped in dysfunctional schools without dignity, safety, and equal opportunities. Asikwazi ukweseka isabelo zimali lapho izingane zethu still zisaphila phansi kwengcindezi, lapho nisabahlubula khona i-dignity yabo. We cannot support a government that speaks about the future while failing the very same generation that's supposed to build this future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nklongo. We'll now be going back onto the virtual platform and visiting Free State Province this time. The MEC for Education in the Free State is the Honourable Maboya, who has 10 minutes. MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me convey my greetings to the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honorable MECs, Honorable Chairpersons and members of select committees, Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, representatives of SALGA, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, it is with a deep sense of accountability, revolutionary humility, and untiring commitment to the people of South Africa that I stand before the Honorable House to debate the budget vote of the Department of Basic Education. Today, as we debate this budget, we do so at a defining historical moment in the life of our democracy. This year marks 30 years since the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 70 years since the historic Women's March of 1956, and 50 years since the 1976 Soweto Youth Uprising. These are not mere ceremonial anniversaries. They are reminders of a historic struggle for dignity, equality, and liberation. The youth of 1976 did not confront apartheid merely for access to classrooms. They fought for an education that liberates, an education that empowers, and that affirms human potential. This is exactly what this budget, as presented by the Minister of Basic Education, stands for. And it is for this reason that education must remain the single greatest instrument through which we confront poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and through which we build an inclusive and prosperous South Africa. Honorable Chair, this budget confirms what research consistently demonstrates, that investment in early childhood learning yields the highest social and economic returns over the life course of a child. In the Free State, significant progress continues to be made towards universal access to structured early learning opportunities. In 2025, the department successfully registered 189 new early childhood development centers through the Banapili mass registration drive, bringing the provincial total to 1,642 registered centers, and that accommodates 97,540 children according to our MS system. Yet, honorable members, Honorable Chair, we must equally confront reality. Stats SA reminds us that many children remain outside structured learning environments during the most formative period of cognitive and emotional development. For this reason, the province has committed to increasing the number of learners accessing early learning programs to more than 103,500 during the current financial year, while increasing the number of registered centers to 1,720. We recognize deeply that access without quality is insufficient. That is why during the previous financial year, over 1,000 ECD practitioners were trained on the National Curriculum Framework. In the current year, an additional 1,500 practitioners will be trained, while 200 practitioners will be upskilled to NQF Level 5 NQF Level 4 qualification. We will intensify awareness campaigns to educate over 2,000 parents, caregivers, women, youth, and communities on the importance of early learning. Through the National Parenting Skill Program, we will reach approximately 2,000 parents and caregivers. Through these interventions, we are building a society that understands that education begins not in grade 1, but from birth. Honorable Chair, the world is currently faced with a deep learning crisis. The World Bank has repeatedly warned that foundational learning, that is basic literacy, numeracy, and transferable skills, constitutes the very foundation upon which all future education depends. If a child cannot read for meaning by the age of 10, that child is statistically more likely to struggle throughout schooling and beyond. Therefore, foundational learning cannot be treated as a peripheral issue. It is the single most important predictor of future academic success. Honorable Chair, following the enactment of the Bella Act, the department strengthened its institutional capacity by successfully training and inducting grade R practitioners. We intensified our efforts to strengthen grade R through the provision of additional classrooms, learning materials, classroom furniture, and the expansion of structured early learning opportunities across the province. This will be coupled with a target of 400 practitioners who will upgrade their qualifications through the Education, Training and Development Practices Sector Education, that is ETDP-SETA. Our strategic partnership with Float through Operation Tarullo will be implementing 5-year 105 million interventions across 458 quintile 1 to 3 schools, integrating structured pedagogy, learner materials, lesson plans, and quarterly teacher development to improve early literacy and numeracy skills in grade R and 1. Through the early grade reading assessment, the department assessed all grade 1 to 7 learners in reading proficiency. This we did for term 2 as well as for term 2, and we are continuing to assess our learners in reading proficiency, and we are issuing reports to that effect. The evidence increasingly demonstrates impact. By the end of the previous academic year, 9,761 grade 3 Sesotho learners met national reading benchmarks, while more than 5,185 learners exceeded provincial standards. Honorable Chair, the true test of a democratic education system lies in how it treats the most vulnerable learners. As the minister has rightfully indicated, we need to make sure that every learner is given a fair chance to succeed. And for this reason, we continue to improve access to inclusive education as the Free State through measurable interventions. During the previous financial year, a total of 2,058 teachers and 185 officials were trained on the screening, identification, assessment, and support policy to strengthen early identification and support for learners experiencing barriers to learning. This intervention has resulted in a total of 6,044 and 108 grade 12 learners being granted accommodation and concessions respectively in the 2025 NSC examination. The Free State equally continues to expand schools of skill to ensure learners with moderate intellectual disabilities are equipped with meaningful occupational competencies. 7 underused and unused schools in underserved areas are being repurposed into schools of skill. These institutions offer technical occupational curricula in areas such as agricultural studies, technical subjects, hairdressing, personal care, and ancillary healthcare, etc. This is not charity. Honorable Chair, it is empowerment through skills, dignity, and economic participation. Approximately 1,030 learners across 7 special schools benefited from learner transport support, ensuring that disability or geography does not become a barrier to educational access. Honorable Chair, the 4th Industrial Revolution demands that learners must not become passive consumers of global innovation, but creators, coders, artisans, scientists, technicians, and entrepreneurs. Paul Frere, in his seminal work titled The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, profoundly challenged what is called the banking model of education, which embodies the idea that leaders or teachers merely deposit education into passive recipients. And this is what we are trying to avoid, to make sure that we contribute immensely towards the vision of the 4th Industrial Revolution. The department distributed 29,920 tablets to 247 quintile 1 to 3 schools, significantly advancing digital access and curriculum delivery. 60 primary schools received mobile science laboratories to stimulate analytical thinking and scientific inquiry. Coding and robotics kits were distributed to 60 primary schools in 2025, bringing a total of primary schools with coding and robotics kits to 240 to date across the province. This has enabled 466 learners to participate in the provincial coding and robotics competition. We are pleased to announce, Honorable Chair, that Sentinel Primary School in Qwaqwa represented South Africa at the World Robot Olympiad in Singapore, competing against 101 countries and secured an impressive 15th position, demonstrating growing digital competence amongst township and rural learners.
Thank you, Honourable Mklongo. That is the end of your allocated time. I beg your pardon, Honourable Maboya, beg your pardon. Honourable Maboya, that is the end of your allocated time. Thank you very much. Honourable delegates, the next participant at the podium is the Honourable Du Plessis.
10 minutes and take an onion.
Honourable House Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, members and fellow South Africans. I will start talking about the children, and I will not do any political cheap shots that have happened throughout today's debate. In South Africa, there's a study that shows approximately 83% of South African children under the age of 5 have been exposed to violence. This includes community violence, domestic violence, and direct community victimization. This means that approximately 4 million young lives are potentially traumatized even before entering primary school. The negative impact on the cognitive abilities of developing minds exposed to violence has been well documented. And the UBS Optimus study published in 2016 found that an estimated 42% of South African children over 5 had experienced some form of maltreatment or abuse in their formative years. This is a symptom of a broken society that perpetuates a cycle of violence. However, it is possible to create enabling spaces that address the impact of this trauma. However, sadly, these spaces are often our schools. It points to the added responsibility that most of our schools need to become an enabling environment that protects the future of our country from negative socio-economic influences. And this is one of the many reasons why, when we are planning and discussing the needs of basic education, a strategic, brave, and compassionate approach is essential, as it is about more than education for most of our young South Africans. There are many internal challenges over time. One is the long history of too many uncaring teachers who are pedophiles and impregnate young girls without consequence. Between 2021 and 2025, 176 teachers were found guilty of sexual misconduct. This led to last year's Parliament inquiry into statutory rape, and it revealed it was widespread and historic. It also revealed the urgent need to close the gaps in vetting teachers who have sexual misdemeanors in their history. Additionally, years of inconsistent curriculum implementation have created generations who have not been prepared for the workplace or for tertiary education. No doubt, a direct contributing factor to the current high youth unemployment rate in South Africa. We have also seen the devastation of inadequate learner transport, leading to tragic deaths, as well as perpetuating the subconscious message that our children do not matter, they matter. And the current increase of costs of schooling with dwindling personnel and dwindling state budgets has further impacted on the crisis faced by this quintessential mechanism for redress. It is a shame that a culture of excellent management, accountability measures, and consequence management was not always fostered immediately post-liberation or before. As the Department of Basic Education would then have been able to implement with more ease resilient solutions to the internal and external challenges faced by the education sector. However, years of theft, neglect, and callous minimization of the impact of fraud on the future of our children have created a poisoned chalice. But despite these challenges and the challenges posed by a handful of corrupt officials and provinces who actively work against all progress in accountability, the department has shown progress over the past year. It is therefore with considerable pride that we note the Minister has reimagined the APPs and budget to focus on the achievable and urgent goals of further professionalizing the ECD sector by, amongst others, working with NPOs that have vested interests in educating future generations well and according to international benchmarks. These partnerships focus on bolstering accountability in the ECD sector to ensure that every ECD center is up to international standards and 100% focused on the development of children to read for meaning and understand numeracy and to foster solution-driven thinking as a lifelong skill. We commend the Minister for addressing the infrastructure crisis that has created overpopulation in so many schools, one of which is Fred Norman in my constituency. It was built for 900. There are over 2,000 students enrolled. And I have had yet another complaint about bullying. When we focus our budget on spending properly, and efficiently and responsibly, and we partner with public-private partnerships, we have shown great results, both in the Western Cape, but also in the rest of the country. Expanding and building schools on time, within budget, shows the children of South Africa that they matter and that work can be done efficiently. Furthermore, school feeding schemes and leadership and learner transport remain a priority, and strategic budgeting, partnerships, and increased accountability is encouraged on a provincial level. Curriculum implementation and educator development has moved from being a tick box exercise to being outcomes-based interventions that are monitored. There is an old expression: the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And based on empirical data, the department under Minister Gwarebe has planted trees that will redress the injustices of the past by creating an enabling environment that not only educates our children for future success, but creates safe spaces for healing and growth that addresses the adverse impact of lived trauma on cognitive abilities so that future generations can live lives free of the deprivations of the past. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable du Plessis. Honourable delegates, let's welcome the Deputy Minister for Basic Education, the Honourable Dr. Mahule, to the podium. Deputy Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to our Minister of Basic Education, Ms. Siviwe Gwarube. Greetings to our Chairperson, the Chairperson of the Select Committee and all members of the Select Committee present today here. And greetings to all the members of the National Council of Provinces and the guests that are still here. House Chair, the true essence of freedom in any nation is reflected in its priority and fiscal commitment that government accords to education in pursuit of value for money, long-term advancement of society, and subsequently its sustainability. I must place it on record that we believe that the fiscal allocation that has been pronounced by Minister Siviwe Gwarube of 38.2 billion from the National Treasury for the year 2026-27 fiscal framework will significantly expand access to educational resources and opportunities. It will be remiss of me not to outline before this House that the allocation gives practical expression to priorities of the 7th administration. So, House Chair, despite existing challenges, the democratic reforms introduced since 1994 have remained people-centered and focused on restoring the dignity of the people and working class majority. Our government continues to advance progressive pro-poor policies aimed at improving access to quality education for all learners through the interventions such as the National School Nutrition Program introduced under the leadership of our first president, democratic president, Honorable Mandela, the no-fee school policy, the provision of learner and teacher support materials, the scholar transport. Government continues to confront poverty, inequality, and the legacy of apartheid, which ensures that millions of children, particularly from the rural and disadvantaged communities, are able to learn in dignity and realize their full potential. Chair, in order for teaching and learning to be effective, care and support is paramount. The Department of Basic Education continues to strengthen programs that promote social cohesion, nation building, and constitutional values in schools across the Republic. Through sports, arts, music, debate, heritage, and civic education programs, learners from different racial, cultural, and socioeconomic backgrounds continue to be united around a common South African identity. Programs such as the Inkosi Albert Lutuli Oral History Program, the National School Mood Court Competition, Heritage Education Initiatives, the Girls and Boys Education Movement, school sports activities, and the ABC Mutsipe South African School Choral Estate Fort have continued to empower learners while promoting unity in diversity, reconciliation, and social transformation. The department also intensified interventions aimed at confronting racism, bullying, discrimination, xenophobia, gender-based violence, and other social challenges affecting schools. These programs continue to promote tolerance, equality, diversity, and respect for human rights in line with the Constitution and the Freedom Charter. At the same time, government continued investing in safer and more inclusive schooling environments through school safety programs, anti-gender-based violence initiatives, and infrastructure improvement that restore dignity and create conducive conditions for effective teaching and learning. During the 2024-25 financial year, the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education raised a critical matter regarding the need to strengthen learner support mechanisms to ensure that learners are adequately guided in identifying and pursuing appropriate career paths aligned to their abilities, interests, and future aspiration. In response to the concerns and recommendations raised by the committee, the department acted decisively by hosting its inaugural interdepartmental career choices and community services outreach program that was done in the outmost rural area of Mpumalanga. The sector has identified that subject stream mismatches are often detected at a later stage, particularly in grade 11, when learners have limited opportunities to reconsider or redirect their subject choices. This challenge continues to undermine the learner progression, post-school opportunities, and ultimately contributes to the growing challenge of youth unemployment. House Chair, allow me to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, for his pronouncement in 2019 to migrate early childhood development from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education in order for the cycle of education to be complete. In response, the basic education sector has elevated early childhood development as a national priority, as Minister has indicated, recognizing that the trajectory of a child's life is largely determined long before their entry into grade 1. In addition, the National Treasury has allocated over 4 billion with an increase of 14.2% from the 2025-26 financial year to expand access on early childhood development programs across the country. This will ensure the strengthening of the foundation phase for quality learning, care, and development in the early years of the child's life. We therefore welcome the allocation of the 272.2 million towards HIV and AIDS programs aimed at strengthening the prevention of HIV and TB in South Africa. This represents the increase of 3.9% from the previous financial year. Moreover, gender-based violence and femicide remains a national crisis that continues to threaten the safety, dignity, development of women and children in our society. In the basic education sector, school-related gender-based violence remain a serious concern. This scourge manifests through bullying, sexual abuse, harassment, and corporal punishment. The sector's approved budget of 272,219 rands per province for the 2026-27 financial year for HIV and AIDS, specifically for related awareness. The expansion and strengthening of school safety programs remain dependent on the priorities outlined within the 2026-27 fiscal framework. The safety of both learners and teachers remain paramount in ensuring our schools become conducive environment for effective teaching and learning. Without safe schools, meaningful curriculum delivery and academic progress cannot be realized. Challenges such as school vandalism, gangsterism, bullying, substance abuse, and violence within communities continue to threaten the stability of our schooling environment. These criminal activities not only undermine teaching and learning, however, they seek to rob young people of their future and potential. This includes the establishment and strengthening of school safety committees, improved reporting and rapid response system, as well as the continued implementation of the Adopt a Cop initiative under the partnership between the Department of Basic Education and the South African Police Services. House Chair, Funza Lushaka Bursary Program remains central to the core mandate of basic education, particularly strengthening curriculum policy, support and monitoring through the development of quality and specialized educators whose contribution continue to advance our education system. The program remains instrumental in responding to the shortage of specialized and high caliber education within the sector. In 2025-26 fiscal framework, the sector awarded over 10,000 bursaries across various phases from foundation phase, as our minister had indicated this, I'm just emphasizing, from foundation phase to further education and training, FET, in critical areas of specialization such as home language, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In addition, to support the expansion of mother tongue-based bilingual education, the Funza Lushaka Bursary Program now prioritizes the funding of the students who specialize in African languages. The 2025-26 financial year, more than 3,000 students in the foundation phase, intermediate phase benefited from the bursary support program. These interventions have supported the training of educators in critical subjects and indigenous African languages, including isiNdebele, isiXhosa, with over 900 students funded, Xitsonga and Siswati and many others. House Chair, as part of effort to expand human resource capacity and improve teacher retention within the schools, the department has targeted the recruitment and support of more than 7,000 students during the 26-27 financial year in advancing the implementation of the National Mathematic Improvement Plan. The sector continues to pursue strategic curriculum reforms aimed at strengthening the teaching and learning of STEM subjects through the mother tongue-based bilingual education approach. The sector remains committed to strengthening teacher development as a critical pillar in ensuring that educators are equipped to deliver quality and advanced learning in our schools. In this regard, the National Treasury has allocated over 1.5 billion towards teacher education, human resource and institutional development. There is a slight decrease, of course, of 19.40% in the allocation. Furthermore, teacher development program seeks to ensure that educators are adequately skilled, supported, and motivated to respond to the evolving demands of the education sector. I'm pleased to announce that the sector has trained over 23,000 educators on e-learning through special focus on numeracy, mathematics, science, and digital skills. In all the 9 provincial education departments from Quintile 1 to Quintile 4 schools, which include the 3-stream model educators, vocational and occupational subject, and the focus was on Limpopo, Free State, and Gauteng provincial education departments. For 2026-27 financial year, Chair, our target as the sector of teachers trained will improve due to installation of high broadband in teacher centers by Vodacom as part of strengthening and expanding the implementation of sign language. The South African Sign Language provided the capacity building workshop training in 2025-26 financial year to over 90 educators, 43 deaf teachers, assistants, and to the 6 provincial South African Sign Language coordinators, which was held on the 7th to 9th January 2026. The sector also continues to assess the impact of these interventions through an accountability framework that tracks learner progress from grade 1 through to matric, with the objectives of ensuring improved educational outcomes and sustained quality performance. I want to thank the person in the driving seat, the Minister of the Basic Education, because she has never deviated from the programs and she is strengthening the sector. I want to thank the chairperson of the Select Committee for keeping us on toes, for monitoring the work and seeing where the department cannot see. So with that, we say continue to hold us accountable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, back online we go, and it's the turn of the Honourable Van Minnen from the Western Cape Province. Honourable Van Minnen, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to get my video to, there we go. Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much for allowing me to be online as I have a chest infection. So the Minister of Basic Education recently stood before Parliament and said, "To the teachers of South Africa, we have heard you." The DA in the Western Cape welcomes these words. It's a step in the right direction and a different step to the previous ministers in this department. The Minister announced that the National Education and Training Council has submitted proposals to reduce unnecessary bureaucracy and that the department will issue directives to provinces to drastically reduce reporting tools. The Western Cape says do it now. Every hour returned to teaching is an hour returned to a child, an hour returned to their future. We will hold the department accountable because our learners' academic success depends upon it. The class of 2025 achieved a pass rate of 88% nationally, the highest in our country's history. This suggests that the current minister is doing something right. But let us be specific about where that success is driven. The Western Cape achieved a record-breaking pass of 88.2%, our highest since the introduction of a national senior certificate. But more importantly, the highest throughput rate in the country, 71.7%. Meaning Western Cape learners have the best chance in South Africa to stay in school and succeed. The highest mathematics pass rate nationally, 73.7%, because we prioritize gateway subjects, not just pass rates. Nearly half of all candidates, 49.2%, qualified for bachelor's degree study. The top LSEN learner in the country, Takunda Muchweni, and the top matric candidate in South Africa, Abigail Koch, are products of the Western Cape Education Department. And the Metro East Education Department, which includes all of Khayelitsha, is now the second highest ranked district. This marks the 5th consecutive year that South Africa's top matriculant comes from the Western Cape. That is not luck, that is DA governance. The Minister has now announced that the department will rank provincial performance through an inclusive basket of indicators, including bachelor passes, distinctions, and gateway subject participation. The DA welcomes this. Publish the basket immediately. Let South Africans see which provinces are truly educating and which are merely pushing learners through the system. Chairperson, you cannot fix a broken grade 12 system. You must fix grade 1, and the current minister understands that. Therefore, nationally, the DBE has announced that 10,000 foundation phase teachers will receive targeted literacy and numeracy training. The National Reading Literacy Strategy will be refreshed. In the Western Cape, WCED systematic results show a strong recovery in foundation phase learning, with grade 3 outcomes improving significantly in recent years. Language increased from 36.9% in 2021 to 45.4% in 2024. Reading from meaning from 41.9% to 52.8%, and mathematics from 44.3% to 55.9%. These gains reflect the impact of targeted, system-wide interventions and provide clear evidence that focused support in the early grades is driving measurable improvements in learner performance. We also welcome the National Screen Time Guidelines for children aged 2 to 6, but guidelines are worthless without enforcement, and the DA will monitor this closely. We know our schools are overcrowded, and the best way to address this is to employ more teachers. Therefore, the Western Cape Education Department budget for 2026-27 allocates 799 million for 701 new educator posts. This is a direct response to in-migration. Our province is a destination of choice because we deliver quality services. But that popularity pressures our classrooms. These new posts will improve teacher-learner ratios, allowing for individualized attention and better outcomes. Nationally, the Funza Lushaka Bursary Scheme will award 29,900 bursaries over the MTEF at a cost of 4.1 billion. The DA supports this. More young people will be encouraged to become educators because funding is available to them. Nationally, 50.4 billion over the MTEF is allocated to school infrastructure. In the Western Cape, we are not waiting. Over the MTEF, our total infrastructure investment reaches 6.437 billion, including 330 million for maintenance and refurbishment of aging infrastructure, 13 new schools, and 1,450 new classrooms delivered since the Rapid School Build program began in 22-23. More schools are under construction, equivalent to 344 additional classrooms, creating space for more than 12,000 additional learners. The average cost of a new school is approximately 125 million rand. That represents an investment of more than 1.6 billion in new school infrastructure in just a few years. Please excuse my dog barking in the background. However, a learner cannot learn if they're afraid for their life. That is why the DA-led Western Cape government, in partnership with the DA-led City of Cape Town, continually expands the School Resource Officer SRO program. Currently, 82 SROs are deployed across 41 schools in high-risk communities, such as Bishop Lavis, Samora Machel, Atlantis, Westbank, and Khayelitsha. 3 additional schools will benefit from the program from July 2026. The total cost for the 2026 school year is 36.3 million. This is an investment the DA believes is necessary to protect learners, educators, and infrastructure from violence, gangsterism, bullying, and substance abuse. During a recent oversight visit to a primary school in Salaris Pass, the DA Western Cape spokesman on education witnessed the devastating impact of vandalism. Notwithstanding that, during the March school holidays alone, vandalism amounted to nearly 400,000 rand. While SAPS remains the primary party responsible for combating crime, the DA-led Western Cape government steps in where SAPS falls short. The SRO program is an additional layer of protection. These officers build trust, mentorship, and support within schools affected by violence. Every province should have this. Furthermore, a child cannot learn on an empty stomach. Nationally, the DBE has allocated 11 billion rand for the National School Nutrition Program in 26-27 alone, with 33.9 billion over 3 years. The DA supports this fully, but we ask, is every province spending this money effectively? In the Western Cape, we are. We track every meal. Here, the DA-led Western Cape Education Department has allocated 1.77 billion rand over the MTEF to keep the school nutrition program running properly. An additional 219 million is set aside specifically to counter food inflation. In the 2025 academic year alone, the Western Cape Education Department reached 1,055 schools, 406 learners. For this financial year, the province has allocated nearly 571 million to keep those numbers rising. We note that the ECD registration has grown by 200% between 2021 and 2026, with 1.2 million now accessing registered ECD programs, which is progress. The Children's Amendment Bill has been approved by Cabinet. The DA supports this bill, but only if it genuinely unlocks a child-centered system, not another layer of bureaucratic control. We also note that 18.6 billion rand over the MTEF is allocated to the ECD grant, and we will watch to ensure that that money reaches our communities. Let me conclude with a simple truth. The DA-led Western Cape government has built an education system that leads the country in mathematics, has put the highest throughput rate, produced the top matric candidate in South Africa for 5 consecutive years, invests 6.4 billion rand in infrastructure, puts 82 law enforcement officers in high-risk schools, feeds 540,000 vulnerable learners daily, and adds 701 new teachers this year alone. This is not an accident. This is DA governance in action, and in the Western Cape, the doors of learning and culture are indeed open to all. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable van Minnen. Back in the chamber now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the turn of the Honourable Farmer to take the budget forward for the next 5 minutes.
Chairperson, I've counted the amount of times the previous speaker mentioned a political party in a speech. I stopped at 73 because talk about campaigning. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I greet you in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Honorable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance support this budget vote because no responsible party can oppose funding meant for children, teachers, classrooms, school nutrition, early childhood development, and the future of our nation. But Chairperson, our support comes with a firm message. This budget must be felt in every classroom. Honourable Minister, why do you in this day and age allow a system in the Western Cape where former Model C schools in the white areas carry as little as 14 children per class? Whilst in our poorer areas, teachers must do with classes in excess of 40 learners. Honourable Minister, the story you told of Nelson that struggled for a position from disadvantaged might be the reality. However, I know of a Nelson that became the president of this country. The 38.225 billion of your 26-27 budget must translate into reading, writing, numeracy, safe schools, qualified teachers, working toilets, proper classrooms, and children who are prepared for the world. Chairperson, seeing that my clock is not running, I'll just continue. We must be honest, South Africa does not only have an education funding problem, we have an implementation problem. We have children who reach grade 4 but still cannot read with meaning. We have schools where teachers are overwhelmed, classrooms are overcrowded, and learners sit in unsafe environments. A budget on paper means nothing to a child sitting in a classroom with no textbooks, no proper desk, no safe toilet, and no teacher support. The PA says every rand must follow the learner. Honourable members, the department's own plans speak about early childhood development, nutrition, ICT, teacher training, and infrastructure. These are important priorities, but implementation must be practical. Early childhood development can no longer be treated as a side issue. We must strengthen grade R, support ECD centres, and make sure that children in poor communities receive the same foundation as children in wealthy suburbs. A learner in a class with more than 40 learners can surely not get the same quality of education than a kid in a class of only 14 learners. Honourable Chairperson, we also support the school nutrition program. For many children, the meal at school is not an extra benefit. It is the only proper meal of the day. No child must be hungry in a classroom while suppliers and officials benefit from broken tenders. If food is not delivered, somebody must answer. If quality is poor, somebody must answer. If corruption is found, somebody must go. Chairperson, we must also speak about teachers. We must make sure that young teachers are placed where they are needed, especially in math, science, technology, foundation phase, and rural schools. We cannot allow schools to sit with vacancies, and we definitely cannot expect quality education when teachers are unsupported, under pressure, and forced to work in overcrowded classrooms without proper resources. The PA believes in discipline, accountability, and support. Teachers must be protected and supported. Honourable members, school infrastructure must be treated as urgent. A child cannot learn properly in a school that is falling apart. We must fix schools faster. Infrastructure money must not be lost in endless planning consultant reports, inflated tenders, and abandoned projects. It must become classrooms, toilets, libraries, laboratories, fencing, and safe playgrounds. Chairperson, the PA also believes schools must prepare learners for real life. We need learners exposed to trades, coding, agriculture, entrepreneurship, digital skills, and practical work readiness. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 16 because our children deserve investment. But we will hold this department accountable for delivery because when basic education fails, the whole country pays the price. But when basic education works, families rise, communities grow, and the nation becomes stronger. The PA support this budget vote, but we support it with the expectation that this money must reach the child in the classroom. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable delegates, let's go back online now for the Honourable Breedt's contribution, which will last for 5 minutes. Honourable Breedt.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Huisvoorsitter, Nelson Mandela het gesê, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Maar in Suid-Afrika voel dit soms asof die regering daardie wapen stomp gemaak het. Want hoe bou ons 'n suksesvolle toekoms as ons kinders steeds slagoffers is van korrupsie, wanadministrasie en politieke inmenging? The department's APP speaks about improved learning outcomes, literacy, numeracy, and expanded access to education, and these are important goals. But South Africans are asking a simple question: where is the accountability? Ons kan nie praat oor kwaliteit onderwys, terwyl handboeke tenders onder 'n wolk van vrae hang nie. Ons kan nie praat oor integriteit, terwyl matriek eindeksamen vraestelle uitlek nie. En ons kan nie praat oor 'n capable state, terwyl skole steeds sonder basiese hulpbronne funksioneer nie. Huisvoorsitter, the reality is that many learners are still trapped in a failing system. In rural communities and small towns, learners struggle with overcrowded classrooms, unsafe infrastructure, teacher shortages, and inadequate learning materials. And despite billions being allocated to education, too many children are still being failed by the system. Die VF+ glo dat onderwys die grondslag van suksesvolle samelewings is. Maar goeie onderwys vereis dissipline, verantwoordbaarheid, moedertaalonderrig, bevoegde onderwysers en 'n regering wat geld verstandig bestuur. The department places strong emphasis on mother tongue-based bilingual education. The VF+ has always supported the principle that children learn best in their mother tongue. Because language is not a barrier to education. Language is the bridge to understanding. Maar moedertaalonderrig beteken niks as skole nie handboeke ontvang nie. Dit beteken niks as onderwysers oorlaai word en administrasie belangriker raak as werklike onderrig nie. One statistic should concern every member in this House. South Africa continues to face severe literacy challenges in the foundation phases. And if children cannot read for meaning early on, they will fall behind in every subject thereafter. Dit is waarom die VF+ glo dat die fokus weer moet terugkeer na die basiese beginsels: lees, skryf, rekeninge, dissipline en kwaliteit onderrig. Na ideologiese eksperimente of politieke inmenging nie. The APP highlights support for infrastructure and school safety. Yet many learners still attend schools with broken toilets, unsafe classrooms, and inadequate facilities. And how can we expect excellence from these learners when the state cannot even guarantee their dignity? En dan is daar die kwessie van veiligheid. Teachers are increasingly intimidated, learners are exposed to violence, drugs and gangsterism, parents lose confidence in the system. 'n Skool moet 'n plek van hoop wees, nie van vrees nie. Voorsitter, the VF+ will continue fighting for quality education, strong discipline in schools, proper financial oversight, the protection of mother tongue education, and an education system that equips children for real economic opportunities. Dit is ons tyd om onderwys weer eerste te stel. Dit is ons tyd om korrupsie uit die stelsel te verwyder. Dit is ons tyd om kinders se toekoms belangriker as politieke agendas te maak. And as South Africans prepare for the upcoming local government elections, communities must remember, good governance starts locally. When municipalities collapse, schools suffer. When corruption spreads, children pay the price. The future of this country depends on whether we are willing to demand accountability. Die VF+ sal aanhou veg vir die onderwysstelsel om te werk, vir onderwysers wat ondersteuning kry en vir kinders wat 'n regverdige kans op sukses verdien. Want dit is ons tyd. Ek dank u.
Dank u, achtbare Breed. Honourable delegates, we're going to Mpumalanga now, where the MEC for Education is the Honourable Masina, who has the next slot of 10 minutes. Honourable Masina.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the House. Let me take this opportunity and humbly greet yourself, the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Dr. Regina Mhaule, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, my colleagues, members of MECs from our sister provinces, and all our distinguished guests. We from the place of the rising sun rise with humility and a deep sense of responsibility to participate in this debate in support of the budget presented by the Minister of Basic Education.
MEC Masina, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There appears to be a problem with your camera. We can't see you. We see the building that we're sitting in here, but we don't see you on the screen. If I can ask you to just adjust your camera and your settings to ensure that we are able to see that it's you indeed speaking, and if you can then continue with your speech, please, ma'am.
Oh, I don't know what's happening because my camera is on.
It is on, but your background settings seem to be overtaking the entire screen. So,
What can I do now? Because I'm all by myself here at home now.
Honourable Masina, if you're not able to rectify it, if I can ask you please to continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As indicated, we do so encouraged by the trajectory ushered in by our democratic dispensation, anchored in the constitutional imperative, whose preamble calls upon us to improve the quality of life and unlock full potential of every citizen. We fully align with the Minister's vision that early development must be the cornerstone of a transformed and inclusive education system. Honorable Chair, we are working around the clock to accelerate the expansion of Grade R and to intensify efforts to register and support ECD centers through Banapili campaign. Furthermore, Chair, we are resolute in strengthening practitioner capacity by investing the training and development of ECD practitioners, thereby elevating the standard and quality of early learning provision across the province. Through these deliberate and progressive actions, we commit building a solid early childhood development trajectory that is inclusive and of high quality. It is for this reason that we proudly celebrate the 30 years of our progressive constitution, a living document that continues to guide our collective efforts to build a just, equitable, and inclusive society. In Mpumalanga, Chair, we serve more than 1.1 million learners who every school day are guaranteed access to quality education delivered by a dedicated cohort of over 31,609 qualified teachers. Notably, Chair, more than 87% of our schools are no-fee paying institutions, ensuring that access to education is not determined by socio-economic of our children. These learners receive nutritious meals daily without fail. And more recently, as a province, we have expanded this support through introduction of a breakfast program as part of the pilot initiative to further enhance learner readiness and performance. Through the provincial Ubuhle Buzile e-learning program, over 60,000 grade 12 learners in quintile 1 to 3 have been provided with tablets already. This is complemented by the establishment of 8 provincial smart schools where learners from grade 8 up to grade 12 utilize digital devices as part of their learning resources. We are further heartened that just this week, we commenced with the rollout of additional 80,000 tablets to grade 10 learners in quintile 1 to 3. These learners will retain these gadgets for the next 3 years while they will be doing their grade 10, 11, and 12, deepening their digital inclusion and enhancing the quality of learning outcomes. In addition, Chairperson, 67,000 learners who would otherwise travel long distance, often exceeding 5 kilometers, are provided with reliable scholar transport daily, ensuring consistent access to schooling. These deliberate and targeted interventions have yielded tangible results. Mpumalanga recorded an impressive national senior certificate pass rate of 86.55%, recording 1.5% improvement in the class of 2025. This stands as a practical evidence that our constitutional vision is not merely an aspirational, but actively transforming lives and advancing development. We therefore support this budget as it advances our deliberate and focused agenda to intensify the implementation of a learner-centered education system, one that responds to the needs of our people. This budget, Chair, will enable us to further improve conditions of services for our educators, accelerate the delivery of school infrastructure, strengthen curriculum implementation, and expand enrichment programs planned for this financial year. We also support this budget with a clear understanding that the challenges that remain, Mpumalanga continues to face significant backlog in school infrastructure, some of which have been exacerbated by the recent storm damages. These realities demand sustained investment and coordinated action. The 7th administration is guided by the African National Congress 2024 manifesto, which envisioned a multi-tiered, skill-driven education transformation. This includes strengthening early childhood development and improving foundational competencies in literacy and numeracy. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, African National Congress has made significant and progressive strides in expanding access to quality basic education, particularly for the African child from a working class and the poor communities. To this end, the department, in collaboration with 6 departments such as Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs, and Correctional Services, and a range of stakeholders, are mounting an intensified program called Ranza Shikolo Shawena campaign, which means Love Your Schools, where we are mobilizing communities to be the first line of defense and protection of our schools. We're grateful to report here that the community of Mpumalanga are embracing this campaign in more ways than one. This has already helped us to create conditions that are favorable for learning and teaching. Our province is targeting a pass rate of 91% this year, and we're very much optimistic, but that by the support and the heightened implementation of the 2026 Learner Performance Improvement Plan, we're truly at work, we're intentional, we're making school to work for our communities. We are supporting the budget, Chair. What is required now is a shared commitment grounded in the understanding that our socio-economic development is inextricably linked to the quality basic education that we provide. The moment is urgent, the cause is just, the struggle continues, and education remains our sharpest spear. Therefore, Chairperson, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable delegates, we now invite the Honourable Peter from the UDM to take his 5-minute slot. Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Surely I'm audible, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Emphathi wohlelo nakumlisela nomthenjana wezwekazi loMzantsi Afrika nakuyo lendlu yowisomthetho lwamaphondo nakwi-delegates as permanent nakuwe mphathiswa. Ikamva lesizwe lingenelwe nguhili endlini. Elisebe lezemfundo lulixhoba lweziyobisi ezingena ezikolweni. Luphina ke mphathiswa ukhuseleko lootitshala ezikolweni. Luphina ke mphathiswa ukhuseleko lwabantwana ezikolweni. Luphina ke mphathiswa ukhuseleko lwezikolo gabalala koorhunta. Ootishala basebenza besoyika bambi babulawelwa ezikolweni. Bambi bahlaselwa ezikolweni. Abantwana benza nantoni na abafuna ukuyenza. Ootishala abasena malungelo ngenxa yamalungelo abantwana. Minister wam omhle, ingaba lwayaphi na ukhuseleko lwemveku kwanezikolo zethu? Mhla nezolo izikolo ziyaqhekezwa. Mphathiswa omhle, umcelingeni otshisa esibunzi, izikola transport xa kufuneka zisondele efestileni iba yintsomka nongqawuse. Ulungiswa nina umcimbi wezikola transport? Mphathiswa omhle, ingaba isebe lakho likhe lakwenza na uhlolo kwicala le-extortion ukuba bangaphi ootitshala abasengamaxhoba e-extortion? Mphathiswa omhle, izikolo zethu zizigqubo zothengiso lweziyobisi. Ingaba ukhe walenza na olo hlolo? Mhlali ngaphambili kukho abantwana kwezi zikolo abazi-graduates abathathwa emayunivesithi bazenzela ijob, baye bajopiswe ezikolweni begcina abantwana bengonontlalontle benezidanga zabo abantwana, kodwa bafumana imivuzo engange-3,000 ne-4,000. Ayo abuse naleyo kwi-state esiabhusa abantu baso. Mhlali ngaphambili xa ndigqitha ke apho ndicela khe ndixhobise oogxa bam abahleli nje barejecta ibudget. Ndiyafuna ukuthi koogxa bam bebekhe bawujonga na elisolotya lokuba bame phambi kwesizwe bevotelwa sisizwe bathi kwesi sizwe sanuphangela nina botitshala ngoba si-approve ibudget yenu. Abantwana mabangafundi ngoba si-approve ibudget yabo. Abantwana babangatyi ezikolweni ngoba bona bayi-approve ibudget. Bebekhe bawujonga nalo mcimbi wokuba bona ngeli lixa besithi ootitshala babangapeyi, bona bayapeya. Ngeli lixa bebesithi abantwana babangafundi, bona bahleli kwizindlu zikarhulumente ngebudget karhulumente, abayali le budget. Babekhe bawujonga nalo mcimbi wokuma kwisizwe besithi kubavoti babo, thina siyadla siyapeya sihlala endlini zikarhulumente kodwa ibudget ezangakuni asiyifuni. Babekhe ujonga nale ngozi bayisebezela isizwe ukuba ibabeka phi na. Ndiyafuna ke ukuthi kukoogxa bethu mabazijonge ezi meko zokwala ibudget uba iye ebantwini, babe bona besiwa ngebhasi emisebenzini yabo, babe bona behlala kwizindlu zikarhulumente, babe bona befumana ezabo isalari. Makhe bawujonge lo mcimbi. Xa ndivalalisa mhlali ngaphambili, luphi ukhuseleko mphathiswa ezikolweni zethu? Xa ungena kwiigeyithi zethu ziwile, akho zi-security, akho luqangquliye lwabanjwa. Siyacela ke mphathiswa omhle, masijonge izikolo zethu, singajongi Model C kuphela, singajongi izikolo esetown kuphela, sizijonge izikolo zethu esezilokishini. Imeko imaxongo, ngawo lowo amazwi mandithi ngxe, inkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Honourable delegates, it's now the turn of the Honourable Mokai, who has a 6-minute slot to take the debate forward. Honourable Mokai.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good evening. Basic education is the backbone of the developmental trajectory of our country. It lies at the core of building our nation and shaping the future of our country. When it is weakened, then our future is severely impacted. When it is purely managed and administered, then we have no future, and the next generation is put on the back foot. It is thus important that we build and sustain a resilient basic education sector, one that is adaptable, but importantly, that positively shapes the future of our country and responds to its developmental agenda. With more than 13 million learners in the system, we cannot afford to gamble with the future of this country. For far too long, under the ANC government, this sector was led by incompetent and poor leadership. For far too long, we observed with much dismay and shame as the future of our country was compromised. How can we forget the Limpopo textbook debacle of 2012? How can we forget the failing and crumbling infrastructure costing the dear lives of our children? May their souls continue to rest in peace. All these signs pointed to something deeply and horribly going wrong, with serious gaps evident in the sector. While strides were made in several respects, sadly, these were overshadowed by eyesore visuals of learners under trees, classrooms overcrowded, and teachers overburdened. They were overshadowed by poor educational outcomes, limited quality education, unsafe learning environments, and inadequate governance, Honourable Finis. We know for the longest time under the ANC government, our country's educational outcomes were largely poor, evidenced by dismal performances on international benchmark tests in literacy and numeracy, especially in the foundation phase, Honourable Feni. These poor outcomes were attributed to implementation challenges, inadequate teaching quality, and teacher shortages, amongst others. We know too well that when the foundation phase is weak, success throughout the system is slim. Quality teaching and learning in the foundation phase is the truest recipe for the success of our children in the rest of their schooling career and beyond. Therefore, with the advent of the 7th administration and subsequent formation of the Government of National Unity, including a vibrant and visionary new minister in the sector, it was a breath of fresh air to see renewed efforts and urgent attention focused on this critical sector. The department has now prioritized the improvement of foundational literacy and numeracy outcomes, which is important for our children to flourish. Additionally, we note and welcome the department allocating sustained funding for the Early Childhood Development Program. And I think a lot of colleagues and the Honourable Minister spoke at length on this. Honourable Chairperson and members, ECD ensures the universal availability and adequate quality of and equitable access to inclusive learning opportunities for children from birth to school-going age through curriculum development and the delivery, funding, regulation, registration, quality monitoring, improvement, and evaluation of ECD programs. The allocation of 18.6 billion rands over the MTF, which includes an additional 12.8 billion to subsidize the provision of these services and other infrastructure support to ECD providers, indicate bold commitments to address challenges that have long plagued this sector. The additional allocation by the department allow for an increase in the subsidy from 17 rands to 24 rand per child per day to enable an estimated 300,000 more children to access subsidized ECD services. Funding and resourcing the ECD program further indicates the renewed efforts to address the needs of the most vulnerable in our country, and for that we commend to Minister Gwagube. In this respect, a strong partnership and adequate monitoring of spending in the provinces is of utmost importance, and the NCOP bears that responsibility. I want to turn to the successes in the provincial education outcomes and also from the matric. Honorable Mhlongo in absentia is not here. Silikamba High School in Mzamoyetu recorded for the 2025 matric class pass rate 100%. For the first time in the history of the school, with a bachelor pass of 76%, and this is a quintile 3, no fee paying school. Honorable Chairperson, unfortunately, some in this very house do not share this vision. The rejection by the Umkhonto weSizwe Party and the economic freedom fighters of this budget clearly shows their lack of commitment to this important sector. It cannot be that when more than 13 million children need us the most, we desert them. A rejection of this budget, Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Mampuru, is a rejection of the future of our children and our country. History will judge you harshly. Shame on you. With those words, Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokai. The penultimate contribution in this debate will come from the Honorable Mokwele, representing the African National Congress. Honorable Mokwele, you have 13 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South African. Maybe, House Chair, before I present my debate, I just want to steal my 2 minutes. It won't be long because what I'm going to clarify is something that has wasted also the House. I want to clarify honorable adherence. I had my learned friend in my committee saying something about corruption. You know, honorable members, in the ANC-led government, we are not grandstanding about corruption, but we deal with corruption, irrespective as who is affecting. I should think all of you are a witness of what I'm saying. We don't come here and grandstand. Our president will always deal with corruption, irrespective. Honorable members, in fact, I don't want to go much on the EFF and MKP because they've wasted almost 22 minutes combined telling the government as what to do, but yet they reject the budget. So I don't even understand why the voters, they continue voting for them.
You are out of order, Honorable. You are out of order.
It is a privilege to rise in this chamber during our budget debate to speak on the transformation of basic education. As Nelson Mandela reminded us, as other speakers has been indicating to say that education is the powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And President Ramaphosa further declared during the State of the Nation address this year that our focus now is establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of child life. By making grade R compulsory, we are getting all children of the good start. Today, Chair, we are not going to grandstand, but we are going to ensure that the resource we allocate sharpen the weapon through innovation, inclusion, and system strengthening so that it serves every learner and ultimately prosperity of our nation. Our basic education sector was previously used by the former regime to oppress the black masses through the implementation of the substandard education, also refers to as Bantu education system. Yeah, I'm going to teach Honorable Mgai because I know what you have been saying there. You don't even know them because you were not even there when this agenda is started. It's to ensure that they are not there is to ensure that they are not skilled enough like their white counterpart in order to be competitive in the economy of the country. This psychological work prompted the ANC-led government, Honorable Mgai, to put this transformation of education at the forefront of the democratic dispensation. Today, we are proud to note that the largest expenditure item in the fiscals is education and culture, which was allocated inclusive education, innovation, and sustainable learner outcomes. House Chair, South Africa continues to grapple with high level of youth unemployment, with rates on upward to 60% among young people between the ages of 15 and 25. One of the areas that contribute to high unemployment is skills mismatch, where some of the education curriculum are not responsive to the skills demanded by the economy. This problem does not start at the institution of higher learning, Honorable Feni, but its root lie in the basic education sector. It is important to note that university doors should not be the only option for school leavers to further their education. The training of young people comprises theoretical, academic, technical, vocational, and occupational streams to enable them to play a meaningful role in the economy. It is for this reason, Chair, that we encourage the department to scale up with the three-stream model to enhance multiple pathways that will direct learners into different training areas across the technical, vocational, and occupational stream for career paths that are responsive to the skills demand of the economy. The Select Committee Chair had the privilege of conducting an oversight visit in the Northwest Province, where we visited rural school Kerhof, a special school where learners study predominantly practical subjects. House Chair. It was amazing to see school where learners attended lessons in various training workshops such as carpentry, motor mechanics, painting, welding, and hospitality. We saw learners assembling office furniture, fixing car, welding, painting, sewing, and cooking while still in school. Honorable Minister, as members of Select Committee, we even enjoy lunch in the same school. There were no service provider that has been brought in there because of this model. If we strengthen this model, it will mean that learners will be job ready before they finish their schooling, even those who do not wish to get even those who do not wish to get to grade 12. This method of education has shown significant success in the countries such as Germany and Singapore, whose large industrial and manufacturing capabilities are backed by the skilled workforce for their technical and vocational education system rather than academic stream. Minister, I want to applaud you. Even when we're busy debating there, outside there, I saw your department exhibiting this model to show that indeed you see where we want to go. However, we are very concerned to learn that whilst learners were gaining these important industry-ready skills, their school completion certificate were still not recognized by Umalusi, Minister, and even the South African Qualification Authority. This is worrisome to us as members of the committee because this hinder these talented learners' ability to seek employment opportunity or even to start their own business upon completing their schooling. We therefore call on the department minister to urgently address this accreditation of this practical subject and certificate, which is relevant with the relevant bodies to enable these learners to gain meaningful employment upon completion. House Chair, we live in the era of digital transformation and artificial intelligence, and our country needs to be responsive to this new digital era. One of the areas we often overemphasize is the modernization of our teaching and learning method and tool through expansion of ICT. Gone are those days where library could only be used in a physical form. Honorable Chair, During our recent oversight visit in Limpopo province, the committee visited Mohlakaning Combined School, a quintal wine school. This school has no internet access, nor does it have sufficient access to ITC infrastructure. Yet, this school, Honorable Minister or Honorable MEC of Limpopo, the school received the pass rate mark of 89% and was recognized as one of the top performing schools in the district. One can only imagine what this school could have achieved if it has access to stable internet. The committee has since called on the department to urgently provide the school with the necessary ITC infrastructure, but not only those schools, but it must also roll out to all rural schools and the non-fee paying school. Honorable Chair, every decision we make to be well researched and informed by available data. One of the shortcomings, Minister, we continue to observe the education sector is lack of the coordination amongst national, provincial, and district level of administration. For instance, I heard somebody has also mentioned this. The National Department has at some point, Minister, through your good self, been on record stating that unsafe pit latrine have been eradicated. But Chair of the committee can attest to that, but upon visiting schools, we found that some still have the pit latrine, have not been rehabilitated. Areas where pit latrine were located. Another example is the challenge of not being able to adequately track learners drop out to determine what happened to them after they've left school. Therefore, we call for an improved data management system within the basic education sector that will enhance coordination among the national department, provinces and districts, and among the different province educational department. A strong data management will not only improve performance reporting and monitoring, but also strengthen data-driven solution, decision-making, and resource allocation. For the education sector to be effective, all sphere of sector need to speak to one another to enable a better coordination of scarce resources. House Chair, in closing, we call on administration to use scarce resources prudently and to address the resolution from our oversight visit urgently. Like Chair, we normally say that when we visit province, we are not doing just a tour. We want to make sure that provinces must implement our recommendation. We also call for the continued implementation of Bella Act. Minister, here we are not even, the Chair is always emphasizing that the Bella Act must be implemented without any excuses, which will strengthen access to quality education and redress the injustice of the past. The committee will continue to conduct its oversight work in education sector, working with all stakeholders, including civil society and community, to ensure that our learners' needs are met. With those words, Honorable Chair, as I'm finally closing my debate by drawing aspiration from a long-standing president of the African National Congress, Oliver Reginald Tambo, who was also a mathematics and science teacher, he said, I quote, "The children of any nation are its future. A country or a movement or a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable delegates, I now invoke Rule 70 once again. And therefore, I invite the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Kgarube, back to the podium to reply to the debate for 5 minutes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members of this House who have constructively contributed to this debate. But most people who use the quote from the Cape Verdean engineer Amilcar Cabral start at "tell no lies," and they skipped the part and skipped to claim no victories. They are skipping the part about exposing lies whenever they are told. So allow me to expose some lies during this debate. For the first time in 2025, all 75 school districts have achieved a pass rate of 80% and above. And so the notion that somehow the education system is slanted towards those who are more fortunate than those who are living in rural districts is misplaced. In fact, if you look at the top 10 performing districts across the country, districts like Umkhanya Ude, districts like Umlazi, districts like the Metro East that encompasses Khayelitsha are those that are performing well. And so it's important that we don't discourage those learners by telling lies about what they are able to do. We are able to demonstrate that talent does not reside in particular places in the country, and that when talent is seen and is supported, particularly in township and rural communities, in no-fee schools, excellence has become a pattern. Over 66% of bachelor passes obtained by candidates from no-fee schools, and no-fee schools are achieving pass rates between 80 and 100%. And so that is really, really, really important. And so it may mean that this may be the first graduate of a home. It may mean that this is the first teacher, lawyer, engineer, a scientist in that family. It may mean that that child will be the person who will break the cycle of poverty. Honorable Mamporu's input was simply vacuous, no solutions, but the kind of input you'd expect from those who are not in the arena. Roosevelt was correct in saying that it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. What matters are the people in the arena who work hard to make our country a better place, to afford every single one of our 13.7 million learners in our country a better future. And so I won't waste my time, Chairperson, responding to his vacuous inputs. Honorable Mhlongo raises very relevant challenges that are facing our education system. This is not a system without its challenges. Both the Deputy Minister and I have highlighted what those challenges are. I suppose my difficulty with what the Honorable Member has said is that it's said with deep hypocrisy. The leadership of Honorable Mhlongo's party presided over a period in South Africa where public coffers were systematically hollowed out. Abantu babephuma Saxonwell bephethe imali nge-black bags. Money which could have gone to investing in this very department. So I suppose I have a great deal of difficulty listening to the Honorable Member when I know that it's layered with hypocrisy.
Minister, if I can ask you to take your seat for a moment, please. On what are you rising, Honorable Nzimande?
Read for meaning now. I'll tell him going to tell him going to let it.
Can you tell me what you're rising on, please, Mr. Nzimande?
Tell him going to DA tooling for Kulum. Nsukumaku Rule 61. All right. It's when this minister is deliberately making statement which he knows that it's false.
Sorry, which rule did you say, Honorable Nzimande?
The statement she's raising is false.
Which rule did you say you're rising on?
61B. The statement that she's attributing to the president of Umkhonto weSizwe.
I think we all agree that's a point of debate.
Thank you,
Mr. Nzimande. Mr. Nzimande, you completed your point. Thank you, Honourable Member. It's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. And Minister, I do invite you to continue with your response.
Honorable Member, we are entitled to our own opinions, but we're certainly not entitled to our own facts. If you pick up the Zondo Commission report, you will know exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about bags of cash being carried out of Saxonwell. So I'm not going to debate what is factual with you. Honorable Brett, no organization is without fault or immune to corruption. The real test, though, and the real difference in leadership is whether or not you are prepared to act. And so for that reason, nobody can fault me for not acting on probing the textbook matter. We have done so, we've engaged with Treasury, and we've announced that we've got an independent law firm that's going to be doing a forensic report. So I think it would be unfair to attribute this somehow to a long list of failures on the DBE when in fact there has been action. Honorable Peter ndiyavumelana nawe udlame ezikolweni zethu mawuphele. Yiyo loo nto when Honorable Du Plessis, we are working with the Department of Justice to ensure that they update the Sexual Offenders Register and the Child Protection Register. In fact, we've already dismissed teachers who have appeared on some of these lists and some of these registers because we want to say this without equivocation. There is no place for sexual predators in our school. And lastly, Honorable Mokwale is absolutely right. We will ensure that by the end of this financial year, that the GEC certification issue is resolved. Schools of skills must offer learners an opportunity to be able to go into the world of work. If we are going to tackle the very stubborn problem of unemployment in South Africa, then we too must do our bit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister Khwarube. Thank you, delegates. Honourable members, I'd like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I'd like to thank all permanent delegates, the MECs, all special delegates and the SALGA representatives who availed themselves for today's fairly long sitting, and I appreciate the discipline that has been shown by all members present. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of today, and the House is therefore adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.